All right, I'm alive. Whew. That was a lot of pee.
You're back to vehemently defend your belief in the flat Earth?
No, there's no one here. There's no one here to fucking bitch at. You know why? Because they're all pussies. This is my problem with the globe people. They're all pussies. Even like the biggest globe troll has the smallest dick. I don't know why, man. It's just you stand up to them and they back down every time. I told Kosho, I'm like, hey man, let's have the flat Earth, globe Earth fucking octagon. Let's go. And just like, nothing. I just want to crush some globes, man. What's wrong with that? Is there a problem? Is crushing globes a problem? But yeah, what are you doing, Gio? What's going on?
I slept a little bit earlier and I got up to eat some food and I'm probably about to go back to bed.
Oh yeah? Okay. You're trying to reset your clock or some shit?
Yep.
Yeah, I tried to do that too.
Well, yeah, I've been on this kind of late cycle, so yeah, I tried sleeping earlier, got a couple hours, and then I'm gonna keep trying to work it back.
Yep. I got up at 11 instead of going to bed at 11. So I'm definitely trying to get on that better schedule.
Have you ever heard of essentially it's like intermittent sleeping, where you basically let's say you go to bed from 8 p.m. to midnight, and then you're up from midnight till 3 a.m. or something, and then you go back to sleep?
It's not for me. You know? It's not for me, but I've tried it. I definitely have used it. It's useful sometimes. Sometimes you don't really have a choice. There's that too. I guess my biggest problem is that I've become so accustomed over the last decade of changing my schedule as the needs see fit that I have almost no I have no discipline with my sleeping pattern at all. Like my job literally requires me to just meet demand or by my own desire. So yeah. Yeah, I guess it's not very normal. It's probably not healthy. My pattern.
Yeah, to work a night shift kind of hours.
Well, I like the night shift actually, but I know that it's healthier to have a day shift. So it's like a 40-60 kind of thing. I like the 40, but 60's better. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely takes a toll, the late nights when you don't get to sleep at the right hours.
I feel like I miss a lot during the day. Too. It's okay. I'll have more discipline soon. I'm taking up another gig that will change my hours a little bit. So yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, it's Sunday night. I mean, I know people work, but I thought for sure there would be, somebody showing up in the evening. You know?
On Discord?
Yeah.
Seems like usually Sunday is the quietest day of all. Usually Sunday night. Is just in general, I would say on Discord. It always seems that way. I guess the day of rest.
Day of the Dead.
Well, it looks like Eggsters is in here. The Eggman.
Oh yeah. Yeah, eggshells. Yeah. Hey, do me a favor. Don't send me more messages about Reknor. I don't really want to discuss it anymore. Just kind of doesn't matter either way. So
Right. Well, I was only responding to you writing a DM about him to me, so
oh, I just said he loves us. That's all I said.
yeah.
Yeah, no big deal. Yeah, he's definitely not trying to be disruptive, so hopefully that's okay. I don't want there to be any problems here.
Yeah. No, I was just referring to that kind of that era back in the day when it was wild there for a while. But no, he mostly just seems to be in text chat when he comes in here.
Tasty. So I made this tamarind tea, and that's what I mixed the vodka with. It's perfect. Ah, so good.
Is that a good combo?
It appears to be, because tamarind tea tends to be kind of sweet. Because the cooking tamarind, the kind you cook with, is pretty tart. So you have to kind of balance it out with sugar in order to consume it. So tamarind tea is pretty sweet, and it apparently mixes perfectly with vodka. I had no idea. So, yeah, I'm quite pleased.
Nice.
Definitely not something I want to do all the time, but I think it'll help me get to sleep before the sun comes up, which will be nice.
We had a warm, sunny day here today. It was pretty nice. It was like strongest sun that we've had in a while. It's been pretty rainy lately.
Huh. Yeah, yeah, it would be more rainy right now, huh? Yeah. What did it get up to? Was it cloudy?
It was chemtraily, but not real cloudy.
Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah. It was probably like 65 though. Almost 70 maybe.
I don't know what it is, man, but I go on YouTube now and they're recommending one of two things: chiropractic medicine with asses everywhere, or they've got this new thing. Well, maybe it's not new. I don't know. It just started showing up where there's like these farmer chicks that are like Instagram models, but they're farmers and they do farm shit. And I don't know if they're like marketing their OnlyFans or what the fuck they're doing, but they're showing ass and titties everywhere. So it's just, I don't know. But it's on YouTube. The recommended just kind of, it's all over the place. Sometimes I feel like they just try things. Like they're like, oh, let's send a wave of all these ass and titties out there and see what happens. Because like sometimes I just don't feel like the recommended is like the stuff I'm clicking on.
Oh yeah, I get all kinds of weird recommended stuff that is not even linked to anything I've ever clicked on.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I click on ass and titties sometimes, but not like it's not like the stuff I sub to, you know. So I don't know why it's like thinking I would rather view all these ass and titties instead of the stuff that's actually in my subscription list. There's so many people that like tell me, "Oh, did you see this that came out? This came out, whatever." And I had no idea, you know, because it doesn't show me. Like, what's the point of being subscribed if it doesn't put that shit in your feed? And Facebook's the same way. Like these systems are being like, they are redundantly useless. It seems like they just kind of do whatever the fuck they want. And I've been cussing a lot more lately. So I need to work on that. Because cussing too much is a fucking shame.
Well, on YouTube, they do have like the subscription feed versus just the regular feed, right? Like,
I thought it was all mixed in. I never really looked at all that. Like I just click on YouTube and it takes me to the home, and then usually the top 8 or top 12 or whatever they do it for me at some point.
yeah, no, me too. But if you click on subscriptions over on the left, then that's like that's only recommended from your subscribed things.
Got it. Well, I'm converted. You have now educated me on how to use YouTube.
That's funny. Well, yeah, because I used to never do that on my computer, but on my phone, like on the bottom, that's one of the things, subscription. So I'll always do it on my phone, and then I realized that yeah, like on the web browser, it's the same.
Besides being a totalitarian monopoly and being a bunch of assholes that delete shit I like, YouTube's been pretty good. Like, I have a premium subscription to them, unfortunately. Yeah, not having commercials is definitely a plus. Hey, good morning, Stacy. How's it going? I don't know if she's listening to the YouTube or what.
Yeah, it hasn't been super active in here, but I did see like earlier this afternoon there was like 15 watching on YouTube. Which is a little more than usual.
Yeah, it's been kind of slow.
Yeah, perhaps it kind of goes in waves and cycles somehow.
Yeah, well, I kind of noticed the crowd here. It's kind of limited down to the same names every day. There hasn't really been any effort to expand unless there's something else going on I don't know about. Are you still kind of leaning on this platform mostly, or are you doing other stuff? I don't know, website or fucking TV show, or I don't know what you got planned, but just curious.
Do you say leaning on it?
Yeah, leaning. Yeah, leaning. Like right now, your energy is spent on this, or are you kind of like working towards something else?
You mean just Discord in general? Or you mean like this server? I'm just saying, do you mean leaning on Discord as a platform?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
I see it more as just kind of a placeholder. It's just for now. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know in the future with censorship and whatnot will happen, but yeah, there's definitely more in the works, but nothing like super immediate probably. I mean, at some point, I think we're gonna have to branch off of Discord entirely. So that's.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah? I think so.
Then we can talk about the juicy juice. I mean, honestly, at that point, I'm not even sure it'll be worth talking about. I mean, there'll just be shock collars on everybody, and we'll all have our digital passports injected into our anal cavity, and we'll be eating through a tube. So, not sure it'll matter too soon.
Everybody will get their globe programming on their VR headsets.
The globe gramming, yeah.
Being pumped up with Soylent Green.
Yeah, Soylent Globe.
And your regular medical treatments.
Dude, Dude, you should have heard Twit, man. She was kind of like, what? No. Really? Just like, I was really surprised she had never heard this, like, challenger argument before. I was like, yeah, these are the same people. And then I was like showing her the profiles and where they work now and what their job description is, like their work history. And like, yeah, these are the same people. I mean, they even have the same snaggle tooth. It's like even twins don't have the same snaggle tooth. It's like, what do you want me to tell you? I'm not gonna lie. I just know that these guys are the same people. Whatever. So yeah, it was kind of funny. Veach had to come in and play Globe Defender or Anti-Flat Earther or whatever the fuck he was doing. They always have to do that. But when it comes to Veach now, I'm just not going to engage with him. Like, he doesn't deserve my time. And I know that his family's in on it. And I know he's probably in on it. And it's just not interesting to me. It's not interesting to me. Like, I like, the way they win is by engaging with them. And then through coercion, they gain your consent. And that's how they've always won. And I'm just not going to do it anymore. So fuck them. Scott Veach, if you're listening, my cock is ready. You can suck it. Do you think in the next like 5, 10, 15 years, I'm quoting you now, okay, that things are going to change, huh? You think that they are finito? Is that right?
Well, finito. I'm just laughing the way you put that. Yeah, although it's a little too simple just to say yes, because there's so much going on, and it's probably not going to happen overnight, and it's not going to happen all at once either. But you're saying like between the idea of like in general, like humanity waking up and sort of shedding off this demonic influence, or just being pounded by the NWO for the rest of eternity.
I mean, I'm not really into this whole being pounded by the MWO thing. It's not my style. I think I've been pounded enough. Yeah, not really my style. Gotta be honest.
I do think, as I've said, I do think these people in power now will be dissolved of their position, before they do what they ultimately want to do. Yep. But it's going to take years, and it's going to be a multi-leveled process. But yeah, I think there's going to be big changes.
Yeah, it would have to happen, right? I think so. I just don't think 5 to 15 years is. I think it's hopeful. I think it's something we should strive for. But I think we're a little behind on our effort scale.
Yeah. Well, when I say the 5 to 15 years, I'm referring to like the shape of the Earth conclusion being more fully known and fully deciphered. Where I mean, it's not going to happen through getting on CNN and telling everyone the Earth is not a globe or whatever. So I think it's going to happen more through, like I've been saying, physical measurement, demonstration sites. And even if that happens, it's still not going to be like overnight everybody knows about it, but it will be sort of revealed at that point, like, or it will be verified, I should say. But I mean, like, it's interesting to think, like, did we really come to all these awarenesses and all of this process, and all of us that are aware of this, just to have it end in nothing? I know that a lot of the globe earthers would probably hope for that, or keep telling us, oh, this is dead, or whatever they want to try to
Well,
do.
the one thing about evil villains, and they know this because they make the movies, is they always lose.
Exactly. Yep.
So like that's why they have to get our consent, because it just delays the inevitable.
Right. Yeah, and once we don't give that to them, they're effed.
They are absolutely effed. They need our participation, or this shit don't work.
Yeah, what is that movie? Like, it's like The Ants or whatever. You remember that? You've probably seen that. That if you haven't seen the whole movie, you might have seen the scene that I'm referring to. But I think it's like some cartoon movie with ants. But there's like this whole scene where, they're trying to take out whatever is going on. But like the totalitarian dude is like basically just illuminating that concept that without, like, that we outnumber them so dramatically. So
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
so
It's a numbers game, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so like even if things start to shift a little bit, in people's minds, or certain events happen or whatever it may be, that people start to see through things, that can start to reverberate deeply within all kinds of layers and levels within a lot of systems. And I always say too, like, you know how everybody like was convinced to wear a mask within about a week? It's like it was like just a normal thing for them. Everybody had a mask and, you know, bought their different colors and whatever. But it's like, that's how quick it took for people to be convinced of that. So what about like how quickly could truth spread? If lies can spread that quickly, could truth spread as quick or quicker? That's a pretty intense idea. So like that maybe certain truths could actually, even though right now it seems like it's such an uphill battle and people are so, you know, resistant or whatever, but there could be a shift, you know, various shifting points to where people could wake up to things very quickly. If they can spread a fear virus that quickly, could they, you know, could the actual truth, you know, spread as quickly or quicker when the point comes?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think. You know what's fucked up? I don't think truth is going to be what makes the difference. I think there's a natural consequence that happens. There's like a balance between good and evil that God takes a part in, and that it doesn't matter either way. Like the system is naturally balanced, so God doesn't necessarily have to do anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you mean like the evil could just trip up on their own?
Well, like, okay, so the way I see, I said this before. You may not have been in the room. So, like those puzzles where there's one space missing and you move the pieces around.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like the ether, right? And then evil is kind of like this void that's always trying to escape, but it can't really escape. Because all it is it's convincing the other pieces that they can't fill the space. That's what it's doing. So it's moving all these pieces around, trying to create space, but in reality, it can't be done. So they're trying to achieve something that's not possible. And so inevitably, nature takes its course and it claims its space again.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's through cataclysm or through erosion or intervention of some sort. I don't know what the method is, but I know that like the system is self-maintained. Excuse me. Sorry. My bad. I couldn't press the mute fast enough.
No, you're good. But yeah, no, I hear you on that. Yeah, that's it's a good analogy.
I don't know if it is because like the way it should be is that all the spaces are full, but they've convinced us that one of them is empty. So maybe that's a better analogy.
Or I was just thinking, what if the one is empty that we could make a move, but they make us think that it's not? It's like,
Oh yeah, okay,
convince us
sure.
like, no, you can't move your pieces, you can't rearrange this shit. We got it locked down, but really it's an illusion, and we actually can do that. Like we can move it as needed, and if we do,
Yeah.
then they're effed. Good talk. Good talk. All right, I'm gonna jump off. I'll be probably listening for a bit, but
Yeah, man, for sure. Get some rest. Catch you later.
all right, cool, man. Yep. Talk to you later.
What's up, Don? What
Right.
what shit are you up to?
My most recent thought is being annoyed with Blood Sticker.
Okay.
Before that was only the last 2 minutes. Before that, I was uploading country songs to my YouTube and learning that the money algorithm for YouTube. Tried to add an end screen from my 500,000 views video to another 5,000 views video to channel the views at the end of one to the next video. It wouldn't let me. But I have managed to channel the views from the 5,000 view video to the 500,000 views video. The other way for some reason.
Hey, you have some talent for music. There's something. Do you ever feel like you need to improve on making music, or do you feel like you're in a groove that you feel good?
These country songs are just a guy from Canada that I like who sings about struggling in life and love and heartbreak and stuff. With my music, yeah, all the time I want to improve.
Yeah, I'm just talking about your music.
Yeah, when I'm obviously in general I want to improve, but also every time I'm working, I have to remind myself you can never be perfect, and the music you imagine and want to make is perfect music, which is impossible. So you have to lower your standards, like in quite a technical mind way, to be able to be happy with what you do create.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's okay, so I've been listening to your songs. And they're a mind trip, man. It's like I feel like, you know what it is? I feel like I'm being taken in two different directions.
The ones on Miles' channel.
Maybe, yeah, the Merle songs, yeah.
Yeah, these are my latest 3. They're coming out in January.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's intended, right? But I guess I wanted to ask if you're aware that it feels that way listening to it, that I'm being taken in two different directions. Like, it's like you're taking one piece of paper and just ripping it down the middle and pulling it like a Y.
Wow. What directions do you think they are?
No, just like two different directions. Because on one hand, you end up making, like, you set the groundwork for some really good shit, and then like it seems like you add a completely different song on the hi-hats or something, and then it seems like, oh, he's doing that with it, and I had no, like, it just confused me. Maybe that's how your brain works, though. I was curious. That's why
they are supposed to be 2 moments. So the very beginning is what you mix into the other song, the last song, and then the musical breakdown bit is supposed to shock people. So you drop out of the last beat into this new musical bit. They hear the bit of sample, they get freaked out, they get shocked by a bit of the sounds, and they like the music, and they have to stop dancing so they can feel their heartbeat. And there's no bass.
Yeah, like you definitely.
It builds up, and there's like another moment that kicks in. And I'm not always the best at transitioning, and sometimes I do it in a shocking fashion on purpose.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. It's kind of. I mean, it's entirely different than what I'm used to.
Two directions is also, I'm trying to get people to enjoy dancing, but I'm also creeping them out with some of the sound effects at the same time. So it's kind of like a dark ritual in some ways. You're moving your body, but you're also thinking, what the hell am I listening to? What's happening? Like, at the same time. But for most drum and bass people that have already know about the music, they're not going to be too shocked.
Yeah, I mean, I listen to drum and bass. Well, yours actually has more structure than a lot of drum and bass I've listened to. So compared to drum and bass, it's like on the upper end. I just was so confused that, like, I was getting these two big energies from your music when I was like, I don't know. Usually you go to a song, you're looking for like one energy. So
you mean like the musical bits and then the big drop that disturbs you?
No, it's not the drop at all. It's literally like you're taking like this. You take out a potato and you put it on the table, and you think to yourself, okay, he's putting a cut down the middle of the potato. He's kind of breaking it up a little bit. Okay, he's going to put some butter in there and put it in the oven, and we're going to have a baked potato. And like, no, you cut it down the middle, and then out of nowhere, there's this fucking machete that just chops that motherfucker up. And I'm just like, oh, okay. And it just didn't make any sense to me.
Sometimes there's even after the drop, there's switch ups. So you're in like a bit of a stagnant groove where you're skanking, and then suddenly there's like a faster beat and a big weird bass that comes round at the end. But yeah, it's supposed to be a bit shocking, I guess. But that's interesting to hear that, man. Thanks.
Yeah, like I almost want to like listen to some right now to give a better, because right now I'm just giving pure emotion. Like I can't think of any particular moment, but
I would say it is to do with the drop, the build up, and then the drop, because sometimes that is two different moments.
I don't know. That's kind of strange. So yeah, let me go ahead and click on it. I'll listen to it right now. See what happens. See what happens to me.
Some people just make normal, boring intros that you mix in and then it drops. But
Dude, I noticed that in the third one, even Merle like had trouble keeping up with you.
Yeah.
With the footage. Like the second one, brilliant.
Yeah.
First one, brilliant. Third one, he was even like, what the fuck do I put here?
Yeah.
know?
That big bass line, I learned to do that from a tutorial. Someone else copied a bass from a tune I really love, and then I watched the YouTube video of some nerd doing it, and I copied all of his settings. I came out with that big weird bass.
I'll have to go back. I can't.
Yeah, it was
give
weird
it right off the bat.
Merle hasn't really done his fast chops collage to a full beat properly synced, so I kept saying to him, you need to get this tighter, you need to get him on the beats. So he kept going back and making faster and faster chops, but it was a struggle for him, definitely.
It definitely seemed like he was struggling in that video. Yeah. It's kind of funny. Huh. Oh, I got the audio off. It's playing right now. Hold on. I'm going to listen to it.
Hospital exploded in Liverpool, apparently. Oh, no, somewhere a hospital exploded. The Liverpool taxi driver was a hero. Made some efforts. Oh, taxi explosion, Remembrance Day car bomb. Someone blew a taxi up on Remembrance Day. and the driver was heroic. I'm reading like 4 headlines at once. They're all different.
Okay, yeah. So the drum breakdown, ball, you know that shit. It's just like, oh, okay. But I think the other song did something similar. I have to go back and listen to it.
Yeah. I saw they're all a bit similar on this EP, and maybe I do go a bit wild with the drums. I'm trying different ways to like, build up into the big drop.
You know, I almost feel like you're like you have really good sound, but but nobody can enjoy it because they're being hit with too many sounds.
That's interesting. Yeah.
It's kind of like it's like if somebody pat you on the back, that would be pleasant, right? But if somebody fucking went to your back, you'd be like, oh okay.
Yeah, but this is dance music for rabid.
Yeah, but like how would you dance to it?
Well, you can dance half time.
How do you do it?
Dance with the snares, down on the kick, and then up on the snare.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, you're not the target audience, Rick.
Yeah, no. I'm not
supposed to blow your mind, and
I'm not pretending to be the target audience at all. I'm just like, I'm on the receiving end here. I'm like, oh, okay, you know.
Yeah, I think it's maybe it's a massage, and someone hitting you on the back, but you've agreed to it, and it's built up into a nice pattern of being hit on the back loads.
Okay. Alrighty then.
But really, these are just 2-minute, 3-minute moments in a set, and everyone's already on drugs. Everyone's already partying.
Yeah. So that's what you do. You do like rave stuff, or what do you do?
Yeah, I haven't DJed in a few years. A big gig.
You're trying to get back into a new style for yourself.
Well, it's always been hard to get gigs without making your own music, because basically with the new technology, anyone can DJ if you learn to with a laptop and a MIDI controller. Anyone can do it. A bunch of MP3s. So to be an artist act and get enough gigs, you have to have a catalog and make tunes. And obviously I could just make tunes for the rest of my life and still never get a gig, but that was my plan, to get a catalog and start making tunes so I can pretend to be a real artist rather than just a DJ. And then I hope to go back in the clubs when I'm 45 or something like this.
Yeah, by no means am I pretending to be your target audience, by the way. Like, I actually kind of enjoy the music. I just don't know how to enjoy it. It's like off for me somehow.
Show you a drum and bass live gig.
I clearly don't have much drum and bass exposure or something. Honestly, I don't listen to much music anymore, but I just enjoy hearing a song that maybe I used to know or something. Kind of like that these days.
I'm now remixing Colonel Bagshot, the 6 Days War fella song where he's singing about the war. Tomorrow never comes until it's too late. So I've just been stretching all that and trying to fit it to my own sounds.
Is all your stuff mainly in 4/4?
Yeah, definitely 4/4. There's not 4/4 kicks. There's not a kick on every beat. kick snare and then one kick off and then another snare.
Yeah, it's just the kind of subdivisions that are throwing people off. Yeah.
There was one house tune that was like 3/6. But I've never heard any others because it really puts people off dancing. So it's all 16-bar sections, like, I don't know, 15-second to 30-second sections on different dance music. 16 bars, and then it turns around, and you then go back into the loop.
See, you know what you're doing. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. That's clear.
Oh, but it's cool to hear that. It's shocking and weird to listen to. I don't know if that's good. It's good, but I don't know. Maybe I need to nuance some edges so that other people don't get blown away by it. They can actually relate easier. Like, I need to do some songs that don't shock people.
Yeah, no, it's definitely cool, man. Like I'm actually really impressed. Like with the you can tell like whoever's doing it is really good. It almost seems experimental. Like, hey, let's try this new thing.
On that Witchcraft first one, the whole cello bit that's all slow and half speed is from the trailer to the horror film Midsommar, which I got obsessed with. And then I found the trailer with all those cellos and just timed it and put it into my own tune. If you don't know how to dance, you literally just jump up and down. And you're springy on your feet.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Neat.
Sticker, can you buy a dictionary, please, so that you can understand some of the words we use in conversation?
Talking of blood thicker?
Yeah. He's denying the meaning of the word pull, the word attract, and the word force. Even I've showed him context and definitions, and I know he's read them before himself as well.
Is Stacy high? God damn. She might still be high from yesterday. Possible.
She's running with the joke, blood sticker joke. Pulling doesn't mean anything in the real world. It's just related to women and relationships. The word is a complete joke now. There's no reason to understand it. It's just a joke, a silly word. Cool. Ha ha ha.
But it's somewhat understandable, right? That's what most of these conversations
Oh.
just sort of denying reality, using semantics, playing word games.
He's increased his mic volume. Interesting.
I don't even know what's going on with my mic because it's like
it's
further
double
from
now
as it was previously. I don't
it's
change
double.
any settings, and then some days it's loud, some days it's soft. It's very confusing to me.
Hey Don, what do you think? Is it fucking loud or is it just me?
You've both got good mics today.
Oh, okay. Well, If I turn it down, I can't hear you then. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I just turned the whole thing down.
Not fucking recon squads.
I'll trigger him. A bomber dropping a mic. Fingers opened. The mic wasn't resting on a hand anymore. Earth's mass created a force-like phenomenon that pulled
Like little fucking
The
fishing
mic.
rods coming out and pulling it.
the mic to the floor. Boom.
Yeah.
Mic drop. Welcome to Globe Earth.
Pair.
That's the funniest thing about it to me. It doesn't really go one way or the other for like flat or globe Earth. You could just like, because a flat Earth has enough mysterious phenomena in it, you could just go, I don't know, without like it doesn't speak much to it. But it backs flat Earth as it is weird corner where they have to deny the existence of things going down.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Or be like, oh, I don't know what I call it. You prove it. You prove it. You prove it. Is that an experiment? Where's the independent variable? Like, it just becomes so bizarre.
His little hooks.
It's followed the psyop. Oh, I've fallen for it, don't you reckon, Dawn?
Yes. Some enjoy it. Some are great men to talk to and get along with. I've lost
I know,
all
I find
cognitive abilities.
Plenty can be easy to get along with.
Like any religion, it can affect your cognitive abilities.
Yes, my view on it is not just religions, but any form of extremism. So like being extremely left or right, being extremely religious, being extremely anything can make us adopt strange beliefs.
Yeah, I think that's what I mean by religion.
Yeah.
So globe for me, witchcraft for me, science for you, government for you, Earth, some other people.
Yeah.
Stacey's argument is Obama picked the mic up. That's why it dropped. Which is all I always find another weird semantic wormhole. Because yeah, he picked it up, but that isn't why it dropped. Why it accelerated. And it doesn't explain the mechanics of what happened. I explained it on VC for you, Bloodsticker. You can just deny it now. I know I explained the mechanics. You know I did, and other people in the VC know. So now you can just deny it.
I don't know. What's spooling on the mic, Don? If you can't explain the mechanics, that's okay.
You can't even have a debate, Ed.
No, I'm just fooling around. But seriously, what are they talking about? Relative density again?
Please God, no.
No one really did talk about that. It's Bloodsticker's point. We're spiraling, basically.
Well, if it's the case that you need to put energy into it, then why does a rock fall down a hill or roll down the hill? If it starts up the hill already, it's just there. Then how come it can roll down? What's going on there?
Almost like it's accelerating, and almost definitionally we would say that acceleration is caused by forces.
That seems logical.
I'm sure we could find some way to dispute it, though. Probably just by demanding evidence endlessly and trying to present my confusion as if it's evidence of something being untrue.
Or you could just have a higher point of elevation and say the heavier thing is just going to try to get back to the lower elevation because that's what makes sense. Because it's
the heavier thing, you mean the rock is heavier than the hill it's laying on? That's strange. Where did you get that from?
No, the heavy things will try to find
Well, you said the heavier thing.
My example was a microphone and being dropped from a hand into the air.
Yeah. Well, the air can't support the microphone.
Why is it going down, though?
Where else is it going to go?
Any other direction.
Why?
Float off.
Why?
Up, sideways, left,
Right
twisting.
down.
It could do any number of things. It seems to particularly do one thing.
Because it's heavy.
Why does heavy mean
See
down?
what I mean? Like Dawn gives such a good description of what happens.
Why does heavy mean down?
What?
Why do heavy things go down?
It's the path of least resistance.
And what do you mean heavy?
Isn't there less dense air above the microphone?
There's more air above it than beneath it.
I guess. Is that why it goes down?
So
what
could make it go up though? Because it's heavier than
no, Mal, the question is for you. We have an explanation why it's going down.
Okay, so the upward draft, although it might be less dense, because it's above the microphone, when you suspend the microphone, its mass, its weight kicks in. And because the air can't hold it, the only direction it can go in is down.
Right, so if you're holding the microphone, it doesn't have any weight.
You're not explaining it, Mark. Just say because God chose towards Earth.
Like, yeah,
I
that
am
makes more
explaining it.
sense.
That's the real
I am
flat
explaining
Earth
it. It's an object. It's a physical object, right? Suspended in nothing, air.
There isn't nothing.
It can't hold a microphone, though, can it? There's nothing to place the microphone
Oh, I
on.
agree, Mark. Mics don't float and hover in the air. They always go somewhere. I agree. They should. Well, in our reality, they seem to go down. So we say that as always going somewhere. Yeah, they don't float. But the question is, why is it always down? We believe gravity. That's our explanation. And we're just talking about that's what we believe because flat earthers don't have anything to believe. They just know it goes down. That's all they have.
Yeah, you don't need the pulling force.
What else would explain always things going towards Earth without a pulling force?
Because it would still happen without the pulling force. That's the point.
Oh.
But what would make it go that way? That's the question, right? A force will cause acceleration, right? Same as the steering wheel in your car or the accelerator or the brake. So what's the thing? Like, it is almost definitionally going to be a force, but even if we don't call it a force and say it's a downward bias, like, let me ask it a different way, Mel. The explanation you gave, does it satisfy you, or do you feel like there's more work needed to be done on that?
No, there's not more work that needs to be done at all. It's a basic phenomenon. It's not interesting.
Just accept things go down.
It's not interesting
because
so you don't have an explanation for what you describe yourself as a basic phenomenon, but you don't feel more work needs to be done on that.
Look at how Neil deGrasse Tyson demonstrates gravity. I mean,
right.
Are you okay with that? Like, he drops the microphone.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's on the one side.
Why are you satisfied with that?
Because it makes sense. It's coherent. It's logical. It's internally consistent. It explains the sum total of the phenomena, and most of all, it's useful.
How does it do all that? By dropping a microphone.
Not just by dropping a microphone, but it's a more detailed explanation than dropping a microphone. Dawn gave a pretty good run at it. Do you want to say your explanation of it again, Dawn?
But he doesn't explain it. He just drops the mic. And when he gets asked to explain it,
he's saying, why is that a good explanation for gravity?
Oh, I don't think it's a good explanation. I think it's a demonstration.
He shrugs a girl asks him, like, what is gravity? And he shrugs his shoulders and says, we don't know.
But I mean, I think that's accurate. Like, we don't fully know what it is, but you can give a pretty good explanation to it. But would you like, if you were a glober, would you like a better explanation for it? Or as a flat earther, would you like a better explanation or demonstration than Neil deGrasse Tyson's dropping a microphone?
Yeah.
As a glober, you just believe stuff, don't you? He drops a mic.
I certainly don't just reject stuff. Yeah. So I guess we're probably, I don't just hear somebody say something that makes sense and go, oh, that's probably false because the person's got a paycheck or something.
It's all started because you said you feel something pulling on you.
After you asked,
and then you backed it up
for a demonstration of gravity.
Oh, I don't think there's any.
Pull to the fucking ball.
Yeah, I feel pulled down into the chair right now. I feel pulled. I feel constantly pulled down downwards.
Mate, go.
You need to sort your mic out, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty shit. My apologies.
Just clips a bit when you get excited.
What is that accent, Bloodsticker? What accent is that?
You're just roboting.
What
You're just
accent?
roboting.
What accent do you have?
It's shit, mate. I don't know. I was born in Hartlepool, grew up in London. Fuck knows. You
I was
might
going
get
to say London.
Yeah.
London town, yeah.
You could balance your London accent with real wisdom and wit. You haven't yet.
No, why do I do that?
To sound more intelligent, to seem
I
more
think there's
intelligent.
something super cool about hearing a like not accent you don't normally associate with like intelligence or being learned with somebody saying it. Stuff that's like super intelligent.
Like Dell.
Don't think I've ever met Dell. You talk about him a lot, but I don't think I know him. Where's he from?
You should go listen to him one day. Paisley in Scotland.
Glasgow. Aye.
And is he still in these rooms, Mel?
Nah,
No.
too smart. He's too smart for that. But you could go have a chat with him. He opens the floor. If you want to talk about something, he has a go.
Tell him how you're being pulled to your ball.
Runs a flat earth room or something?
He just sits in his shed and opens the floor and go have a chat to him.
It can go a few ways when you chat to Dell.
What are the ways?
Super angry, and then he hangs up on you, but then talks about you for 20 minutes.
It's like that's like the fairly standard thing.
That's like one, yeah.
That's like what's his name does that? Darth Dawkins does that. QE does that. Nathan does that. That's a pretty common one.
He's talked to you
They'll talk over.
times, Dawn.
Yeah.
He didn't hang up on you straight away.
No, but eventually, you know, with a lot of Glow people, if they don't listen to how he's talking, he will hang up.
Mm.
But that's one of the ways I'm saying. The other way is you'll have a bit of banter, and then he'll get annoyed later and start talking about balls. Hey, balls. I haven't actually many people because most of the people that try and talk to him are idiots themselves, like Jem and me at the time, and other people.
Yeah.
Got Beach once. That was really a failed one, wasn't it?
Because he can be fucking really thoughtful and philosophical, even. I don't know. The angry side. What's that?
You should meet him in person. He's a genuine bloke.
There you go. Bloods has met him.
I knew, well, Dell pouring the water on the amongst the glow because the water falls down and won't stick on the football. That's what flat earthers think. That's what flat earthers think. But for me, it's a demonstration of gravity because the water is falling off the ball towards Earth. Again.
Yes, it's a funny demonstration of two things too, because they're always like the water falls off the ball. I'm like, but it's still wet, isn't it? Like the ball didn't immediately magically dry itself. So
no.
And I would love to be able to know it enough to be able to go how much water stayed on the ball versus how much water are there in the oceans of Earth.
Well, I mean, how much water should have been pulled? That's us arguing that Earth is like a sponge and it just holds on to some of the water if you turn the gravity off, like a sponge.
Yes. Yeah, but I don't think like you're finding, you know, give a good explanation of gravity and people just ask funny questions. So it's, I think, can be like more worthwhile, like, or more fun. Sorry, not worthwhile, more fun to like accept ludicrous premises and keep running with them.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's like, okay, according to you, this is a good test of the Earth. Why does that soccer ball still have oceans?
if it's Earth, why does it have a muddy footprint on it?
Yes. Plus, an inflating ball would be quite good because that would explain the black swan.
Whoa.
In one Flash video once, a man walked by a lake and said, "Look, contained," for about 15 minutes, and that was it. He spent 15 minutes explaining how the lake has edges and that's how the water stays in. Then was like, "Ta-da, flat Earth."
Then what's keeping it down?
God's will.
Oh, I see.
I've worked out that you can only really make good money on YouTube if you get tens of thousands of clicks. Thousands of clicks isn't enough.
Yeah, you need a fair bit.
You're done. You're done.
Hey.
Well, we've all mocked each other's now. What should we do now?
Sorry about that. That's my niece. She's like, y'all done. You're done. I think I hear the words "you're done." I don't know if it came from some TikTok thing. I'm not sure, but I've heard that probably at least 200 to 300 times a day. You're done. See.
I know it comes from the whole world and all culture, but in Discord, I noticed it from Brit and Sin and Jerry, I think. I just copied it because I liked it. Last night was weird. I was trolling and bantering with the young teenage Glober laser dude. And we were talking about God. He was trying to debunk God. Oh, what's my point? I'm well done. Fuck. Oh, yeah. So I said, science can never explain how for you to love a dog. You have to learn how to love a dog through going inside with your heart and your brain. And with your dog.
Going inside a dog?
No, going inside yourself to your heart and brain. But anyway, he came back with, "I am an aromantic." That's a word I've never heard of. I googled it and it says he's
aromantic, yeah, like asexual.
Yeah, he can't love. So he's 15 and he thinks he's already been diagnosed with not being able to love. And that could be part of why he's such a scientism atheist nerd.
Yeah.
So when he comes today, I'm going to have to ask him, is this really true? Are you diagnosed with it? Because that's serious.
Dun, 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 dun.
It's just called unromantic. Do you think that's a made-up term, Harry? Like asexual might just be someone that's very, very shy and decided, I never want to have sex.
Yeah, I think all of those words are just made up. I would struggle to find a word that doesn't fall into that category. But I do think there is a huge drive at the moment for people to go, oh, if I can find a label that somehow fits into, like, bizarrely we used to try to fit in, whereas now fitting in, I think, is like, oh, I'm actually a minority because I'm X, you know?
Yeah. Oh, like me with Witch. That's exactly what I did with the label Witch. I knew what I was doing to, almost.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, we want to define ourselves, but I think it's also a bit weird to be asking a 15-year-old, like, how do they feel about the world and the other sex, because it's likely to change a bit between...
He came to challenge us, was saying God's rubbish, prove God, atheism is the opposite of religion, getting loads of things wrong. He said scientism doesn't exist, and then he admitted that was his point of view, that science is the best way to find truth. He said, I'll go away and think about if this is my position. He just denied it. And I was just coming up with ideas of how sometimes you need more than science to function. Loving a dog was my example.
I reckon a lot of people deep down are scared of God.
Yeah.
Good one.
Even the thought of something like that.
You know what that means? They're scared of themselves. That's what that means.
Like fucking God.
They're scared of themselves and God and their knowledge of God and feelings. They give away their soul.
Well, Matt.
I think if I'm afraid of God, like, I think on some level maybe, like particularly if it's anything like the God of the Bible. Because once I started reading that book, I was like, this person.
Oh, yeah.
Put this person in charge of anything. Like vengeful, spiteful, violent, punishing people who didn't make mistakes.
Imagine if the real God's worse than that.
And they could be.
Yeah. I mean, that's just man's idea of worse. Just man's idea of a judgmental father. Imagine what a real one would be like. I think more what I think about you, Harry, you're more scared of looking into yourself to admit God. Because you don't know what the idea of God is yet. You only know really the Christian idea and some others.
Admit what, God?
There you go. That was my point just now.
You don't have a point. You're just making a claim.
Admit the God that's inside you after you find out what it is and you feel it.
So I'm God? What are you saying?
No, it's inside. You are God, yeah, but you'll find it inside. You don't look like God. You don't act like God. So silly just to say you are. You can't be.
Would it be possible to tell that apart from looking inside, finding myself in there, and calling that God?
Yes, but it's very similar process.
So how would I know if I'd done one versus the other?
Well, one would leave you with a nice, satisfied feeling of who you really are in the universe, what you are, and the other would be a connection to the universe with you and understanding that as divine.
So how would I tell if I had a nice, satisfied feeling versus a connection to the universe?
You'd feel it.
One will feel different. One will feel like a connection and a relationship, and
Yeah,
one will feel like you.
like a relationship.
I can feel connected to the universe.
It doesn't seem like a
without
super.
God.
This is something you bring it into your awareness.
Yeah.
But then you kind of invest in it. Put time aside each day to connect.
Yeah, I can do all of that without any God. So how would I tell the difference then?
You'll only find yourself.
It's good that you do that.
Once you find yourself, Ed, you'll be more open to God.
No, it doesn't matter if it's good if I can do that. The point is, how do you differentiate that from an actual God? And so far, you're not telling me anything.
I already explained how you differentiate.
Are you keeping yourself alive, Ed?
Well, yes.
You grow your own hair. How do you know? You don't know how to do it, do you? You just let it happen.
Oh no, but I've stopped growing my hair, so obviously I'm in charge of it.
Yeah, but you have to do an action. How do you breathe? You know what I mean? You don't know how to breathe yourself, do you? You just breathe.
Yeah, none of those to me seem really super robust. Because
evidence for God. It's just cool things to think about.
Yeah.
What's keeping you alive?
I don't know. Nothing that's discernibly a God.
No, just maybe there's something there.
Yeah, what's helping you evolve?
That's right.
Lack of a God?
It's your heart. That's what keeps you alive.
Lots of things, including people around me.
I mean, you could say everything, yeah.
Food,
heart's the
sunlight.
main thing that pumps the blood round.
Yeah. Struggle to think of anything that exists that isn't in some way slightly helping keep me alive.
Right. There's something though you just can't quite put your finger on, right?
No, not really. No, not in that way. Like
it's always there, like in the morning before you go to bed. It's always there.
For you, maybe.
No, it is for everybody. Like whether they realize it or not.
I can tell you're fibbing, Harry, when you speak about God. I can tell you're fibbing.
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 What do you think I'm fibbing about?
You're pretending you can't feel it for semantic argument purposes.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't know how to convince you of that. I mean,
well, if you're alive, right, something is keeping us all alive.
I mean, you just keep saying that over and over again, Mel.
But isn't it true?
It doesn't seem that way to me, no. I mean, you've not presented much that makes me likely to think.
So when you've got like a dead body, what's not there?
What do you mean? What's not there?
So
most of what was there a moment ago is now not.
Right. So there's a difference between like living and being dead, right?
Yes.
But if you are just the quote unquote atoms that make you up, then in your worldview, the difference between that dead body and a live one is nothing.
If you're, is that a question about my worldview, or are you asserting that's my worldview? Because that's a very strange worldview.
I am asserting that because you, sir, would you agree, to use your terminology? Would you agree that you are just a collection of atoms and meat and just a bag of?
No, I think some of the most remarkable part about what makes a person, I mean, I think the sort of atoms, the makeup of their physicality is among the least interesting. The most interesting is whatever the hell's going on in their head. I mean, I don't think
you'd agree that bit goes when you die.
Yeah. Electrical signals stop.
Oh, so it's just electrical signals, even though it's the most amazing thing.
Electrical signals, but there's.
You just said it's the best thing about being alive is the conscious bit, and then you said it's just electrical.
Most interesting. I don't think it's just
a bit of a contradiction.
I think it's probably a mix of electrical signals and neurotransmitters, and probably a couple of other things we haven't yet learnt about besides that.
And love and hate.
Sure.
And desire and annoyance.
What would you say is what would you say is causing those electrical impulses?
I don't. What do you mean causing them?
Well, the physical objects. Your brain exists, but you said that what is going on could be attributed to electrical impulses. So I'm asking, what is there before you die as opposed to after you die? What's the difference?
I mean, there's activity and then there's none.
Right. Now, what is that? What is causing that activity?
I mean, a previous state of activity. I mean, it seems to sort of start with conception and then go from there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the thought I'm having now part of the reason I'm having it now is because of the thought and the behavior that preceded it, which was having this conversation with you all. I mean, the view to me is like, I would say we agree on most of it, right? If I say to you that Hindus believe in a virtually never-ending cycle of reincarnation where you go through being all sorts of different species and all sorts of different kinds of humans, and you never actually aren't alive, and sometimes you might actually have gods take over your form and walk around on the earth wearing you like a little skin suit, you would go, that sounds silly, right? Unless you're a Hindu or sort of held to a sort of pantheistic belief. Most of you, I think, would go, well, I don't have much experience that matches that. That doesn't seem to me super reasonable, and so I don't think it's the case. Wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So on my view and your view when it comes to Hinduism is very similar. My view and your view when it comes to the Greek pantheon or the Roman gods.
I believe all of these pantheons.
Mazda. Does everybody know that Mazda, the car company Mazda, is named after the Zoroastrian god Mazda? Like their big god's called Mazda. And somebody's like, that's a good name. I'm going to name a car company after it. But yeah, for most of those, I mean, unless you believe in,
they're all stories about God.
Right. Yeah. Yep. I think all of them could be touching on what is ultimately true. I wouldn't say that any of them are quote unquote wrong, but they're just describing different aspects, or they're describing the same thing in a different way.
But I mean, that's why I invoke Hinduism. There's a fundamental difference between a one-shot religion like most Abrahamic ones, right? And ones where you live again and again and you reincarnate, right? The two are mutually exclusive. Even if they're both talking about God, they're making other metaphysical claims about reincarnation.
Just mentioning two cultures' ideas doesn't debunk it. That means there's more to think about.
Right, and then the difference.
I'm just trying to sort of share with you, like that I get the impression from listening to you guys speak like you feel like your experience and my experience is very different. I'm just trying to point out it's actually very similar.
Right.
Well,
and
it's not.
They're skipping over the point that the religions are have things in them that are not compatible, like reincarnation with
because there's something.
Either reincarnate.
You're conflating religion with God again.
Yeah, there's something
That's not-
outside the religion that's just everybody's personal experience.
Sure. Could that include, as it does in Hinduism, not believing in any of it and thinking it's all false?
Well,
The difference is that sorry, Mo. I just want to get this out. Is that the difference between all of these religions and atheism is that those religions could account for such things as consciousness, where these things come from that are not material. But atheism, the naturalistic view, can't.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't try to. I think it's arrogant to try to say, I know how all of existence started. I think even that's the case for people who say we know what happens picoseconds after the Big Bang. I think that's arrogant, but I think it's an arrogant pursuit to think that we know we can describe the beginning of existence, but I don't. I don't think atheism does. Atheism just says, I think of the answers I've seen, none of them seem accurate.
I think atheism doesn't say anything about that.
Yeah, it just says, of the answers I'm given from theism, I don't hold to any of them. I think
That's
they're
a
all
good point, Harry. That's why you need to look inside and find your own answers, not from theism. So you keep looking at theism as a way, that's why I don't believe in God. But that means you misunderstood what God is supposed to be.
Well, I think
you're reacting to religion and forgetting God.
Well, I think I do look inside, but what I think I see when I look inside is a beautiful, very interesting, rich existence that doesn't need a creator to explain it. What I see when I look inside are many of the
you don't need a creator to explain it. You need a creator to add to it.
So
it makes sense. It makes sense of being a human and understanding you live in a mystery.
No, but to me, the creator doesn't make any sense. So it's kind of not an answer.
Most of the creators, particularly the Christian one, like there are inherent contradictions within it. You don't even need to go without.
Your default's back to that.
And you go there are fundamental.
Yeah.
That's all you've looked into, Christianity. You don't know anything else.
Because it's like there's
a lot of
I've got a pretty good idea about Hinduism. I think I've a vague
all your
understanding.
idea is, Harry, is that one debunks the other and the other one debunks the other, so they're both not true. That's all you know about them.
No. Well, you're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, for many of them, like Christianity particularly, it's internally inconsistent. There's things within it's the religion that mean you cannot take all of it seriously because there are bits that contradict other inherent bits. Like, does intercessory prayer work? Like, either God knows what's going to happen, so there's no point praying to him to make it different, or God doesn't know what's going to happen.
None of it's an argument against God. It's all avoidance of God.
Right. Couldn't we just say that they seem inconsistent to you because you, quote unquote, don't just understand? Which is a typical refrain that, we hear from, quote, globe earthers or, flat earthers too.
Do you believe in the laws of logic, Jerry?
Do I believe in them?
Laws of non-contradiction?
Do I believe in it?
Excluded middle?
Do you accept those? Do you accept those?
Is A and A is and not A can never be A?
There's a fundamental flaw in the whole thing here, because what usually happens is God is anthropomorphized, so either into a human being or some kind of deity. But the thing called the divine is everything. An insect, a bird, a cat, everything you can think of has come from a mind. Like, you can't escape it. Things don't just get here by themselves.
I don't claim they do. I think that all of the explanations that come from theism are bad explanations, and all the explanations that come from atheism or lack of theism are also bad explanations. So I think the more consistent position to hold is go, I've got no idea how it all got here, and it's
But how could then randomness and chaos form into logical, coherent statements? Like even
But do you
right
not
there, we
understand
can do that.
that's what you've presented right now is inconsistent. It's internally inconsistent. What you're saying is we've got no idea how it got here, and then the very next breath you're going, hey, by the way, I've got an explanation as to how it got here. Like the two are just inconsistent. You've got to pick either we don't know how it got here and I throw up my arms and I say, I don't know, or you say, I do know and it was God. You can't use I don't know as a stepping stone to get to God.
I'm not doing that. I'm saying that there are logical inconsistencies with our understanding of what reality, God, anything pretty much you can think of. This is the arrogance again of human beings, that I'm not sitting here claiming to know, but I'm on the right track because honesty.
How do you know you're on the right track?
Because I'm doing my best to be as intellectually honest as possible, and I recognize my own flaws, errors in thinking. I'm very astute when it comes to what processes are happening in my own mind. I can't read your mind, but I can read my own.
Would it be possible to do all of those things and come to the wrong conclusion?
Of course, it's always in play.
Aware of their own mind and.
Well, I'm not trying to figure the whole thing out. What I'm really doing is trying to learn from the experience itself. I'm not trying to alter it too much. I'm trying to tune into it. I'm tuning into life. I'm not trying to control it. I don't want to control you, what you think, your behavior. You're you. You do you, Harry. I'm just trying my best to do me.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not criticizing you or what you're doing. All I was saying was to go from I don't understand how we got here to then
because
reach
we're all in the driver's seat to us. This is just how I see it to a certain extent. You're the king of you. I'm the king of me, and we're on the earth and we share it together, as does everybody else. So if we could all get along, even though we're all different, we see things differently, we might have a deeper understanding of potentially, what this is really about. If we just fight fucking for hundreds of years just for land and to be the best, that kind of seems a bit played out.
Can I ask Jerry a quick question if he's still here?
Yeah, what's up, Mailman?
Yeah, you said that it could be that that riding on eggshells doesn't understand the Christian God, and that's why he thinks that it's illogical. Did you say that?
I did.
Yeah. Could it be that you just don't understand the nature enough for you to understand that it can come up with these things that we observe?
Well, that's if you believe it. Like once you're in it, you could understand it, but from outside, you could say, this is bullshit, and I get it. But that's what the opposing side would say: is you just don't understand, which is why it requires you to, believe it first, and then you could kind of, square those circles.
So you can't say that methodological naturalists or Muslims are wrong because you're not one of those.
Well, I'm not going to quibble about, religion.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Mailman, not understanding nature enough is God.
No, that's
You existing in nature and having no idea where it came from, that's God.
Okay, I can say that it's a blubber goose, and you can't prove me wrong. It's not God, it's blubber goose.
I know you're making that up, though.
Yeah, and people have made up gods forever.
Yeah,
I'm
and that's
not
my
making-
main
I'm not
reason for
making
not
it up.
believing in God.
I'm
That it's
explaining
so strikes me
Vague.
as something very similar to something made up. It
Yeah,
looks
I have a
exactly
mind,
like it
therefore-
would be if it was made up.
You not knowing
I
where
go,
the
no.
universe came from, that's not made up, that's a fact.
Yeah, but God doesn't answer the question.
It's not an
No.
answer, it is the thing, the question.
Yeah,
That's not a God.
you're doing the wrong thing here. You're associating God with like religions and extremists and stuff like that. Like God is like the fact that you have an idea, that you exist, that you have a consciousness and all this stuff. This is not This is not like made in nature. This is something that God makes, gives to you. You know, like the
That's
space,
religion.
everything. No, it's
By
not. Like
definition.
I'm not religious at all.
If the religion is worship and believe in deities.
No,
So that's the
really.
definition.
I'm not religious
That's
at
the
all.
definition.
Well,
Okay,
maybe you
then
should
you
look
have
up a different book.
Well, maybe you should
You only
call
read
someone
the
to
first
change the
definition,
definition.
mailman. There's loads more.
No, I'm not religious at all. I'm self-aware that something more. So you have to understand everything is a derivative of everything is a derivative of. So there was a whole that divided itself, and we are part of the derivative. You understand?
That's a claim.
No, it is a logical deduction.
How do you logically deduce that there was a hole
I
that
just,
divided
I
itself?
just did. I just did.
No, you
You just
didn't do the
stated it.
deduction. You just said it.
We are all derivatives of a greater thing, and
Yeah,
that
how did you get to that?
would be God.
What was the steps you got to that? There was a hole, and
Because-
we're derivatives of it.
Because in every place that there is a space, something is formed to take its place.
What?
What?
That's just like when I look and I see stuff, there's stuff. Therefore, there's a God that divided itself into multiple parts. That doesn't make any sense at all, man.
It
I'm outside
absolutely
of a-
makes sense. Mom
I'm
spaghetti.
outside of a
bitch.
store. I'm outside of a store now. There's cars, so there has to be an ultimate car somewhere, which created all these cars.
Yeah, it's
No,
not
no,
logically
no,
consistent. There's no.
No,
Oh,
no,
it's
no,
not.
no, no.
You
You're,
misunderstood
these
his
cars are
argument
pod cars.
completely.
you're totally see. You know what it is? You don't even understand what a god could be. A god, if a god that made a car would absolutely not be a car or a supercar. A god that made humans would not be
God.
human.
So
You understand?
okay, so Jesus wasn't God. And if I have a
Exactly.
mind, if I have a mind, then God can't have a mind because God can't create minds because he's not a mind.
It would
Would
it
you-
would be a different type of entity that was able to divide itself into everything that we see and experience.
Okay, well I call that universe because that is a whole that contains every part.
Exactly.
Mind-
The universe.
God.
Yeah.
The universe is God. Exactly. Thank you.
Sure.
And
sure.
mind,
Okay.
mind is
I mean, I
immaterial. Brain is
I
physical.
can go with that. There is a
Well, that's-
God,
I mean-
which is just existence, and it doesn't have a mind.
I know
It
that
doesn't
you.
make
I know that you're
decisions.
agreeing because of a logical deduction, but there's a deeper extract that comes with that. Is that it's a different? It's kind of like when you. Okay, it's the moment when you realize logically that the Earth is flat, and then it's the month of processing it before you come to the real essence of what it means.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, you've logically deduced that the universe itself is God, and you are also part of that universe. So you're part of God. You're a division. You are a derivative of, right? But now begins the learning, because now you're going to process it, and you're going to realize that, oh shit, I am the stupidest thing. Like I cannot believe it was in front of me the whole time.
I mean,
Now
yeah,
you've got
universe
the
exists, and
opportunity.
if God is existence, then sure, yeah, everything that exists exists. Therefore, existence is existence. So yeah, I mean,
Right.
I've
You're
always
not-
known that.
You're not an atheist anymore.
I am, because atheist by definition is someone who rejects like deities, the existence
Yeah.
of
But you
deities.
just admitted a deity. You call it the universe.
No, that's not a deity. Just like
You
Rick
just
said, it's
agreed
not a
that's
deity.
God. You
But
agreed
if
with
you
Rick.
if you
That's
believe
not a
in the
deity.
universe because it is self-evident, then you are a theist, my friend.
No, not by definition.
No, it seems like a very
No.
reductive Like,
Yeah, you redefine words.
We believe in something.
trying to
You
challenge
believe
the
in something.
existence of God.
Understand
Do
nature
we
is
just
God,
say
and not
say I'm an
mere
atheist.
existence is
That's
God?
a contradiction.
You believe
I
in
can say
something.
cars. I can
You
say
have to get
cars are Satan, and cars exist. Therefore, you are a Satanist
Do you-
because you accept that cars
Moment.
exist.
Moment. Do you believe in nothing?
What do you mean?
Well, do you believe nothing exists?
Nothing can't exist.
Exactly.
So
Doesn't that
Infinite
prove
universe.
God right there?
Infinite universe.
no,
That's
it
not-
means
that's
that there's
God.
something rather than nothing.
It's,
God puts something.
Eternal
God
universe
puts
that you
Jesus.
can't
something.
explain. Welcome to God again.
There's no logic in this room.
No,
yeah,
you've
but
either got
it's
something
also
or you've got nothing.
much
Yeah, we have
Okay.
something.
so
So
swiftly away
because you
from
have
making an
something.
evidential claim to go stuff exists, therefore stuff is God.
I just
Well, so
Yeah.
how can
I just
something come
point
from
point
nothing?
out this mailman. You agreed with Riggs. You
Nobody
said
says
sure,
that.
that's God. You said sure, the universe is God, and then you said no, it's not. I'm an atheist. I don't
I
believe
He was
agreed
clearly
with
taking
this.
the piss when he agreed.
I agreed that the universe exists, and if he redefined God as the universe, then sure,
Well,
God exists,
That's what we
but it's
did.
not a deity.
anything,
That's what we did.
anything
Yeah.
but the universe.
You agreed
Yeah.
now.
The
But then it's
universe
not a
is
deity
God. It
anymore.
is the
You're now a
creation. It is the
theist
whole.
Doesn't
that
have to be a
understands
man.
God.
An
It's
old
just
dude.
purely physical then,
with
because
tablet.
universe is purely
It's
physical.
just sort of
So,
not. It's a non-claim. It becomes a non-claim.
yeah,
Right?
and a non-God.
If all you're doing is claiming this thing that is as simple as, well, dirt and dust and rocks exists, therefore God is dirt and dust and
It's
rocks,
not dirt
then
and
it's
dust and
impossible
rocks.
to deny its existence.
It's
But it's
love
also
and
meaningless.
cathedrals and black holes.
Yeah, you can process
Stars,
it.
Gravity.
moons.
Oh, the apple, the steak, the rocks and dust, everything that you're talking about, the beauty, the tragedy, it's all God. The universe is God. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It becomes meaningless as a claim.
No, it doesn't,
Yeah.
Harry.
No, it
It
doesn't.
doesn't,
How
because
does
Yeah,
now
it
you
does.
know you exist in divinity. That's not
My
meaningless,
car,
is it? How is
my
that
Meaningful.
car
meaningless?
is God then. A
Meaningful.
lollipop is a God.
Yeah,
A dildo is a God.
they're all parts
So,
of
I mean,
God.
it's meaningless word then.
Abstractions.
No,
Something
that's
then.
us.
My denial of the
We
existence
brought the dildo.
of God
Humans brought the dildo. and
is my
shoes.
denial.
You
of the
really have to
existence.
go to a dildo as God though. Did you have to take it to that extreme?
Yes, Harry. You're atheism is
Not
part of
extreme.
God's
I can
There
go
you go.
way
Okay.
more extreme.
I'm godly in my rejection of God.
God's doing his work by helping you try to be an atheist and have it fail in reality so that everyone can see. That's
Working
part of
pretty
God's
well.
work.
It's going okay thus far.
No, it's not. You don't understand normal man-to-man honesty and logic and conversation and thoughts.
Do I not?
It's not going well, no.
You do and I
Atheism
don't.
has affected your cognitive
Now
ability.
getting into an evidential discussion, how could we demonstrate that you understand man? What was it? Men and communication,
Yeah.
and I don't.
Communication, adult discussion,
Right.
man honesty.
So
Yeah.
how can we test
and
whether
thinking.
I
Thoughts.
understand man-to-man communication, honesty? Because then we'd be in something that
You do understand it, but not as well. You're failing at it.
right. So I do. So we've gone from I don't understand it to I do understand, but not as well. Is this the honesty
You're
you're talking?
failing at it. You're
Yeah.
failing at it.
Imagine if you added God to the Great Harry. You could only be better.
Yeah, it's
At
just
this
I see the opposite. I see like this is some of my reason why, like, even if it did exist, which I'm fairly confident it doesn't, I would be like, because of the people, dose dependent, of the people who believe in God, the more they believe in God, the worse they get at those things. The more likely they are to be violent to fellow humans as well, is another key one for me.
Sometimes.
They're not ready to humble themselves. Clearly, they've got the ego to hold on to.
You mean violent extremists or me?
Yeah.
No, that's
You.
Southern
That's a silly
Baptists
example.
or
Oh. Why is it a silly
Islamists or-
example? Like, because if
Why
I said
don't-
this cake is good, and you said how good, and I said really good, and then of the people you surveyed had eaten the cake, depending on how much they'd eaten, they went from like somebody who was kind of nice to their neighbors, from people who just had a crumb or two, to people who'd eaten like 5 slices were quite likely to chop your head off. Wouldn't you go, that cake thing's fucked?
Well, what if I was
The
like a
more
real
cake they eat, the worse they get.
Well, what if I was a real loser, right? Like a mean king, and like I just had banquets, and I was just all about myself and my own greed, and just getting fat and disgusting, right? I didn't care about anything.
What food would you have at your banquet meal?
Just meat. Just be meat everywhere. But like, anyway, one day
That sounds good, though.
I have like a dream or something, and I just see that I'm an asshole. And there's this thing, and it's just saying like, you got to change your ways. Like, you can do better. And so I
stories.
Well, there's just this.
Sounds like a story of
Say
King.
there's something that's wiser and smarter than us, like the father archetype, if you will.
Is the more people buy into that, the worse they treat their fellow human beings. They deny them access to healthcare. They chop their heads off. They mutilate them on birth. They practice honor killings in proportion to how much they've eaten of this.
You're only going to have one slice, Harry. It's going to be great, and it's going to improve your day.
But I wouldn't want to like one slice is like kind of believing in God. Like if God exists, I'm eating the whole fucking cake.
But the point I'm trying to make is
at the most. You're not allowed any more than 2.
Don't you think potentially there is like an idea, at least, that if there was a creator, that the creator wouldn't want us to suffer and just fight each other? Like, don't you think the creator would want something better than that for us?
Sure, but I mean, I'm pretty good at doing that as an atheist, right? I've particularly as part of being an atheist, have devoted a lot of my life to doing that. So I also don't understand why the creator would really give a fuck about whether I believed in them or not. Right? If I'm good to other people,
What if he created Fight Club?
Or maybe he did, and then he's that's what I'm saying. Where this started, like with a Christian God, like if it is anything like it's described in any of the religions I've come across, particularly Christianity, I wouldn't want to worship that kind of a God. I doubt his existence, but if I had an inkling that kind of a God did exist, knowing how jealous he is, knowing how upset he gets when you question his existence, I would deliberately question his existence just to piss him off. Sounds like an awful God.
I'm going to introduce you now to the mother goddess, which is the night sky that you get to look at through your expensive telescope and camera, and Lucifer, which is all knowledge that you get to take in and then use to feel good and look good.
I would worship Lucifer, particularly Anton LaVey's version of Lucifer. I would absolutely worship that.
See, that's God. You just choose Lucifer and the mother, the night sky and knowledge.
Yeah, sure.
And
Anton LaVey version, I think, is a great version of a God worth worshipping, one that wants you to seek things out and doubt all things and treat other people with respect, even if you disagree with them, and seek truth and beauty and knowledge, and even if it leads you into places that are scary. I like that kind of a God. I just hate the kind that demands obedience and won't let you, like, because that's the Anton LaVey's version of the Garden of Eden, isn't it? But that's, I think, also pretty close to the original version, which is that the tree, the Garden of Eden tree, was actually the tree of knowledge, and it was the arrogance of humankind that got them cast out of the garden because they wanted to learn, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's all abstractions of God. You just worship the bits that you find powerful.
No. Bits I find powerful are critical thinking, and it assaults that sense, so I ignore it.
You're getting called out in the chat here. Eggshells by Reckoner.
Yeah, sure. And it seems pretty proud to accuse somebody else of being proud and claiming you know what's going to happen in the future. Doesn't it? I'm saying I don't know what's happening. I just don't find these arguments compelling. To say you are proud and you are going to fall is both being proud of your own position and making a judgment about the future, which is, sure, hold to it. You'll all die not knowing. I just think doubt makes people better people.
You know, the cake thing is actually an allegory to the fountain of wisdom. You're supposed to just have a sip or a cup. You're not supposed to down the whole thing.
Sure,
I don't think I'm gonna get through to you, eggshells, but I think this is probably the final warning for you.
Final
like
warning.
the things that are coming out of your brain that are extruding from your coming out of your mouth, they're the final words of a sad man.
Oh.
So
Glad you're able to recognize
I mean,
that.
I don't know how God works exactly, but I'm pretty sure everything you just said is lining you up for some failure. So I'm just letting you know, like, just be careful with what you think and what you say, okay?
With delicious arrogance. That's always what I find. That's, again, like everywhere I look within the behavior of religious people, I just see such obvious contradictions.
Yeah, I'm not religious, by the way.
Arrogance. Yes, you are. You define it differently, but I mean, by the definition, I've posted it up there. Do you believe and worship a superhuman controlling power? Doesn't mean you're a Catholic, but you are religious. Being religious doesn't mean you follow a particular religion, but you are religious, I'm sorry to tell you.
I mean, by my argument, I use on atheists and scientism people, Riggs is religious, but he doesn't act out his religion in any real religious way. It's just acknowledgement and living with the acknowledgement.
He just did it, though.
Oh, I'm preaching it. Preaching it does help him. Yeah.
Like some weird boss of all things. Like
no, he's just saying he's saying be honest, Harry. He's just saying don't speak shit.
Yeah, it's arrogance. There it is again.
But by my argument, by my logic there, Harry, by my logic, you're already religious to atheism and scientism and government. So
sure,
it would be better if you jump from all of those three to just acknowledging God like Riggs, you'd be better off.
Yeah, your definition is wrong, so yeah, of course you're going to say it's a religion.
It's been posted. My definition fits.
Well, if you go by the second or third, but I go by the first. And it's the first for a reason.
They're all valid.
Doesn't matter. There's a difference between religion and an organized religion.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, to say I don't follow any organized religions or I don't adhere to any particular religion, sure. But to say I'm not religious while you do believe in a superhuman controlling higher power, it's just wrong. It's just incorrect.
You have to worship that power too. You could just believe and never worship. And I think you can argue you're not religious then. You just accepted the power.
Sure. Yeah, if you go, I think God exists, but fucking...
My argument would be that Riggs might not even worship a deity, God. He might just appreciate nature, acknowledge his peace, himself, his space, and then talk about God. And you'd have to argue talking about it and acknowledging it is worship, which I'd argue sometimes against atheists, but I don't know if people want to follow my logic on that.
There's churches that literally, like we talked about, who worship cannabis. It's any type of religious, beliefs that you have. That's what the whole word religiously, semantics. This is all that is. At the end of the day, there's something that's created all this. You can call it whatever you want. That's why we use the word creator. But you wouldn't call that a religion? I don't know about that, because that's something you can prove and verify. There's something that has created all this.
Even if they didn't, I mean, people smoking weed wouldn't be a religion to me. There's an element of that needs to be a higher power. Quite often, also, what I'd add to that for me is like has claims to know things about life after death.
Yeah, people who deny creation is not a religion to me. They're just fucking idiots.
Sure, yeah.
Pompous, egotistical, fucking sad idiot.
Sure, yeah. Hang on, Pompous. I thought are you talking about yourself now or me? It keeps getting confusing here, Riggs.
Just call him Pompous.
Pompous.
Compass.
Pompous.
History.
Where he said Pompous, but it's okay. Either way, you said it. Just be nice. Come on, guys.
Have you read all of LeVay's Bible, Eggshells?
No, I've not read any of it. I've only read bits about it.
Oh.
I just when I first came across it, thought it was such a hilarious idea. I was like, what a legend.
Yeah,
what a legend.
Thought you might have read it when you were younger or something.
No. I think it's a great idea, though. Like, such a beautiful way to turn religion on its head. Like that tweet recently where it was like, somebody's like, these Satan worshippers. And it's like, tweeted back like, we don't actually believe in Satan, right? And it's like, oh, what do you call those people then? And he's like, Christians.
Yeah, that's great.
Zing. Got him.
Do you think that you can be initiated into a religion and not realize it? Because you have been. You have been,
Sure.
and you're mocking the possibility.
I'm not mocking that possibility.
You're laughing and mocking, egotistically just parading on the possibility that you have also been initiated into a religion, except it's one that doesn't care about you, one that deceptively initiated you, one that's taking advantage of you and brainwashing you, is what it is.
It's a cult.
So
it's a cult.
Would you say I have a belief in and worship of a superhuman controlling power? Is that kind of a religion?
Yeah,
No,
like gravity.
You're not religious by your own assertion.
You have been deluded to think that you don't.
Second two, Harry, the second two definition.
Second two. So, particular system of faith and worship. I don't really have any particular system of faith and worship.
Yes, you do. Atheism, scientism, and government.
Globe.
This is so fucking dumb. This is just redefining words into, you're a religious person because you accept that kangaroos exist
You
and
have
jump.
faith in science to an
No, I
incredibly
don't.
insane degree.
They exist.
And you
and
worship
they're
it by
tasty.
talking about it every day on Discord.
Yes.
You don't know what faith is again, so you redefine that word also.
Faith is holding it up high and aggrandizing
Here, Skip.
it in honor.
No, that's not what
That's
faith
what you
is.
do by
Show the
talking about it
definition.
right now.
Show the definition.
Are you religious?
Yes.
Yes, Don believes he worships himself. He worships himself because he thinks he exists.
Selima, Satanism.
So he worships
Buddhism,
himself.
Buddhism and Hinduism a bit.
And the globe religion too?
Gnosticism.
Yep.
And the globe religion?
Yep.
Yeah, and globe
Yes.
religion, yeah.
Yeah, and you
Globe
have a religion.
Isn't really my religion. It's just the layout.
Oh,
of
it's
the
not a
thing.
religion.
It's just the layout of the things
It is.
in my religions.
Perfect. Thank you, Dawn. That's what I'm taking.
Dawn.
Yep. It's
Part
just
of,
the layout of
part of
things.
one of the other
You
religions,
preach it,
really.
Harry.
Let me make this
You
clear when
preach
you're going
it,
to say
I don't.
worship, when somebody's worshiping someone or something, what you're actually talking about right now, because I don't think a lot of people in here worship anything, actually.
Yeah, I don't worship anything.
I worship the plane.
I think we
Saying
give up
stuff.
logical reasoning ability when we worship.
Which
You
plane?
just
I
say-
worship the dome.
Boeing or the Airbus?
I worship ice walls.
Rolls Royce?
He said, I worship
No,
ice
ice walls.
Lockheed
I
Martin.
worship Lockheed Martin. MD-11. I worship that thing. It has 3 engines.
Lockheed
it's
Martin?
It's a tri-omni-god because it has 3 engines.
Look into their blimps.
It's almost gone
Blimp.
midnight. It's time for me to go to bed.
Night champ.
Good night rating.
Night.
Good night. Look, it's 3 p.m. here.
Worship means getting down on your
You know,
knees.
he had
yeah,
both jabs. Do
looking
you
up
think he's
to
going
it.
to wake up?
Worship normally means getting on your knees, looking up to it, and pretending that's God through an idol or something, or looking up to the sky, right? But it also means, if you look up the etymology, it just means to aggrandize something and hold it up high in honor in your life. So there's different levels of worship.
Sure. So I don't worship anything. I've never been to my knees doing anything. So.
Oh, you poor bugger.
You do. You believe in the government and atheism and scientism.
No, hold on. What do you mean I believe in the government?
You think they're legitimate and want them to run your life.
Have I said that?
You've allowed them to decide what's right and what's wrong for you.
That's what you have done too. You have allowed the government to
No,
decide
I
what's
haven't.
wrong and right.
I ignore all their rules and just make them up myself.
Sure, that's what I do too.
No.
Nice. Good work,
don't.
mate.
How do you know? How do you know what I do? You seem like an ego.
I hear you defending
You're
their bad
extremely
ideologies
egoistic.
on a daily basis.
Sure, tell me one example.
Mankind has done this for years and years and years, and we have to take part blame of that. I am not my ancestors necessarily, but it's people that have got us into this mess, not the people controlling us, because we've allowed it. So at the end of the day, we can all look in that mirror and say, I'm part of that problem. My parents are part of that problem. Everybody, because we comply all the time. I have to bend to their needs too. I'm part of the system. This is a game. I'm playing a game. There is no end to it, and we're all playing it. No matter how you look at it. What do you think the phrase "come fake it till you make it"? This is our reality.
My point's more about how Mailman thinks, not all of our actions.
You don't know how I think, so it's quite an arrogant. Oh, I can tell how you think then too.
No, you don't get to say that.
But let's not forget, people think
and you get to say that. Jesus, you're
we've all been
dishonest.
brainwashed. We've all been told shit by authorities.
You don't.
Okay, you're the most dishonest person here. You know that, right?
With conviction. You don't.
Yeah, I do. You believe in elves and witches, so I mean.
It's very easy to tell the difference.
Yeah, it is. You're talking out of your ass.
Your atheist rhetoric shows me that you're religious ideologically to atheism.
No, that's not a religion.
The idea of pretending.
Just cast a spell on him, Dawn.
Yeah. Call Arwin. He can maybe get some diamonds. Like not healing, no, crystals, yeah. Some harmony crystals that make me a snail.
You put me to sleep the other night with those beats you were running, Dawn. They were pretty trippy. I don't know if that's a spell.
Was I just hearing some crazy shit? Something about ask Arwin?
Yeah, Arwin. Dawn can ask Arwin
no, I'm
about
not asking Arwin anything, man. I'm better off just sitting here looking and asking my little nieces and stuff, or even looking at the wall and asking it.
Actually, what has happened to Chemo? I haven't seen him around ages.
Yeah, he's been in Gems a bit, but he doesn't unmute at the moment.
So I haven't even seen him there. I was just wondering if someone's put him to work or something, but
He's still lurking.
He might be in YouTube. I missed his mental mentions and things.
When I expand the term religion to include anybody, it basically means we're all religious in some tiny form or some larger form.
Sure, and you can do that if you want, and I can expand Satanism to include every Christian, and then every Christian.
Not with conviction, you won't be able to.
I can, because they accept that Satan exists, so they are Satanists.
All you can do is LARP with my logic and pretend to make sense.
No, it makes sense.
No.
Is a theist someone who thinks that a God exists?
Okay, all Christians are Satanists. No, because Satanist means you believe in Satan more than God.
No, you can't believe
as higher than God.
Is that what it means?
That's what real Satanism is, yeah.
Ah, okay. So if a Christian thinks So if you are Christian, if you think that the Christian God is the most powerful being.
Yeah, if a Christian slips into walking around thinking Satan's more powerful than God, look at everyone. Everyone's got horns. Oh no, they're becoming a Satanist inside, and they need to repent and pray.
Okay, so you really find Christian and also it's good, and Satanism.
I was trying to help you expand your definition of Satanism.
Yeah, I don't like to really find words to fit my ad hoc straw man. That's kind of point.
What's your favorite thing in life, man? Let me see if you worship it.
Like thing, like an object or hobby.
Favorite thing or happening?
Sun.
I mean, I don't know. No idea.
You don't know.
Yeah, there's no top one
What?
thing.
Just tell me one really good thing. But
Has to be the sun, doesn't it? How could that not be your favorite thing?
Life is quite good because I mean, if sun doesn't do me any good if I'm dead, so let's say life.
The best thing about your life is your life. So boring.
Yeah, because without it, it would be no life.
Let me say your birth.
Well, I mean, sure.
You have family or children? Once you're dead, won't they need the sun? Come on, mate.
But
It's bigger than you, champ.
Children's better than your life, isn't it?
Huh?
Children's better than your life by circumstance.
Children? Well, they're not better. In my life, they're not better than my life, but in overall, they're better than my life. Yeah, sure. But you asked, what's the best thing in my life? What I like.
Yeah, if you're not choosing your whole life, what's the best thing in it?
That's kind of a vague question.
Oh, it's not.
I mean,
not vague. Best thing.
I like
thing to happen.
Best thing to happen. Traveling. Let's say that. That's a good thing. I like that.
Seeing Earth or just moving around?
Well, just seeing Earth.
Yeah, that's good.
New experiences, let's say. But that's not a god, so I don't worship it. Okay.
Are you dying to go back traveling?
What am I? What?
Did you feel like you really want to go back traveling?
I mean, sure. I like it. I've been doing it the whole time, so I didn't.
You've been doing it the whole time, so you're always traveling.
Yeah. Well, not 24/7, but like I thought you meant like with the corona. So.
Well, no, in your life, you decide to travel a lot.
Yep.
Do you have like a ritual way to pack your bag?
No, because it always depends on where I'm going, how I pack my bag.
You take some items with you every time?
Well, toothbrush and deodorant. That's mostly it. Yeah. But I don't worship my toothbrush.
You get a certain feeling when you get to your destination and you've set up in your hotel room and then you're ready to explore.
That depends because sometimes it's just the traveling is the thing. And sometimes I can just go for a drive and not drive anywhere specific.
No, I don't think I can qualify you as worshipping just driving about.
Well, I like it. So, I mean.
I'm thinking of you on the train or on a plane, really excited. This is the best thing you've done all year. You're traveling. You're thinking, I can't wait till I get there. This is going to be great. Watching.
But I like the whole thing. It's not just arriving at the place. I like when I like a week beforehand.
A week beforehand, you even get feelings.
Of course, yeah. Like, yeah, I'm going on a vacation. I'm going on an airplane. when I like flying. Sure.
You slightly worship traveling.
What do you mean worship? What's your definition of
You
worship?
hold it up high and you honor it in your life.
Sure. I mean, then I worship roast beef.
Not quite on the same level. That's
I
just
like
enjoyment.
Yeah, just like the traveling. Yeah.
No, the traveling is something you put money and effort and spend time into do. Roast
Yeah,
beef
well, that's what I
is
do
just
with roast
a
beef.
nice way to
It's
fill your
just-
tummy.
Yeah, but I mean, when I make it, I like to make it. I mean, I like cooking too.
Yeah,
There's a
there's
lot of
different
things I like
levels.
to do.
I'm trying to help you discern the levels of worship.
Sure. But if you say that me liking something is worshipping something, then sure, I worship a lot of things.
Holding
If you
it
really
up,
find worship.
honoring it in your life quite a lot. That's what I'd do.
Yeah,
quite a lot.
that's what I do. That's what I do with many things.
But traveling mostly. That's the main thing.
Yeah, and cars and parties and good movie. Yeah. There's a lot of things that I quote unquote worship then.
So are you bringing traveling down to the level of a good movie?
No, you just said that there's levels of worship, so it's in a lower level,
You're
but it's
mentioning
still
more
worship.
levels to try and debunk me.
No, I'm not debunking you. I just said that with your definition, I worship a lot of things.
My definition is specifically there to describe real worship, not just anything you like.
Yeah, but you redefined worship, so I mean.
No, I didn't. I looked this up. You can Google what this.
Sure.
Go past the bit where it says to pray for a deity, and you'll get to the other definitions of worship.
Let's see what it says.
I'm not saying you need to now. I'm just saying in general. I did look it up before.
It says the feeling of expression of reverence and adoration for a deity, so we can scratch that off because you don't accept that. That's the first one. But the second one, used in addressing or referring to an important or high-ranking person, especially a magistrate or mayor. I don't worship any of those. Show reverence and adoration for a deity. No, don't do that. And that's pretty much it. To honor, it says to honor or show reverence for as a divine being or supernatural power. Don't do that.
I've got one here.
Sure. Yeah, this
or devotion.
Yeah, this is
towards personal principle.
Sure, but traveling isn't a principle. But I found one that you can use. It's to regard with great or extravagant respect, honor, or devotion.
The idea that you feel good when you travel is a principle.
Well, it's a feeling, so it's not a principle. Sometimes I can travel and feel bad, so it doesn't happen always.
There you go. I'm at the bottom now. Feel great admiration or devotion for. Full stop.
Yeah, sure.
Come on, boys. Let's talk about measuring the sun angles or something. Fuck.
Indoors traveling.
Jesus, it's mental. You could have. I can get flights from Finland to London now for €10. Then I checked for those flights in.
Number
You have a hot
mic. In Merriam-Webster. Regard with great or extravagant respect, honor, or devotion.
Yeah, if you use that.
Can't hear you, Riggs. You're too quiet, mate.
I think he has a hot mic. It's a TV or something.
Right.
Probably not a TV, probably a video. YouTube.
Yeah,
More than
could
likely.
be.
A lot of us don't watch TVs, trust me. I don't even know if the man owns a TV. Just like
Video
myself.
game.
We should all roast him if he owns a TV still.
I know too much. We all know too much sometimes.
I have a TV, but I mean, I don't watch the TV. I just use the apps on it.
So the modernized new television. So you watch TV.
Yeah, sure. Just like yeah. You can say that I watch TV, but I don't watch the TV broadcasts.
Do you watch Netflix? Do you guys watch any of that stuff that is called cable programming?
I watch some Netflix and
All right, that's
Amazon.
called streaming, and this is the new television, guys. It's the same thing as called television. The analog stuff back in the day, same thing.
Yeah. So my telephone is a television, but I do watch some streaming things and YouTube. So everyone watches television. Even Riggs, if he watches YouTube, so that's television now. It's
A lot
streaming.
of people watch movies still and stuff. I have a hard time watching a movie, and I've been with a couple people hanging out, and I fall asleep. I'm not the one watching it, or I'm cooking, or I'm doing something else. It's so boring to me. I can't get into the stuff anymore. I don't watch TV at all. No Netflix, no nothing. The only thing you're going to see me doing is either talking about truth, researching stuff, trying to make my brain a little bit smarter than it already is. I'm not going to be sitting there watching TV. What's the point?
Do you watch YouTube?
I only watch YouTube to research video or something like that.
Then you're watching TV, I guess.
Exactly, but is it lying to me?
Well, it can easily. I mean, Netflix isn't lying to me. I mean, there's no.
Well, it's
no
make
lie.
believe, right? Fairy tale. It's a
I
TV
have to
show.
decide this on the individual show now because the definition of TV is so nuanced. So I've decided Mailman watches TV shows on. Other people can watch good shows that aren't TV on a TV.
But all on TV, when I look at television shows, it's like propaganda. Even the ones like the shows that we like that are halfway decent, if you were to say that, have some type of propaganda in it. If there is something like that in it, then it's controlled, it's done on purpose, and it's television to lie. Now, there's things that you can watch that are not like that.
Don't talk about Seinfeld that way.
Yeah.
I think it's scary that you say that, and then you said that you only watch YouTube, because that's not lying to you and you're doing research, even though there's no checking on the facts on your research.
Oh, I always check the facts and research. This is why I watch multiple things, do multiple research on something. Just because somebody sends me a video and says, hey, look at this, I'm going to go instantly post it on my server. I actually watch it, then go verify and keep looking into it. I don't just share, stuff because someone else says it's truthful. No, I want the fact. I'm very skeptical about every single thing that I see because I know I could be lied to. It could be faked right in front of me. I don't know if something's going on in Afghanistan unless I'm in Afghanistan. Stuff like that. I'm not stupid. We've been lied to so much that anything could be faked in your TV or in your phone in your hands. Of course.
Or in your YouTube. And internet and everywhere.
Absolutely. And I always say too, even just because they're a content creator and they say that they're a truthful content creator, doesn't mean you should trust them. No.
I think if someone says that they are a truthful content creator, I would say, sure. I mean, that's always a red flag if someone says that they have the truth.
Well, I think this is something I had a conversation with yesterday with someone about. Was like lies. We are born into a system, and even our own families that lie to us. Lies are what we do. Humans do. Even the little white lies we somehow make acceptable, right? No, it's okay. You're allowed to do that. I don't live my life like that. I can't stand it. Even little small ones because they add up. And it's like, why can't you just look at me and tell me the truth? No.
I think sometimes it's okay to tell a little white lie, but not every time.
And it goes into a deeper question of, well, why do you think it's okay to lie at all And the next person says, well, I think it's okay to lie about this. Well, I think it's okay to lie about that. And the next thing you know, you're living a pattern of lies because you keep making excuses.
It's the Santa Claus conundrum.
It's like if a woman asks me, do these jeans make me look fat? I might say, nah, no, they don't. You're good.
I mean, you don't have to lie. You can always work a way around that. You know what I mean? There's ways.
Well,
People can use their intelligence to not tell someone they look fat or ugly, but give them a compliment in a different way about them.
If they ask,
You look good on the inside, baby.
That's a slap-worthy thing to say.
You always look
You
good.
feel better.
What if she doesn't always look good? Should I say, you're always like, it's not the jeans, it's
It depends, I
you're
guess,
fat.
how you look at that question or that answer. Because if it's your wife or your girlfriend, I'm pretty sure that I don't care if they got in a car wreck, right, and their whole face and everybody's, is damaged. You probably still look at your wife and go, "You look good," because I don't look at the person I love as just a physical being.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I could say that. I mean, I'm not talking about my girlfriend, but if there's a person who's ugly on the inside, ugly on the outside, I mean, they ask a question, I might say, sure, yeah, it's good. But that's obviously all subjective. So.
I've learned that looks really don't have anything to do with it. You can run into some very attractive people, and they're some of the ugliest people I've met in my entire life. I find someone who's sexy and intelligent and beautiful when you're having a conversation with them and they can go back and forth with you, and there's a brain in there. Yeah, it's a lot different. Someone's heart. Forget that look shit. But how far is that going to take you? It's how you define beauty. What is beautiful?
Whatever appeals to you. It's in the eye of the beholder, as they say.
Also lied to the cops, but I think that was wrong too. But I mean, they asked if I was driving over the speed limit, and I said no.
I bet you have trouble sleeping at night too.
Me?
I bet with the guilt from that lie you have trouble sleeping.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever had trouble sleeping with seeing things that I've done or something like that. I think never.
Yeah, it's the Santa Claus conundrum. I mean, my youngest at the moment, he definitely knows Santa Claus is not real and the parents, do the presents and whatnot. But right now, tonight, he's got a tooth under his pillow waiting for the tooth fairy. So it's pretty funny.
Yeah. I don't even remember. I must have somehow believed in Santa Claus, but I mean, I thought about it in a sort of rational way. Like you can't get to all the kids because that'll be quite fast. So kind of never always thought of it as like something that can't happen.
Yeah, well, that's exactly how flat earthers view the whole ball. It's like, no, there can't be someone upside down on the other side just stuck to it, and all the planes are upside down and all the ships are upside down. That's fucked. So it's the same logic. How can Santa get everywhere at once? He can't do that. Same thing.
I mean, sure, but there's like actual physical laws that Santa Claus need to break. And there are no physical laws that the globe Earth would break.
Interesting.
It was actually interesting when I think it was like first times I was talking with QE, and he said that there's a dome, that there has to be a container for all this gas pressure. And I said, well, if the Earth is a globe, can you have a globe with a container? And he said, nope, you can't. Like, sure, that's interesting. You can't have a ball. Those are impossible.
Yeah, that's a good point. You could always have a big extra shell around this Earth as container, yeah.
Yeah, it could be a sphere Earth with a spherical container wrapped around it.
Very true. Still no curvature though.
I mean, lame, but true. If I got a penny for every time someone claims that it measures flat, I would be a rich man, but I've never seen any measurements done on it being flat.
Well, flat is flat. The only measurements you're going to see is if you measure some form of curvature. Surely.
Sure, but no one's shown the measurements where there was a lack of curvature.
Well, yeah. All of the measurements where they attempt to show curvature really show just optical drop. So, yeah.
How do you know that it's optical?
Because we can verify that optical drop is a thing.
Optical drop. What do you mean? Do you mean like some kind of refraction thing or something?
That combined with perspective.
So you can show this somehow?
Don't play dumb, you've seen it.
Do you mean the flatsoids video where the horizon would be like maybe 100 meters in front of you all the time? Or do you have some other experiment?
Yeah,
I've seen.
I think Sky Free, I think, do good stuff.
I saw the flatsoid one, and he had like more than a degree of optical drop within less than a meter. So if you scale it up to 100 meters, something that's 100 meters away would be tens of degrees below you, and that's not what we observed. So we know that's not true.
Right, but do you honestly suggest that things perceivably do not drop as things or as you move away from them? Are you suggesting that they don't do that? Or are you going to acknowledge that they do that?
They do on a curved surface, but due to perspective, they don't, because you can look up at a hallway and it doesn't drop.
Wow.
everything above your eye level will always remain above your eye level due to perspective. That's what perspective is.
Crazy.
I mean, demonstrable.
Well, no, it's the whole like hallway thing, isn't it?
Yeah, or
Like,
an elevator.
if you're in a what?
An elevator shaft. I've worked on those, and they don't seem to bend down when I look at them, from the top down or from the bottom up, because perspective doesn't bend anything.
No, I'm not saying bend.
Well, it has to
I
bend.
never said bend. I said drop. No, it doesn't have to bend if it drops. No, it's perspective. There's nothing bending.
If something bends, so it doesn't bend. So if I have something straight, it doesn't bend.
If you're talking about if you're talking about bending or refracting, refracting starts to bend light, but perspective doesn't bend anything.
Yeah, everything that is at your eye level will always remain there. It doesn't drop.
No, but things go into that level from above it.
Sure, which is
is
your
the drop that we perceive.
Yeah, things below your eye
but
level.
that's apparent. Yeah, but that's apparent due to refraction. That's why you've got both effects.
Just due to angular size change.
Yeah, but that's part of perspective. And you've got refraction as well at distance.
Yeah, refraction is something that can have objects at your eye level to move away from there.
No, but that's where the horizon is apparent.
Yeah, horizon is apparent. Yeah.
Right.
Actually, I think I would say everything we see is apparent because we appear to see it. It appears to us. So everything is apparent if you're looking at it.
Yeah, and here you are saying that nothing ever drops below eye level, and yet things are apparent.
I said due to perspective.
Well, okay, I'll agree with that, but refraction changes that, doesn't it? Right.
Yeah, refraction can do that if you have an inverted temperature and density gradient. Then
No. Oh my god. Right.
You have something to debunk our knowledge of refraction.
No, you're just denying the fact that things can even disappear on a if you're down close enough to a basketball court. If you literally put your eye to the floor and you were to slide a hockey puck all the way across that basketball floor, you'd eventually struggle to see it due to perspective and angular size.
Yeah.
And that's not curved. That's not curved.
It doesn't disappear bottom up. It disappears as a whole due to the angular size.
I didn't say bottom up. I mentioned nothing about it. So things disappear.
Yes, they do, obviously, because if something is too small to see, then it's too small.
So in which way did it disappear? Did it disappear top down? How would you describe it disappearing?
Due to angular size.
Yeah, but how did it start? So we're moving it 1 millimeter at a time away. How did it start? So what
do you mean?
What are you noticing?
That it's getting smaller.
In what way? From the top down, the sides in, the bottom up, which way?
No, uniformly on all sides.
Oh, but hang on, if it's shrinking completely, but then also staying at eye level, wouldn't that necessarily suggest that the bottom is going into the vanishing line?
Yeah, the bottom is going up and the top is going down.
Well, okay, what sort of floats up, does it off the ground?
Huh?
So perceptively or perceivably, it shrinks, you say, all the way around. Therefore, there must end up being a gap between it and the floor. It must look like it's floating as it goes away, no?
Well, because everything is ramping up distance, even the floor.
Right, so it appears to disappear from the bottom up as it merges into the floor. It might not be doing that. It might be shrinking all the way around, but it appears to disappear into the floor, doesn't it?
No, because the bottom is always visible.
No?
No,
What?
I don't ever see
Hang on a
half
minute.
a hockey.
So when it disappears, but hang on. So it goes from a whole hockey puck to just gone. There's no in between, just whole puck and then gone.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's what the perspective. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't go from a whole puck visible to just completely gone within a millimeter.
What does it do then?
You said before it shrinks all the way around.
Yeah, it's a whole hockey puck that shrinks. It's not a half.
Right. So in 1 millimeter, say increment, it goes from a whole hockey puck and then shrinks to not visible, or does it shrink a little bit at a time?
A little bit at a time as a whole hockey puck.
As it merges into the floor, yes?
Sure. Yes, when it's
Right.
too small
So
to see.
perceivably, that looks like things are dropping.
It depends on your eye level. If it's exactly at your eye level.
Oh, which eye level were we talking about just then?
The one that you're looking, where your eyes are at.
Right, where you just agreed that it shrinks and merges into the floor. So that has to translate to dropping. How can something go into the floor without dropping? Even if it's just optical.
If the floor is at your eye level, I mean, if the whole thing is below your eye level, then it seems to rise all the time into the vanishing point that is at your eye level. So it never drops. But if you have your eyes at the level of the floor. Huh?
We're not talking about what's actually happening. It's a basketball court. Of course it's not dropping. Of course the hockey puck's not shrinking. It's just moving away. This is all an optical effect. So it appears to merge into the floor, and the floor is below your eye level. Therefore, the thing drops, perceivably drops.
No, if the floor is below my eye level, everything below my eye level appears to rise to my eye level with distance.
Yes, but you don't see a perfectly straight line, like clear, crisp line, i.e. the horizon. It's apparent. That's why we get things merging and blending.
Well, you see
that's the part we're talking about. Hey?
You can see a clear horizon, though. With things.
No, you can't.
You can.
You never see a clear horizon. No, you never see a fine line. Even if it looks like you do, you don't.
Well, you do, though. You can say you don't, but.
Okay, so you're now suggesting that sometimes when you look out, you see the geometric horizon, like there's no fucking atmosphere. Are you kidding?
No, that's not what I said. I said you can see a clear horizon.
Right, but you're not going to see a clear horizon. You're going to see an apparent horizon. Whether it's a crisp line or not, it won't be the horizon.
Well,
it's going to always be an optical.
It's a horizon by definition.
An apparent line between the land and the sky.
Yeah, sure. When you don't see further on of the land, then there's a horizon there. Yeah.
Right, so it's apparent. There's nothing about it that's going to be crisp. It's an optical effect.
I mean, yeah, sure. Just like a car in a distance isn't a crisp thing. It's an apparent thing. And the trees and everything, the mountain.
So if you were to try and measure an angle to the horizon and claim that it's accurate, you'd be foolish, wouldn't you?
Accurate in what way? What do you?
Well, if you tried to sight the horizon and measure an angle from vertical, for example, from zenith, you'd be silly, wouldn't you? Because the horizon's apparent, isn't it?
I mean, it depends on what I'm doing it. I mean, I can get semi-accurate measurement, but I'll never be 100% accurate.
Okay, so semi-accurate is semi-accurate accurate?
Well, it's not 100%.
Or did you
accurate.
add? Okay, right. So that's
Nothing
you've
is.
answered.
Yep.
Oh, nothing is. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if I measure the temperature outside and it's 26 Celsius, it actually isn't because it's 26 point something or 25 point something. It's never accurate.
Yeah, but if someone asks you for the accurate temperature, you wouldn't just say it's 26, would you? You'd probably give them to at least a few decimal places, wouldn't you? If you were being honest about shit.
Sure, but it's never just few decimal points. It's always, I mean, hundreds of decimal points. And it's fluctuating all the time.
Oh, sure, you can go on forever, recurring, blah, 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 sure. But if you were going to do an angle to the horizon, and let's just say it really depended on a very accurate measurement, you would say, oh, we can't do it. Surely.
I don't know what.
Because we
can't
be accurate.
I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what would depend on it. I mean, there's no reason for me to measure.
You'd have to remove the atmosphere, wouldn't you? To at least depend on some sort of accuracy, you'd have to just remove the atmosphere, surely.
Yeah, or just have a uniform atmosphere, which we don't have.
So any measurement to the horizon with the atmosphere would be pretty foolish.
Depends. I mean, you can get semi-accurate.
Or to a mountain, or past some sort of tower or lighthouse. Any sort of that stuff.
I don't know why I would need to measure something like that. There's no reason for me to do that.
No, it sounds a bit silly, doesn't it? Trying to measure something from, say, a picture or an optical perspective.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, you can never be 100% accurate, but you can be semi-accurate. But I mean,
do you reckon you could be accurate within the tolerance of curvature, or do you reckon it would be a bit hard to tell?
I don't know what is the tolerance of curvature.
Well, okay, so do you think the error margin of your accuracy in an optical image, for measurement's sake, would be less than the curvature over, say, I don't know, whatever the distance is you're looking at in the picture?
I don't know. I would have to see the picture and know some things about it to make any predictions.
All right. Well, you better head over and see Ranty. He's got a picture for you to check out. Go and see Ruhif. He's waiting for a prediction of exactly just this. You can go and test all your skills out.
I mean, I never said that I can do any kind of. I said that there's no reason for me to look at the horizon and do any measurement, except if I'm using a sextant, but I've never used one. So.
All right. So when a ship disappears into the horizon, you're standing on the beach. You're a 6-foot observer, and the boat heads straight out and disappears. What are you observing when it disappears? Is it just like the hockey puck? Or is something else happening?
Well, it's something else because the hockey puck never was cut off by the floor. It just disappeared due to its angular size, and I can always zoom it back in.
Right. Okay, so that when with your own eyes a boat disappears into the horizon, and then you can also zoom in with a camera and see it again, what's your answer to that?
Then it's not far enough for it to go over the curvature.
But what happens if it was far enough? over the geometric curvature.
Then no amount of zooming will bring the bottom back in.
Okay, but what if it does?
Then it's
what would be
not
your
far
answer
enough.
to that?
Then it's not far
No,
enough.
but if it's proven to be far enough, and it also brings it back, what would be your answer?
Either the atmosphere is doing something or the surface is doing something.
So it'd have to be refraction or an optical effect?
Or a physical thing.
Physical? What do you mean?
Like the water.
Like the
shape of the
what?
water.
Like it's flat? Or the shape of the water like it's flat? Good on you. Well done.
Yeah, it could be flat, or there can be waves. There can be tide. There's a lot of the water isn't static; it's dynamic. So it's a lot of things that the water can do.
Well, I mean, we can agree that it's not dynamic enough to go from, curving 300 or 400 feet over to flat. Like, that's not going to happen, is it, physically? That would have to be an optical thing with refraction, wouldn't it?
I mean, I don't know.
Oh, shit. Okay. I suppose, 300-foot waves and a boat riding on top of them just to bring it back into view for us flat earthers. That's an interesting thought.
300-foot waves are quite high. I wouldn't say those exist on Earth.
Mm.
Do you have like an example that you're talking about?
Of boats disappearing into the horizon and coming back in soon.
Yeah, do you have an example?
Not handy, mate, no. I'll post one for you tomorrow.
Because all I've ever seen is a boat disappearing because it's so far that it's too small to see, and then someone is zooming it back into view. But it's never half missing. It's always a whole boat.
I don't know if you just described that properly, but it sounded like you've only ever seen a video where a boat goes out too far to see, and then when you zoom back in on it, you see the whole boat.
Yeah. It's there's never something where you see a half a boat, then you zoom in on it, and then you see a whole boat. Never seen that.
I understand, right? Okay. So with regard to that, when the boat, for example, is leaving and the floor is ramping up and the boat is heading away, if we just think for a minute that it's flat, why wouldn't the angular size between the bottom of the vessel and the water start merging before the angular size of the rest of the boat shrinks and starts to merge? Why do you suggest that doesn't take place?
If you zoom in, you take away the merging.
Because of what?
Because of how optics and perspective works.
Well, no, things go in, like with perspective, things go into a vanishing line. So obviously, as things go into a vanishing line, if you have quite a large object, the vanishing line and the angular resolution at the base of that object is what disappears first. It has to, because the angular resolution's gotten too small.
Well, but the top of the ship is always smaller than the bottom of the ship. So due to angular size,
No, not in vertical height. Not in vertical height, no. And I'm not talking, when I say the bottom of the ship, I don't mean the hull. I just mean the 1 foot of ship that's just above the waterline. If we broke the ship down into 1 foot vertical increments, that little 1 foot piece at the very bottom of the ship, the angular size of that 1 foot section would merge into the sea well and truly before second 1 foot and the third 1 foot section and the fourth 1 foot section. Do you agree?
Well, I mean, what do you mean with merge into the sea?
The angular resolution. So the angular resolution of the bottom 1 foot would get very small to the point where we couldn't see it. Now, We'll remove the word merge, but we'll just say it got too small to see, just like the hockey puck, right? So you've got 1 foot increments. And that very bottom 1 foot is going to reduce in angular size faster or earlier before the second, third, fourth, fifth. It's going to be progressive, which is exactly why things appear to disappear from the bottom up.
Oh, but then why doesn't the top of the ship merge into the hull of the ship? That would happen too, right?
Into the hull? No, the hull disappears, merges, disappears, whatever you want to call it, and then the sails do, which is why they come into view first when it comes back the other way. It's the height.
Oh, but why is there differentiation between the sea and the ship? Like, why doesn't if there's a ship that has a hull, that's a big hull, and then you have a small, like a cabin sort of over there, why doesn't the cabin merge into the hull?
I don't quite understand your description, the cabin and the ship. I'm not with you.
Why is the water different than the ship? Why doesn't the ship, like, converge and merge into itself? Like parts of the ship that are smaller, why don't they merge?
No, it's the vanishing line. You think of drawing the picture in a 2D space. That vanishing line, it's the things that approach that line first that the resolution gets smaller. Obviously, everything is getting smaller, but then as things get right towards that vanishing line, they disappear in resolution first. The whole ship doesn't all of a sudden just disappear. Whatever approaches the vanishing line merges first, and it would be incremental in things going from the bottom up.
But why?
Just draw it out. Just draw it out. Draw a building. Draw a street view in a 2D space. Trying to draw a 3D view with a vanishing point or a vanishing line, and have a big building like on a road, and then try and move that building along the road as if it was going to vanish into the merge into the vanishing point, and you're going to have no choice but to remove the bottom of the building as you get closer and shrink the building down.
No, you just shrink it uniformly. You don't shrink the bottom. You just shrink the whole building.
No, but it won't do that at an equal rate.
It would. Why wouldn't it? Obviously.
No, it won't.
Of course
no,
it
it
would.
won't, because the angular resolution will reduce much quicker at the base of that, as I explained with the ship with the 1 foot increments.
But why would it do that?
It comes down to your eye's ability to resolve into that vanishing line, that 1 foot little piece just above the water, and the water would become too hard to resolve, so it would just become water. And then the next bit above the boat eventually would become too hard to resolve, and it all just becomes water. Or a blurry line that you can't quite make out. What is that? Is that water? Is that a little bit of color in that?
I mean, I think that might happen, but that's, I mean, when we observe things being obstructed bottom up, there is no smush zone or things like that. There's just a line and then something that is half missing.
Yeah, we'll just have to agree to disagree, mate.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. But I think the optical drop thing is weird because, I mean, there is no optical drop. There's just perspective, and then, well, yeah, then the atmosphere has a cause, but like optical drop doesn't. There is no thing as an optical drop within perspective.
That's essentially what optical drop is. It's a drop due to optics, and optics is essentially perspective. You know, obviously you've got refraction and other things going on, and lensing if you're going to include other lenses other than the human eye. But if we're just talking about the human eye, optical drop is a perspective issue, aside from refraction.
But then there's an optical raise then too, because things below your eye level seem to ramp up, so it's an optical rise. Flatsoid made a video about optical drop where he actually had some, like, I don't know if it was Legos or dominoes or something like that on the table, and they appeared to ramp down. But that's not what we observed, because that would make us see only like 100 meters, and then everything would be vanished because of the optical drop.
Yeah, I haven't seen Flatsoid's video.
There's few examples of the optical drop that they're talking about, like an actual drop, not due to perspective, but due to something. But I mean, I don't know if it's scalable, but all the videos that they've shown shows that it's pretty low. Like more than a degree in less than 5 meters, something like that.
Yeah, well, obviously that's not consistent, is it?
Yeah.
So let's just assume for a second that Polaris isn't as far away as it's stated to be. Would you agree that if it is closer, significantly closer, that on a flat plane, if it was over, say, the North Pole as it's stated to be, as you walked away from it, it would, due to perspective, move down, wouldn't it? And then if you move closer, it would move up due to perspective, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So that's essentially what optical drop is stated to be, without any refractive effects.
Yeah, sure. But that's,
so I don't know what.
That would also say that things that are at the ground, if you're on an airplane, then you have an optical rise, because things that are further away appear higher.
Sorry, if you're in an airplane.
Yeah, let's say you're in an airplane and you're looking at a building that is on the ground,
yep.
and you're flying away from that building, it appears to rise up when you move away, because it appears to rise to your eye level, or closer to your eye level. So it would be an optical rise.
No. Are you honestly? Are you being honest with that, or are you being retarded?
No,
like, I'm not allowed to call names, but fucking seriously.
How
even if you're in an airplane, you are still way closer to the floor than you are the ceiling.
Yeah, but
like,
what happens to what happens to objects that are below your eye level and the ground? Does it seem to ramp up? Perspective.
Well, in what direction are we looking? So if I'm in an airplane, I'm looking down at a building. Where am I looking? Because we're talking about horizon effects and things ramping up and that. So where am I looking at this building?
Well, you're looking at it. It's let's say it's below you, and you're in an airplane, and you're flying away from the object or the building. If you're looking directly at it all the time,
I'm in an airplane, and my airplane's right above, say, I don't know, fucking the Twin Towers, even though they're not there. Probably a bad choice. Hope no one's listening. Anyway, so I can't look down through the bottom of the plane, so I'm obviously looking out the window.
Yep.
And I'm looking at these buildings, and the plane's flying directly away.
Yeah, you have to
how can I look at the
head.
buildings?
You keep your eyes, well, let's say with the Polaris, when you're looking at the Polaris, if you're at the North Pole, you're looking directly up, right?
Yep.
And then when you're moving away, you need to tilt your head down to see the Polaris, right?
Sure.
Because it drops optically. Because of perspective. Sure. So that happens also if you're looking at the Twin Towers that are below you and you're flying away from them. You have to tilt your head up to see them. It's just the opposite with the Polaris because it's above you. But if something is below you, it appears to rise.
Okay, so you're just talking about the ramping. I still don't get your analogy quite well, but you're just talking about how the floor ramps up and the sky ramps down, yeah? So things underneath come up and...
Yeah, things appear to drop with distance or raise with distance.
Okay. So what's the contention with that?
No contention. I'm just saying that it doesn't happen just like things that are above you. It happens to things that are fucking left of you also, or right of you, or above, below.
No, because if we had walls, if we were in a hallway and we were very close to the left-hand wall, but not the right-hand wall, and the right-hand wall was significantly further away, we would have the effects that we see vertically. But we don't have those walls. All we have is a floor and a ceiling. So we don't get any of those effects that you're talking about, left to right. But we do get the vertical ones, definitely.
But you do the left to right ones too. Like if you're in a hallway and you have a mark on the wall on the left-hand side and you're moving backwards, it seems to move to the center of your view, which is the vanishing point.
Yes, but that's in a hallway. We are not in a hallway. We don't have walls.
Sure, but you can have objects. So, I mean, any object that is to your side will appear to move to the vanishing point when you're moving.
If you remove the walls of the hallway, the perspective of the objects isn't gonna change.
Yeah.
Just because the walls aren't there anymore.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but with regard to how close we are to the floor and the ceiling, the walls, like the way with which what you're talking about changes is not going to be the same. You can't deny the fact that we are super close to the floor versus the ceiling. So things left and right are just going to move prospectively based on your, fucking angle of view versus our, we can't get away from the floor. Even if we go into an airplane, we are still, essentially fucking on the ground when it comes to the size of the said ball.
Sure, but I mean, there is no ceiling. What do you mean with the ceiling?
Well, no, exactly. It's like unlimited. So that's what I mean. The ceiling is so high, and it's just this haze of blue or whatever. So it's not like it's like a hallway where the ceiling's fucking 6 feet above, and it's definitive. It's like an infinite ceiling, whereas we have a definite floor.
Yeah, but the same rules still apply, like with the polarity.
Well, what? I came late. I thought I could keep up with the conversation and get what the argument is, but I still don't get what the argument is.
I think there is no an argument.
Where's the curvature?
Ah, okay. Seems like we have an argument then.
Yeah, it's the age-old one. Where is the curvature?
Well, I mean, yeah, you can see it, but then you're going to say that no, it's an optical drop. But we don't get the same effect on a hallway or on a elevator shaft.
Yeah, you need.
But you do. You said you do before with the puck on the basketball court. You said the puck will disappear into the floor.
No, yeah, but it doesn't. There's no point where you see half a hockey puck. You see the whole hockey puck, the bottom and the top, until it disappears.
Okay,
I mean, that can happen, but not perspective-wise. If that happens, that's not perspective. Perspective doesn't give you that.
Yeah, it's uniform on every side.
Perspective is purely...
If it's uniform, then it must create a gap between it and the floor.
No, because there's no difference between the floor and the puck. It's just...
Yeah, but you said the puck shrinks uniformly. You said the puck shrinks uniformly.
Too. So does the floor. So does everything that you see. And if it's connected to the floor, then there won't be no gap. Well, why would there be? The size is shrinking.
So it merges into the floor optically.
No, it doesn't emerge into the floor optically. It just vanishes.
Not emerge. Merge.
Yeah, I said
No.
sorry.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't merge.
Okay, so you're honestly suggesting that the puck shrinks in size until it disappears, as opposed to becomes unable to differentiate between the floor and the puck.
I mean, sure, it just vanishes. I mean, if you can show me a demonstration of this, then it would be good.
I'm sure you can think of what it would look like. What you're telling me is obviously what you think it looks like. You should probably do this
When it gets
yourself.
smaller, and then it doesn't appear anymore because it's too small to see.
Yeah, but then for the same argument is for the boat. So let's just say we have a boat on a flat surface in a basketball court, and we push that boat away. You're trying to honestly say that the boat would just all of a sudden shrink and not be seen. The whole thing evenly.
What do you
when
mean
we
all of
know
a sudden?
it would happen. Well, you're trying to say that the whole boat, top to bottom, would equally uniformly shrink down until we can't see it.
That's perspective,
As
yes.
opposed to, no, but the bottom of the boat would be the first thing that we cannot resolve with our eyes between the floor and the boat.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Because of the angular resolution of the very bottom of the boat.
Yeah, but the angular resolution is going to decrease uniformly. Every piece of the boat. For example, if the bottom of the boat.
Our angle of view goes up. No,
No,
the angle changes. It's not
let me-
going to at all.
If the bottom of the boat
It's
has like
angle.
let me
Angle.
finish. Let me finish. If the bottom of the
Yeah,
boat
but-
has let me make the point. If the bottom of the boat has 1 meter height, for example, it's 1 meter height, and the rest of the boat is 2 meter height, you can separate the upper part of the boat in 2 parts, and now you have 3 parts that are all 1 meter height. So if one decreases in angular resolution, both of the other ones are going to decrease by the same amount because they have the same height. So if you can see the bottom, then you can see the middle part, then you can see the upper part. It's either you can see any of them or you can see all of them.
Okay,
At least
but
perspective-wise.
we don't need to differentiate though the top two between the water. We're only trying to differentiate between the bottom section and the water at the start. Now let's change these 1 meter things for 1 centimeter increments or 10 centimeter increments. The very bottom one is going to be like your eyes are not going to be able to resolve that section first due to the vanishing line and the angle it's going in.
But that
And
1
then
centimeter,
the
that 1 centimeter has shrunk the same amount as every other centimeter of the boat.
No, the angle is different. You're forgetting about angle of resolution here. We're talking about a boat. It's not a small, tiny little hockey puck. The angle is changing. Every 10 centimeters you look up that boat, it's a different fucking angle.
Yeah.
So the
but
angle of
I'm talking
resolution
about the angular
changes.
size. Yeah, but the angular resolution is not on the boat, it's on your eye. What is changing on the boat is the angular size of the boat. And the angular size of the boat decreases uniformly due to
Yeah, but
perspective.
the resolution at the base, where you have to try and differentiate between the ocean and the water, that section there is the first bit that your eye can't resolve. The other bits it can. Just like, think of pixels.
No, that's wrong because
If you had 10 pixels in a row and you've got one at the bottom that's say blue, and then you've got 10 stacked on top and they're all red, that bottom red one is going to merge with the blue one first as they went away.
Depends. No,
No,
it depends.
agree with me. The
No,
bottom blue one would merge. Why wouldn't it?
Oh, it can.
As
but,
those pixels moved away, you would, instead of seeing 10 red and a blue at the bottom, you would eventually just look like you're seeing a red line.
yeah,
right?
but
Of course, it's going to get to a point where it all disappears.
But
Because
that's
what?
depend. stop. That depends on where the light of the boat is reaching on the grid. If it was if you change the angle of the camera just a little bit, you might separate the line between the upper pixel and the lower pixel. If they're exactly in the horizon, you're going to have the upper pixel with the entirety of the first centimeter of the boat there. So yeah, it doesn't work like you're saying, because that depends on how it depends on how the image of the boat is aligning with the grid of pixels. You don't. I think the argument Mayum was trying to make there is that the floor is not going to block the boat, and what you're saying is that it's the resolution is going to make the borders like blur, right? So the bottom of the boat is going to merge into the horizon, but that depends on how the image of the boat is like reaching the grid of pixels that forms the image. And Riggs, you're hot micing a lot.
Yeah, well, look, at the end of the day, that's why you going up higher and getting some more elevation changes that. Because your angle changes, it opens up that that section that you couldn't resolve before, and now you can resolve things for a bit further.
No, that I mean, if you go higher, you'd be getting even further from the boat. So the angular size would get even smaller. So if you couldn't resolve before, now
No,
you
it
shouldn't be
opens up. No, you're missing. You misunderstand what I'm saying. By getting higher, you are opening up the angle. If you think by getting higher it's getting smaller,
No,
then
the angular
you're
size of the
misunderstanding
boat.
everything.
This angular size of the boat is gonna get smaller. That's what I'm saying.
No, if you get up in elevation, it
What
opens up
angle?
and gets bigger.
What opens up? What angle you're talking about that opens up?
The angle from zero or the ocean to where you are.
Yes, that angle isn't the angular size of the boat. That's just the angle of the direction that you're looking at. That angle has nothing to do
but
with the angular size.
Okay. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying, I think, which is why there's the issue.
Right. I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'll draw so we can visualize what each other is saying. So if when you're saying something, I'm going to try to draw. If I misrepresent what you're saying, then you can correct me in my drawing, right?
You better be a good drawer, or I'm not going to entertain this.
What was it?
I said, I hope you're a good drawer.
Can you join the live stream?
Yeah, I'm getting there. Okay, go for it.
Right, so the angle between these two red lines is the angular size of the boat. That's the angular size of the boat.
Okay, but just okay, for a second, consider what I'm suggesting. See the angle that you've made there between the bottom triangle, right? So the section of boat is very small, and then the next one you've got where the section of boat is quite big, like you're talking, the angular size of the boat, right?
What's quite big?
The boat itself that you've got, the whole boat that you've got in the two red lines, like you said, that's the angular size of the boat, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if you raise the bottom red line up to say the 1 foot mark on the boat,
another one here.
Is that the 1 foot mark on the boat? Take it down to the 1 centimeter mark then.
Right. Well, right. Pick a different color then. Let's say here. Okay, so what about it?
Right, so that little section of the boat between the water and the green line, right?
Mhm.
See how that section there is much smaller than the rest of the section? So from your
Sure.
eye down to that little section versus your eye to the rest of the boat, right? So that little section at the bottom becomes hard to differentiate between it and the ocean first because the angle of the rest of the boat is much bigger.
Yeah, but you get it if I go
As
1
the boat
centimeter
goes
higher.
away, it keeps happening.
Yeah, but if, for example, I get 1 centimeter lower than this one, I have the same thing like this, right? So I have as small as an angle here than I have here, right? But
Yeah, but
I
that's
still
not
can
right
see
next
it.
to the ocean. You're not
Sure.
trying to differentiate that between the ocean, mate.
Yeah, I get it. So yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So even on a flat surface, as it goes away, your ability to resolve the very bottom of things versus the floor, due to that tiny little angle at the bottom, is just harder and harder.
Yeah, but
Therefore,
you
things
agree.
appear to blend in and sink
Yeah,
in.
but you have to agree then that it's also going to be harder to differentiate between this part and this part, right? Because they're also merging together. And also the top of
Can
the
you
boat, the top of the boat is also going to be harder to distinguish between the sky and the top of the boat, right? Because you also have the same small. Why not?
No.
Yeah, one no is
Because
enough.
there's no ceiling. There's no ceiling. We have the floor, and that is it. The ceiling isn't even
So
there.
what? So what? You
So
don't need a ceiling.
you don't have to differentiate.
Well, but there's
It's
this. I
clear.
mean, if you above this, if you look above the boat, you see the sky. So here's the sky. So the
Right.
angle, yeah. So in a
No,
camera,
the floor is ramping up right to the
no, the
bottom of the boat.
floor
The
doesn't
sky
ramp
is
up.
not.
No, the floor doesn't ramp up. This merging that is happening here
Optically.
is simply this merge that is happening here is simply that some of the light that is reaching coming from the bottom of the boat, some of the light that is coming from the ocean are going to reach the same pixel, for example, on a camera's image.
I
So they're
know
going to
that's what I'm talking about. The ability
but the
to
same thing.
resolve.
But the same thing happens in the top of the boat. It also merges with the
No,
sky.
not until
Yes.
not until it gets lower.
No,
Yes.
when it happens in the bottom, it happens on the top at the same time.
Yeah, but you're
Because
not
the angular.
okay. So are you trying to resolve, say, the middle of the cabin against the water at the same time as you're trying to resolve the bottom of the boat against the water? Or is
What
it the
I'm just
bottom that
what I'm just saying is that if you the effect that you're claiming in the bottom happens on the top as well. So if you can see the
No,
top
because the
clear,
top's not near the water.
it doesn't matter.
You're not even listening.
I
It's
am
the
listening.
ability to resolve it against the water. And then you're trying to say, oh, but it's happening at the top as well. Hang on a minute. As far as I know, the boat is not upside fucking down, and it's the bottom that's on the water and not the top. So why would it be the same?
Because the reason that you're giving for this is the angular size. What I'm
No,
saying
the
is
reason is the ability to resolve that angle against the water.
which
Stop
is which
and removing that.
yeah, which is due
No, I'm
to
going to hang
angular
up
size.
fucking right now, mate, and cancel this conversation completely if you're going to say it again. Because the top has nothing to do with the bottom when it comes to trying to resolve it with your eye against the water.
Yeah,
The top is not near the water. Now admit
but
that right now.
you have to understand.
Admit that right now or we're done. The top is not near the water. The bottom is closer
I'm
to
not
the
saying
water.
the top is near the water.
Yes, you are. You're saying it's the same.
No.
You're saying it's the same
No,
scenario.
I'm saying it's the same decrease in angular size. That's all I'm saying.
Who cares? It's the resolution,
If you let me
ability to
speak, you
resolve it
know why
against
you
the water.
should care. if you let me speak, you
Oh,
understand why you should care.
okay. You're
Right.
being
So
disingenuous right now. So
no, you're
I
not even
don't have any
listening.
interest in it.
Yes.
I am
So if I
listening.
don't if I don't agree with you, then I'm being disingenuous, right?
No, it's not that you're not agreeing with me. You are deliberately trying to say one thing is the same as the other when it is
No,
clearly
you're
not.
not. You're not even getting the point. So state my point. Let's see if you're getting my point. What's my point?
Okay, go for it.
Right. So if you think that the bottom is disappearing because of this merging, which is happening because of angular size, then you should also see emerging from the top of the bottom to the sky. If this is happening here, this will be happening here because you have the same angular size decrease right between the top of the boat and the sky that is coming from behind it. So if you're not
Okay.
seeing the top merging with the sky here, then you can't claim that's what's happening on the bottom because they should happen
Okay.
together.
All right. If that's your point, and you're finished, then my counter to that will be the sky is just an atmosphere. The water is a physical floor, just like a hallway wall. So again,
What?
if you're going to try and compare the sky at the above of the boat to the same as the sea, a physical freaking barrier, then you're being disingenuous again.
No, because what only matters here is the angular size. For example, what you see right
No,
above the boat,
that's
what is
not what matters at all.
So you don't know how cameras work then, because
No, we're
what
not
you're
talking
seeing.
about a
Let me.
camera. We're talking about our eyes for a start. And the little piece at the bottom that I suggested
I
under
can
the
share.
green line at the start is
We-
much smaller than the rest of the boat.
You
You're
can
going to pick
share.
out a little section of the boat of the same angular size and say it's shrinking, sure. But we can still resolve that because it's not right next to a ramping up ocean in our view.
No. What comes?
And
I
again, I'm just going to stop right now if you're going to keep trying to claim that the sky should have the same effect.
well,
That's just retarded.
well, you're
Like,
not giving any
seriously.
reason why is that retarded. You're just claiming
No, I
it doesn't
am.
work.
Because the
No, you're not.
ocean, the boat is sitting on a physical floor.
Yeah,
It's
which is
not
completely
having a
irrelevant
physical
to
ceiling
angular size.
pressed down on it. No.
Yeah, but that angular size has nothing to do with the pressing of the ocean on the. It has nothing to do with that. It's simply the direction of things
No,
on
you're
your
missing
point
the
of view.
point. The floor touches the boat. The ceiling doesn't. How high up is the ceiling? If you're going to refer to the atmosphere as the bloody ceiling, then
It
you're
doesn't.
weird, man.
No. If what reaches, for example, if you take a picture of the boat, what reaches right after the top of the boat is what's coming from is light that is coming from this direction, right above the top of the boat. And this has an angular size. It doesn't matter if it's made of jelly, water, air. The light that is coming from this direction, regardless of whether it's physical or not, is going to reach the camera. And this angular size here is the same angular size as this, which is the same angular size as this. And if the sum of these two angular size is smaller, is the size of a pixel, then yes, they're going to merge in the camera, because the camera can resolve this slice of angular size to this slice of angular size because they have the same size and they're both smaller than a pixel. So it doesn't
All right,
matter.
well, you need to prove this. You need to prove this with some sort of experiment.
Well, this
Okay,
is how
because
perspective works.
No, because look at the angle.
What about the angle?
If there was a similar ocean, like an upside down ocean that was right above the boat and right above our head, that created a physical ceiling, just like the ocean does a floor above that boat, I would agree with you. We would see it merge both ways. If you wanted to like reverse the situation and put an ocean above our head going over the ship, right? You would be spot on. But we don't have that situation, do we?
Yeah, but here we have one car. Here we have other.
We don't have that situation, do we? So you're expecting it to look exactly the same. No, but listen to me. You're expecting it to look exactly like it would at the bottom when we don't have an ocean right at the top of the boat.
That's not. But the ocean isn't. the ocean isn't causing angular size to decrease. That
It is. It's
what
a
makes
physical flaw. There is no physical flaw above it.
Angular size decrease with distance. If things are getting further, their angular size are going to decrease. It doesn't matter if there's something physical below it or not. If they get
because
smaller,
you're trying to resolve two things. I mean, you can call it a pixel of light. That's irrelevant. You can still see the top of the boat. Even if that one pixel blends with the pixel below it, you'll still see the top of the boat.
Yeah, but
you won't see the bottom of it because it blends.
You agree that the upper pixel of the boat is also going to blend with the sky.
If you want to say one pixel, you can go for it. That's not an ocean and the whole bottom of the boat.
Same as the bottom. Yeah.
Okay, so what would be the difference then if we did have an ocean above it, like I suggested a second ago? What would you expect to see different?
Nothing. Instead of merging with the sky, you merge with the ocean.
Okay, that's all right. I'll hold you to that. So if there was an ocean right above us, upside down, you would expect to see nothing different than what we see now when a boat goes out. Are you honestly going to stick to that?
Perspective-wise, yes.
Okay, no worries.
What about perspective would prevent this?
We don't have an ocean above us. If you think having a solid floor above is going to look the same as having no floor or a ceiling that's way up, then you are deluded, champ.
Of course, you would have the difference that now you have the ocean above it. But regarding this angular sizes here, regarding the resolution of the boat, nothing will change. The resolution will be the same. How is that going to change the angular size of the boat?
No, you're right. No. What you're confusing angular resolution with angle of what's it called? Jesus. The smaller or more acute the angle, the less you're able to resolve. Specifically, if there's something in front of you, like if there's nothing obstructing your view, yes, all of it from all sides, up, down, left, and right will disappear. Like the angular size will disappear. But if they're standing on a floor, the angular size of the where their feet are hitting the floor, you're still trying to resolve that. But you've also got all of the floor between you, the observer, and the thing that you're looking at. You don't have to resolve any ceiling above their head because there's nothing to resolve there, so it doesn't get
yeah, but if a hole appears here, like here, then the ocean disappears here, it would be the same thing. You wouldn't now see more about the bottom of the boat just because you don't have this part of the ocean.
Yeah, if the ocean was above, you would see the same kind of disappearance from the bottom up. You would see it from the top down.
Yeah, but if the disappearance that he's referring to is due to angular size being smaller than the resolution, the angular resolution, then you don't need the ocean on top, because as soon as let's say the first centimeter of the top of the boat is smaller than a pixel, it's going to start merging with the sky, and so yeah. That's how resolution.
Right. Well, but you'll still be able to see the top of the boat. But since there's nothing next to the top of the boat to obstruct,
no, you're going to see less of it.
What?
You're going to see a little bit less of it because it's going to.
Yeah, you'll see. But if you're able to resolve it, you can see the top of the boat, right? But the reason why you can't see the bottom of the boat is because where the boat and the water meet, you're trying to resolve two separate things that are next to each other. That are far
away. For example, the first centimeter up to bottom is
I'm glad you get it, mate.
It's going to merge with the sky the same amount as the first centimeter bottom up.
Right, if there was something above it, but since there's nothing there to obstruct your view or to add more things to resolve.
No. It's the things. If there is or there isn't something above here, the angular size of this thing at this distance would be the same. The next pixel.
The overall object in question, sure, but because if that object was if you were a mile up and the object was a mile up and you're looking at it just disappear in the distance, sure, but because we're on the ground level, we've got all of the ground to contend with, and that changes our ability to resolve things far away. Yeah.
No, because
No?
that's not affecting the angular resolution of the board.
Okay, well, that's what we observe in reality every time. So I'm confused what you're talking about.
No.
You think the sky does the same
link an
thing?
example of that? No,
Yeah,
what I'm
like,
saying is,
if you like,
you
okay,
have
check it out. Right.
you have
If all right, we're on a say we're on a basketball court, right? Nice flat floor, basketball, right? And say we have, you got all the different lines and all the different, the paint on the floor, right? If I'm gonna put my eyeball on the floor of the basketball court, do you think that I'm gonna be able to see the painted lines on the other side of the basketball court? I'm not like exactly. I'm like a 1 inch above the. I'm 1 inch above the basketball court. Do you think I'm going to be able to see the foul or 3-point line from the other side of the basketball court from that height?
if
No,
the
right.
if the floor is dead straight, then yes. If there's nothing
You
obstructing it,
think
then
that
yes.
from 1 inch above a basketball court, you can see the paint on the opposite end at that height?
Basketball court, you mean like the field, the place where you play basketball, right?
Yeah. I'm saying, yeah. Ice
Right. So
hockey rink, whatever.
if your eye and the thing you're looking at, they're both above the floor, and the floor is dead straight, then yeah, you can see it.
But then you don't understand this perspective. But
Yeah, I do actually. I worked with this.
Like, all right, go to a basketball
Worked
court and
with it.
put your face on the ground and see if you can see the paint on the other side. But like, you can't even. I guarantee you couldn't even see where the wall and the floor meet from that low. All you're gonna see is a giant piece of the floor, like in front of your view, mostly because the floor is right there, obstructing the majority of your view. The higher up you go, the farther out you're able to see with clarity.
Then if that happens, that wouldn't be perspective, because perspective doesn't give you that.
Okay. Well, good luck, guys, with this guy.
Well, I mean, what's our experience dealing with perspective?
I just told you, go to a basketball court and put your face on the ground and see if you can see the other side. I guarantee you will not be able to see the 3-point line on the other side from 1 inch off the ground.
So tell me the distances that I need. I'm going to write it down, and I mean, I can just make a smaller version of this.
Just go and test it.
So this is I don't have a basket.
Use an ice rink. Use a tennis court. Use
So what's the size of this basket? What's the name of it? Court.
Basketball. Use a squash court. I don't know. Use a flat surface of a sports like.
Right. So I have the eye 1 inch from the bottom, right? Like here. So
it's above. It's above the 1 inch.
1
right.
inch.
You put your head up as far onto the ground. Like, do it in the floor. Whatever room you're currently in right now. Go to the one end of the room. Put your eyeball on the floor and see.
Yeah, I'll put a camera because I'll put my face on the floor. But all right. So 1 inch, and the other thing is how high is it?
1 inch.
Oh, the other thing.
It doesn't.
On the floor.
Right. I have something that I'm looking at. What's the thing that I'm looking at?
Well, it could be paint
on the floor.
Try to see. Yeah, the edge of the where the floor meets the wall. See if you can see that.
Hello.
All right.
I just put a video in the chat. You can check it out. You tell me if you can see that. You can see them lines on that basketball court.
All right. Let me check.
I'm just trying to help y'all out because this is bullshit.
Good work, champ.
That's perfect. Thank you. That's it.
Yes, sir.
What is being
I got
obstructed here?
Now, can you see the lines on the other side? Like he asked you.
Oh, the lines that are on the floor?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it gets too reflective, so no. But it's not getting obstructed, right?
So you can't see the lines, right?
Because the floor is being reflective.
The floor is being reflective.
So there it is. Just a that in and of itself is a change in perspective that causes you not to be able to see the lines. But
no.
Okay, fine. Reflective or
reason,
not, you don't think that you can't.
No, but I can.
Oh,
wait. I can still see the bottom of the wall that is touching the ground, right? Which is closer.
See the lines.
Of course, because of the angle I'm looking at, it's turning the floor into a mirror. So of course I'm not going to be able to see the lines.
All right, but you just said before you could see it. but you never
Yeah,
seen it.
well,
But
so you just said it
didn't.
just gets reflective. Hold on, real quick. You just said it got reflective and it turns the thing into a mirror, just like the ocean. When you look out beyond something, it turns it into a mirror.
Which is a completely different argument. You can argue for that
No,
now
it's
if you
not.
want
It
to, but
still
that wasn't
changes your
what's being argued.
perspective and changes the optics and your ability to see further
No,
away.
the mirroring of a surface has nothing to do with perspective. It has to do with the angle. It doesn't matter how far or how close you are.
But okay, but how is that different when you're looking out over the ocean? The same mirroring effects can happen, and that's why you see boats that appear to be
But
floating.
so yeah, if you're claiming mirroring effects, now we're no longer talking about perspective.
Yes, we are, because the only mirroring effects happen because of your change in perspective. That mirroring didn't exist when you were up high.
Yeah, because it changes your angle. It's not because it
Yes, and
changes
your
the perspective.
perspective is changed when
No,
you
man.
move.
But that's not what it's causing. Oh, wait. Two things are changing. Two things are changing. My angle is changing. Perspective is changing. Now, if the
Yes,
floor is
your
getting,
angle.
let me finish. Let me finish. If the floor is getting mirrored, and there are two things changing, which of them is causing the floor to get to become mirroring? It's not the perspective, it's the angle, because you can get further or closer. You're still gonna have that mirrored
But
if you have the
does
same angle.
Okay, does your angle change if you change your perspective?
Not necessarily. Depends on how you change your perspective.
Bud, are you
Not necessarily.
Your
Yes.
angle of what you can resolve does not change by changing your
Let me
what?
explain this. If
You
you're
change
here,
your
Hang on.
perspective.
How's
Which
let
this
me let me
changes
show
sentence?
you.
the
Let me show
angle.
you. Can
What
you
are
see?
you?
Can you see the drawing? Can you see the
No,
drawing? Are you trying to
listen.
understand what I'm
No,
saying, or
but
just want
listen,
to answer
listen.
I don't
before
need a
you get the
drawing.
point?
You just said perspective. If my perspective from a mile up in the air or 1 inch off the ground is not, you're saying that my angle doesn't change by changing my perspective up, down, left, or right?
No, I didn't say that. I said not
Yeah,
necessarily,
you did.
because if you're looking, no, I said not necessarily. Just go back and get clipped of what I said. I didn't say it. If you let me speak, you understand what I'm saying.
Go for it.
I hope at least. So if you're looking to something, you're looking at a particular direction of that. If you go away from this, keeping that same direction, the angle in which you're looking at to see the object isn't changing. The angular size of the things around it, yes, is going to change. So yeah, your perspective is changing, but your angle to that object isn't. Which means that if by looking at that angle, the thing is getting mirrored. If you're getting away, or getting closer,
Yeah, I hear you.
this is not going to affect how much is mirroring.
Yes, it will. It will. It just won't change it
No,
very much. You have to do it a lot. Yes, but by you
it's
going
about the
forward
angle.
or backwards, it does change it very slightly. So you're
Not if
saying
you're
though,
keeping the angle.
hold
Not
on.
if you keep
So
the angle.
if something is right up in front of my face, its angular resolution is going to be big. But it's when it goes farther away, or I go farther away from it, it's going to change its angular size. Correct? That's change.
Sure,
My
sure,
perspective on that thing is going to be changed due to
sure,
me changing.
sure.
That angle
But
is
I wasn't
definitely
talk.
changing because you're getting it
But I
more
wasn't talking
acute.
about the angular size. I wasn't talking about angular
No, I
size.
know, but I'm saying though, it is going to change. Your perspective is changing based on how close or far away from an object you are.
Sure,
That is a change in
sure.
perspective, bud.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Right, but
But
you
that
just
what?
you just said that moving, not necessarily, because moving forward or back from
No,
something
because you
wouldn't
ask
change
it.
the angle.
Because you ask it specifically. If the angle from you to the thing you're looking at is going to change with as you go further or closer. No, if you go further or closer, keeping that same direction, then you're going to be looking at the exact same direction.
Yeah, no, or maybe hold on. All right, okay, hold on. So the
I just
angle
put two
doesn't change.
more pictures in the chat. Check it out. Check it out. Two more
Forward and
pictures
back.
for you.
Yeah. All right. So you're saying
What about
forward
it?
and backwards isn't going to change, right? So if I'm in a big hallway in Vegas and I'm standing underneath an exit sign at one end of the hallway, I'm going to look straight up at it, right?
Sorry. Can you repeat that?
In a big long hallway, there's an exit sign on each side, right?
Right.
Right.
I'll draw
If
it.
I'm standing on one side and I'm going to look up at that, I'm looking straight up at that.
At the. Hello.
You might have cut out.
I'm right underneath the exit sign, And the more I walk backwards, where am I going to have to look? I used to starting looking straight up. And the more I back up, what do I have to do to my sight to keep that exit sign in view?
You have to tilt down.
I have to tilt
Put your hand
down.
up. Yeah.
So the forward and backwards away from something changes your perspective. Yeah.
In this situation, yes.
And
Because
your angle.
no, in this situation, yes, because you're not the direction that you're getting away from isn't the direction that you're looking at the exit sign. Let me
Okay.
draw it.
Oh, I got you. Okay. So say the exit sign is like eye level. Right. And eventually, as far away as I go back, eventually I will not be able to see the exit sign anymore due to angular resolution, right?
Sure, but you're never going to have to tilt your head up or down to keep looking at it, right?
Well, but
that's what I meant.
Right, but it eventually will disappear, correct?
Sure, because now we're talking about angular size, not the angular. Yeah.
But your angle.
So you're mixing two things. The thing that I answered you was about the angle of the thing, so the direction you have to look at. That's the angle that I said that doesn't necessarily changes.
It's always a change in perspective.
Sure.
And it is. Your
Did
eye,
you hear what I just said? What I just said.
Even if it's at eye level, okay, but even if it's at eye level, right? The angle.
The angular size.
I'm sorry, are we in a helicopter in the middle of the air, or are we on the ground?
Well, it's your scenario. You put us wherever you want. I was in the ground so far.
All right, so if we're on the ground, you're saying that the further away that you get from an object, the acuteness of the angle from the floor to your eyeball to the top of the object you're looking at is not going to change?
If it's on eye level, no.
So, but the angle of
if you're looking,
not going to obstruct that eventually. Like, why does it disappear?
Because it gets smaller.
The angle of your eye to the object changes the further and closer you get to it.
Not to the object. The angular size of the object to your eye does change, but not the angle of the object if it's on the line of sight. If it's on the line of sight, it's never going to change. You can go back as much, unless the surface that you're walking in isn't straight, right? So if you're in a curved surface, then yeah, it's going to change. But if it's a straight surface, then yeah, you can go back as much as you want. If it's on eye level, it's never going to go up or down.
Do you think that floor that I posted in there, those 4 pictures, you think that floor is curved or straight?
Well, let me see.
Help him out, Fuzzy. Help him out.
Yeah, you see, it seemed to be straight. Yeah.
It seemed to be straight.
Yeah, it seemed to be straight. Yeah.
Yeah, they better be straight. It's for school.
Okay.
Right. So, let's just say, all right, I'm standing directly in front of, let's just use an exit sign, square exit sign, and it's filling up the entirety of my view. I'm standing right in front of it. All I can see is an exit sign. Yeah.
Sure.
Now it's filling up my entire field of view, right?
Yep.
So the angle of which I would need to turn my head to see the sides of that I'd have to turn my head in order to look to see the edges of the exit sign. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the further I get back, the less I have to look sideways, up, down, left, or right in order to keep the exact same thing in view, correct?
Yeah, because the angular size is getting smaller.
Right, until it disappears entirely, right?
Yeah, until it gets too small that the resolution of your eye can detect it.
And how do you think that's not a change in perspective? Like,
it is a change in perspective.
Right, and then so how do you think that the angle of? You said the angle doesn't change.
Yes, you're looking like parallel to the ground, right? You're looking right.
But the object still disappears, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, as you go further, you don't have to look upper or lower. You're going to
you don't
keep
have to
looking.
Change your angles. I mean, the only reason you don't have to change.
Let me finish a sentence. So as you go further or closer, you don't have to look lower or higher. So that direction that you're looking at is what I said doesn't necessarily changes as you go further or closer.
But okay. But the angles at which the
he's not trying to listen, man.
I don't understand how you're not getting this. Like just because you happen to be setting up in a situation in which the angle doesn't have to change per se, it's still what happens with the observation of the object absolutely changes due to what happens with perspective.
Sure, yeah, I agree with that. I never denied this.
Right, but you said not necessarily. So in
Yeah,
the one instance
the,
where
no,
you
no, no,
don't
no.
have to
Fuzzy,
actually
fuzzy,
move your head, it's still
fuzzy.
going to disappear.
Fuzzy, what I said that doesn't necessarily change, it wasn't the perspective. The perspective is necessarily going to change if you get closer or further. What doesn't necessarily change is the angle that you're looking at. That's all I said.
I get that. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily. I
that makes
understand.
sense.
No, I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't change how your perspective changes what you see.
I agree, but the point was about the reflectiveness of the floor, and the reflectiveness of the floor depends on the angle, not on
If
the
you put a
perspective.
flashlight, if you could put a flashlight on the floor on the other side, and you still wouldn't be able to see it when you changed your angle that low to the ground.
What?
Sorry?
Yeah, that people have
I
done
didn't
that.
get
That
it.
doesn't.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't get the what was the scenario?
Instead
He
of the
said you can
paint
put
of,
a flat,
you're saying that
flashlight
the
on the
reason you
flat
don't see
ground.
the paint. Yeah, you said the reason you don't see the paint on the basketball court is because of the reflection only, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so one, the same thing happens in the ocean, but two, if I were to put a flashlight on the ground so that it negates any reflective surface situation, you still would lose the flashlight the lower to the ground you get.
The flashlight is above the ground?
Yeah, it's sitting on top of the ground.
Yeah, so
On the other
how
side of
how can the ground obstruct it if you're both above the
the
ground?
ground is not obstructing it. Your
So you're going to see
your
it.
angle of the angle at which you're observing it is how perspective works.
Oh, so you're saying if I get too far, at some point it's going to vanish.
No, too low to the ground and far, but low was what I'm specifically talking about here.
No, the lowering is relevant for that. Doesn't matter your height.
But I'm telling, yeah, no, the higher
This
you
is
go,
the
the more
argument,
you
though.
see the
He's
flashlight.
telling you that you can lay the flashlight on the flat ground, walk away from it, get your lower your observer height until the flashlight will disappear, even though you never lowered your observer height below the ground.
Well,
am I right?
That's not how perspective works.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
exactly.
I've
There's
never
demonstrations of this.
I've never seen that on an
Oh, let
actual
me see
flat
it.
surface happen. I've seen it on someone claimed it to be flat, but I never.
Yeah, yeah. So there are
seen it on
many
actual
instances.
flat
I mean,
surface.
the floor
I
is
have
generally
seen, right. I have seen when you take out of focus, because then there's another effect happening there where then that does happen, but the image has to be out of focus for it to happen.
Well, let me give an example. It's very easy
effect.
to assume. It's very easy to assume that the floor is perfectly flat when it's not, because usually we look to the floor like from where we're standing. We look it upwards from up, and it is
Right,
very
it's
hard
hard
to
to
see
tell.
if it's exactly. But if you lower your vision, then it's easier to see when things are actually straight or not. So
Imagine you're playing billiards, right? And you look at your pool stick from above, as you're not rolling it on the table, of course, you're just looking at it from above, and it's hard to tell that it's bent or not. You have to pull it up toward your eye and point it away from your eye to look.
yeah,
To see
look the
the
image. Look the image I last
yeah.
sent on Livestream 1. So the ruler looks straight, but if you look like if you lower your vision,
exactly.
yeah, you can see it's bent. So it can happen to floors as well. For example, it's very often that the things that are below the ground expand or contract with temperature. For example, you can realize that and there are many houses in which when you turn on the air conditioner, the whole house starts to make noises.
Okay, we're not talking about that sort of stuff.
Yeah, so but I guess I don't understand, because when I do like you can take the exact same thing, to negate the fact that the floor is the thing that's causing it, you can zoom in and also find the flashlight. And then when you zoom back out, this flashlight is no longer visible. So
yeah,
it's
if
not
that
the floor
happens, yeah, I mean, if that happens,
you
then
agree,
it's just the angular
yeah.
size that is too small to be detected. But
Right, so the
that
floor
wouldn't.
is not the one that's curving, right, to cause this.
Sure, that's angular resolution
Right. Yeah. You
problem.
change your optics, and you can now resolve things better when you're close to the ground because you're changing your optics.
No, you can resolve it when you zoom in by getting further from the
Right. By
ground.
changing your optic.
Yeah, but it's not just any change in optic that is going to do what you want to happen. So if you're let me give this example. You're above the ground and you can't see a flashlight, and then you zoom. At some point you can, right? So if you zoom back, just, at the point that you just cannot see anymore, immediately when you stop seeing, if you lower or make it, or higher your angle of, I mean, if you put the camera higher, you're not going to be able to resolve it by putting the camera higher. It's not
Well,
going
I'd
to
be
appear
curious. You
just
might.
because
You
it's higher.
actually might. You might.
No, I doubt
because
that.
you're changing the amount of floor that's in your view.
Yeah, that's
So
the
you
problem.
might. I'd
No,
have to
that's
try that specifically.
yeah. You
But you
try
could. You
that.
might be able to do that.
Yeah, try that because that doesn't. That's not what perspective would predict.
Well, but yeah, but it is though. Yeah, the higher up
No.
you go, the more far out you can see.
Yeah, but that not. Yeah, sort of, but not why
Sort
we're
of,
talking
or
about.
no. They're out you can see, correct?
Yeah, usually because things you have things that are no longer aligned, so they stop obstructing each other.
Yeah, like the
Things that
ground.
are above the ground. No, not the ground. Not if the ground is
You're
flat.
saying
No.
that the ground. When you're
If
one,
the
so the reason why you're obstructed by things on the ground is because things are higher than you, or things are in the way.
yeah,
The
things have to
ground
be in the
itself,
way
the
to
things are
obstruct.
in the way. The higher up away from that, the farther out you can see, like
Yeah,
the
because
floor.
things are no longer in the way. But the floor is never in the way if it's flat.
Then why don't you see the flashlight all the way out on the other side of the room?
Because it gets smaller than the resolution that I can see things. Not because it gets obstructed. Things have to be on the way to obstruct. And if you're not seeing something that is not being
If
obstructed,
I can, I go, all right, so if there's a flashlight on the other side of the room and I'm up at the ceiling, I can look down and see the flashlight. But when I go down to the floor, the flashlight is disappeared.
yeah, I doubt that happens. If that happens, then the floor isn't flat.
There's video of it. I'm driving, but someone has to have video of that. Someone did it like a Home Depot where there's a big long floor.
Sure. Well,
Sky free.
the flashlight is, I mean, you have the illuminated part of the flashlight in the ground, right? That helps you if you get
Lying on the
higher.
ground. It's lying on the ground, just lying on the floor.
Yeah,
And
but
when you put your
it
eyeball on the floor, you can't
lights
see it. But when you stand up, you can.
lights the ground, right? So that's going to help you see that light when you're higher because that's going to be
but and then you don't see it at all when you go down to the floor.
Right? Can you link that so you can properly analyze it?
I don't have that on. I'm driving.
Right.
But I've seen. I don't know. It might have been scrubbed from the internet by now, but I've watched this on the internet. Like
sure.
I've watched people do. I've done it. You're saying that this is just simple optics and simple perspective
No,
too.
it's not simple perspective. I know how perspective. I worked with this before. It doesn't work like that.
So have I. I have many zoom cameras.
So yeah, no. Talking about perspective.
Change.
Sure. How well do you understand perspective? Like, for example, if I give you the distance of an object and the size of it, can you give me what's the angular size of it?
If I looked up the formula or the math or whatever, but again, this is the problem: is that math and formula is going to include Earth curvature, right?
No, it doesn't have to. We can assume a flat surface. Actually, most of the times that we are dealing with perspective, the surface.
But again, math. I'm going to go with what I observe in reality rather than what you're going to claim math tells me.
No, math is just a way to make precise predictions of this. The only thing that math is assuming there is that the direction you see things is the direction that they are. That's the whole assumption that that this math is doing. If you agree with that, then you can't disagree with the math.
So, all right, check it out. Right, the smaller the more acute an angle, the more or less resolution you can observe in that angle.
Sorry,
You observe,
the smaller
so
the
if
angle,
an
what?
angle is very, very, very acute, can you see more?
What is this angle? This is
All right,
the angle of
all right, how
what?
about this? How about this? Right, you got a circle, a pie, right, or like just a circle, and we're gonna fill it in one line at a time. We're gonna cut it in half and cut it in half so we have quarters, like a pizza, 4 quarters.
Sure, sure,
Right.
yeah.
Now we cut that again.
Sure.
And we got 8. And we
Mhm.
keep cutting and keep cutting and keep cutting so that the angles are so small. The middle of the circle becomes solid, right? Solid black lines, because the angles are so acute that you can't see the difference, right?
Okay.
So the more acute an angle gets, the more you close the angle from the
So this
floor to
angle,
your observation, the more muddied and not clear that angle is of where you're looking at. The more acute it gets, correct?
you're talking about the angle of your vision? Like, is the
Yeah,
pie
the
slices
compression of
analogous
right.
to
It's
your
like
field of view?
right. So like the more acute an angle of something is, the less clear.
Yeah, the angle. I think you're right. So here's the thing.
Right.
Let's use
So
the camera
at the
instead of.
ceiling, right?
Let's
If
let's
you're at
use
the
the
ceiling,
camera.
the angle is very large. It's at the when you change to the floor, the angle is very, 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 very small, right?
Can you say that again?
If you're at the ceiling of the, all right, we put a flashlight at the other end of the basketball court, and you're on the other end, and you go up to the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Your angle from the floor to you, the observer, to the object in question, the flashlight across the room, is a very big angle because you're up tall, right?
Yeah, but the angle that you're referring to, like, is the angle in which the flashlight fits into my view. So
Right.
it's the angle
No.
between wait, it's the angle between the bottom of the bottom of the flashlight and the up of the flashlight. This angle between those two directions is the angular size of the flashlight. And as I go up, those two angles get smaller, not bigger.
No, I'm talking about the angle from you to the observer to the floor. I'm sorry, you, the observer, to the object and the floor.
Which is different from what you're saying before, because the angle that
No.
you were saying before, yeah, the angle that when it gets smaller makes things harder to see is the angular size of them. And the angular size of the flashlight.
No. That's the compression of what you're trying to squeeze into a very small amount of angle of viewing space.
Or
which is the flashlight. It's what we're trying to see. And that angle is not gonna get bigger as you go higher. It's gonna get smaller.
It absolutely will get bigger. That's why you see more distance the higher up you go.
No, you see more distance because things are no longer obstructing each other. Let me draw it. I think you're driving,
No,
right?
I understand it perfectly well. Right, the angle in which from the object, if you were going to make a parallel line from the flashlight to your eyeball on the ground, right, that's a very acute angle. If you were to raise your eyeball to the ceiling of the gymnasium, that angle is going to increase, right?
That's
I
not the
just dropped
angle
a
that
video.
determines
Have a look
resolution.
at the video.
It's just the direction. It's just direction. It has nothing to do with the resolution.
Did you hear me? Video into chat. Have a look.
1 sec. Let me check. Oh, there we're not only dealing with perspective. You can clearly see that the ground is very hot. So of course you're going to have other optical things going on there. You can see the turbulence of the.
So you
Well,
want
are you denying?
you want atmosphere to be removed, do you?
Yeah, but
No.
see, this is your problem.
when-
You're
no, no,
giving
no,
us
per-
all these examples as to what can obstruct our vision in the distance, and
Yeah,
you're saying
I
that
said in the
you've
beginning.
accounted for all those things, and that all of it is going to be Earth curve.
No, I
There's
said
about
in the
30
beginning. I said
different
in the
things
beginning.
that you're hijacking to call it Earth curve.
No. I'm not.
Okay.
We're not even
Do
talking
you
about
think
Earth to
there's
Earth.
probably? Do you think there's not a moisture layer above the ocean that's denser moisture than there is a little bit further up? Say,
I
a
agree. Yeah,
few
this
meters.
I
Right.
agree.
So you didn't bring that up before, did you? Why didn't you
Because
bring that
no,
up before?
because I said specifically that was regarding perspective only. You can go
Oh, but hang
back
on.
and see me clarifying that if
But
you're
hang on a minute.
only
So you've looked at this example and you've gone, oh, but there's other effects. It's not just perspective. But with the
yeah,
ocean
because it's
example, when there's also other effects, i.e., dense water moisture, you've just chosen to ignore that.
no, I didn't just ignore it. I said that you
Well, you
can't
didn't
have
mention anything about it.
because you were arguing that perspective does it, and I'm saying well, perspective can
But
do
I'm
it.
showing, I'm
There
arguing
are
the
other
same thing here.
there
The
are
example
other
I
things.
dropped in chat is about perspective.
There are other things that can do it. Perspective isn't one of them. I was explaining that.
Oh, you're wrong, mate. That's all I got to say. Disingenuous or
Right?
just plain wrong. One of the two.
Yeah, you could demonstrate this. You could point where in my reasoning I'm wrong instead of you just claim I'm wrong.
We have.
Disingenuous.
No, we have over and over again, and you haven't provided anything to back your side.
I'm
That's why I say
explaining.
disingenuous.
No. There are
Is that
many.
what you're saying? You want a demonstration of perspective without atmosphere? Is that what you're asking for right now?
Of course not. Of course not. But for example, if you're making perspective tests on a closed basket court, then yeah, perspective refraction is not gonna be a thing. But if now when you're in the video that I sent, you can clearly see the hot air coming out of the ground because it's very sunny, and that produces miraging. We all know that. We all can see it. So yeah, now it's a very bad way. It's a very bad way to analyze perspective if we have mirage on the way. That's all I'm pointing to. So you're giving me a video in which we have mirage to analyze perspective. How can I analyze perspective if mirage is making creating distortion?
Okay, then. So then, boats going over the horizon is not a very good proof of the globe, then, is it? Because there's miraging and all sorts of fucking effects, isn't there?
Sure, yeah.
So why would you raise that fucking point?
I wasn't raising you and Mailman were talking about perspective, and he was explaining it with perspective. Let me finish. He was explaining that with perspective, you're not gonna have the ground obstructing things, and he's right. You can't, but of course, with refraction you can. But you guys were trying
that's wrong. You can have the ground obstruct things without being in the way on a flat surface. Yes, you can.
Not with perspective.
Yes, you can.
So yeah, so then so now you shouldn't be asking, well, why didn't I raise refraction? Because you were making the claim that you can with perspective only, which is very easy to demonstrate that it's not.
Well, okay, please demonstrate it, because as it is, you're claiming that you can't. You're saying that you only need an object that can obstruct and nothing optical can do it. And you've provided no evidence to do that.
Yeah, to have
We've
the ground
several videos to show that it works the other way, and you've done nothing in the counter.
No, none of the videos prove the other way. This last video, of course, you have miraging, and the other ones you don't have anything being obstructed by the ground. The only things that
there's miraging when a boat goes over the horizon, and you guys claim it's curvature.
No, I'm not making that claim. All I'm objecting to is that perspective.
So when boats go over the horizon, it's not curvature, is it?
I would say it is, but I'm not arguing for it.
Oh, hang on. No, we got to get this clear. So when a boat goes over the horizon, it only disappears bottom up because of curvature.
No, not only. There are atmospherical effects going on. That's why it's quite hard to determine the shape of the Earth by looking to the horizon, because we have atmosphere.
So hang on. So a boat can disappear bottom up through atmospheric conditions?
Yes, it can.
Okay.
That's why I'm not making this argument. I'm not arguing that the boats on the horizon prove globe Earth. I'm only trying to address that you can have that with perspective, and you can't.
Yes, no, but you can, unfortunately.
But the director of NASA does claim claim that.
Well, there might be some examples in which refraction can't account for a flat surface,
Then,
but I'm not. Yeah, I'm not
the
that.
director of NASA says. So are you disagreeing with the director of NASA?
No, I'm just not making the argument. I think it's
Yeah,
not
but
the best.
she is.
Sorry,
She is.
you're cutting out.
Roboting, mate. Roboting. He dropped out. He'll be back. Maybe he won't be back.
Well, thing is, perspective is defined geometrically and assumes straight lines. And if light is traveling in straight lines, you can't have the ground obstructing light. There's no way you can use perspective to do it.
It's not a physical obstruction. You're failing to see the point.
But perspective doesn't create obstructions.
Not a physical one, no.
No, for things to be obstructed, perspective-wise, they have to be physically obstructing the light. That's how.
Well, no.
Yeah, that's
No, they
how
don't.
perspective works.
No,
Because
that would be a
perspective-
physical obstruction.
Yeah, because perspective
Yeah.
assumes straight lines.
We're not
If
talking
light-
about physical ones.
If line Right. If light travels in straight line, and there's nothing physically in between your eye and something, then if you cannot see that, then that's not perspective. You cannot make the claim.
What's called a vanishing
So
point?
wrong, Bacon.
Bacon, what is the
Silent.
vanishing point?
Let me get the proper definition for you.
I'm gonna have to call it a night, boys.
Right.
Enjoy.
It's a point on the image plane of a perspective drawing where the two-dimensional perspective projections or drawings of mutually parallel lines in the three-dimensional space appear to converge. So there you go. When you have two parallel lines, they appear to converge at some point. That's the vanishing point.
Right. So when those vanishing point, when you go to that vanishing point, can you see past that vanishing point even though it's in the two dimension? It can be continue on a plane.
Now the vanishing point is infinitely far, right?
My God.
Yeah, it's a direction. It's not a three-dimensional position.
Shit, Bacon.
Oh, Silent, you think vanishing point is a three-dimensional
Yeah,
position?
I don't think you can see to infinity. Yes.
Oh, I'm not saying
There's
that.
a limit. That
Silent,
vanishing
you
point.
clearly.
What, Bacon? What does vanishing mean?
Like disappearance.
Yeah. All right. So vanishing point. What does that mean?
That things get too small to be seen.
All right. Now repeat what you said. Is what?
That the vanishing point is infinitely far.
Sure. You don't see a problem with that?
No, I can
Okay.
see where you think there's a problem, but you
I
don't have
mean-
to be right. So, silent. If you have parallel lines, right, they appear to meet at some point, right? But that point is not in a certain distance. For example, if I have two parallel lines, how far do those lines have to?
The point where you stop being able to resolve things.
No, that's not the vanishing point.
Whew. Then why is it called vanishing point?
Because things get too small in that point.
To be able to see
Yeah.
it.
No, yeah, but
So,
they don't
yeah.
have to. They don't have to reach the distance of the
But we're
vanishing
talking
point.
about how you see things, Bacon. Right? That's what we're talking about.
Sure, but the vanishing point isn't like isn't at a certain distance. So let me give an example. If you have a pencil, right, and you want to put this pencil between two parallel lines and move the pencil as far as you want. At some point, you're not going to be able to see the pencil, right? Because it's getting smaller and smaller. So every point of the pencil is shrinking in that vanishing point. And then at some distance, you can't see the pencil anymore. You can no longer resolve the resolution of the pencil. But if you do it with a car or like with a house, something is much bigger. You need to pull that way further before you can't see it anymore. So the vanishing point isn't at a certain distance. It's in a certain direction.
To you it is all the time, Bacon. To you it is.
What's the distance? What's the distance? So you
Depend
think
on how much hasten do you have or stuff like that.
If you think that the distance in which the pencil disappears is also going to make a house disappear?
Yes. We're talking about how we see things, Bacon. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a conversation, how you see things.
My God, Simon.
Oh my God, yes. Aren't we talking about how you see things, Bacon?
Yes. So if
all right,
I have...
then why is the house gonna be still?
It's that every object is determined.
So if I have a small dot in the wall of a big house, and I get further and further and further, when that dot disappears, the whole house is going to disappear at the same time?
No.
So there you go. The distance to the point, for the point to disappear, is different from the house to disappear. That's what I'm saying. So the vanishing point is the direction. It's that direction. It's not a certain distance, because for the point to disappear, you need a certain distance. For the house to disappear, you need a bigger distance. So there isn't a precise distance in which things disappear. It depends on their size. But there is a certain direction. That direction that they are shrinking to is the vanishing point. You get what I'm saying now? Because I think if you're agreed that the point isn't going to disappear with the house, then you didn't get the example of the pencil before, because it's the exact same example.
Okay. I'm sorry to enter the conversation. I don't care to.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
Hey, Ed.
No, so no. The point is, all right. So what is the vanishing point for the horizon when they're bigger? We get that. The object size is what determines its vanishing point. So what is the vanishing point of the ocean as you're looking out to it? Whatever you're going to say is called Earth curvature.
I didn't get the point. Earth curvature isn't that related to vanishing point.
That's what they call Earth curvature, is the vanishing point. That's why they say when boats go over it, they disappear into the vanishing point, because there's nothing else to obstruct them, and there's nothing else behind them that you can see, because it's just ocean. So therefore, it reaches the vanishing point.
You need more than that. You need more than
gone.
that.
It's called the Earth curvature.
You need more than that.
I know, we're asking you for that. We're asking the Globers for more than that, because what they're doing is they're just hijacking that, what you just agreed, is that a boat will reach the vanishing point whenever it does. Since there's nothing on the ocean to obstruct it in the foreground or background, it just reaches the vanishing point. The problem is that the globe just calls that Earth curve.
No, because if that's what you were seeing, what we call Earth curve is the horizon obstructing, like a boat or something. So it's the part of the boat.
Yeah, I'm
is being
sorry. I
obstructed.
think that you're a little bit late to the conversation, but the horizon is no longer. Hold on, the horizon is no longer curved, called the Earth curve.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, because the horizon is
I'm
no
here
longer
for the
called.
past hour, I guess.
No, I'm not talking about that. That you're here for this conversation for an hour. I'm saying that they're no longer called the horizon, the Earth curve. It is not the geometric horizon.
Sure, yeah, I know, because
Okay, so why did you call it Earth curve?
because I was going to explain that. So, what we would call Earth curve is the ocean obstructing the objects, right? So, if you have a flat surface, you can't have that with perspective. You need the atmosphere helping you to do that in a flat surface. That's all I'm arguing for.
Well, no, just a moment. No, just a moment ago, you said that the object will reach a vanishing point, correct?
Mm-hmm. Which is different from being obstructed by
And
the ground.
What? No, but that's my point. But again, you still don't understand how. Yeah, so we're back to where you've got to understand how perspective works, and how the smaller the angle, the harder it is to resolve something on a flat ocean.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean,
but both
the smaller.
large vessels disappear way before perspective would come into play.
That is not true. Left lane.
Yeah, it is.
It is not.
Well, we've never seen a footage like this, son. Like the bottom is obstructed.
You've never seen a boat. You've never seen a boat that's disappeared, returned from being zoomed in.
No.
You've never seen video of that.
No.
I've seen
No.
it becoming too small, and then it zoomed in. You can see it again. I never seen it being obstructed by the ocean, and then you zoom in, and it's no longer obstructed by the ocean. That I never seen.
What do you mean? The reason it disappeared in the first place was supposed to be because of Earth curve. And then you zoom in, and then there it is. So, you know, obviously it wasn't curved. Just like the flat surface on a... Remember earlier?
No, the reason why you don't see things can be because they're too far, or can be because they're obstructed by the surface. Both can happen. if you find an instance when you can see a boat because it got too
Don't be
small,
disingenuous, Bacon.
are
If
you
you
are
see
you
the boat go, like, let's say you're standing on the
Yeah.
beach, right? You see the boat starting to disappear bottom up. It disappear at that point, at one point. You take your camera and you zoom in, and there is the boat again. It's just perspective.
No, I disagree that that happens.
Remember earlier?
What I agree that happens.
No. I'm sorry. Earlier. Hold on. Earlier, when you said on a flat floor, you said that the floor might be able to be bowed, and then I said, okay, but then when you zoom in and you can now see the object because you change your resolution and you change your optics, and now you can clearly see that it wasn't because of a curved floor, because now you can see it unobstructed. If
No,
there was
I
a
never
curved
seen
floor,
this happen.
you would not. Yeah, you did. You said that would happen on a floor. And then we said if you zoom in, then you say, oh, then it would be not caused by floor curve because
Yeah,
you could zoom in on it.
if the ground is
You said
obstructed.
that, right? You understand, right?
I'm
That
not
we're
sure.
on the same page with that.
No, I'm sorry. Can you
Oh,
try to
okay,
clarify
so
that? I didn't get
earlier,
what you.
all right,
Go on.
yeah. So earlier when we said when you zoom in to try to see the flashlight, you said, well, then it could easily be that the floor itself was curved or bowed over time. And then I said, okay, you're right. So in order
By
to
zooming in.
negate that, hold on, what?
I didn't say it could be the ground if you're seeing it after zooming in. If you're seeing just by zooming in, then it's not the ground that's obstructing it.
Well, that's exactly my point. That's exactly the point. So now take that exact same and put it on the ocean. When you zoom in on a boat that was supposed to have disappeared because it went over the curve of the Earth, and you can now zoom in on it, it obviously wasn't because of any curvature of Earth.
Yeah,
right?
but that depends on how you saw it disappearing. Because if you saw it disappearing because it got smaller and smaller, and then at some point you can't see it anymore, then you didn't see it getting obstructed by the water, then that's not a physical
Well,
obstruction.
no,
So if you
why
zoom, wait,
did it disappear? No, I'm sorry.
I'm
Why did
giving
it
you
disappear? It
because
disappeared
it
because it
got
went
too
over
small.
the curvature.
No, so yeah, depend
No,
on the size.
No, it's
Stop. Let me
so you're
make the.
saying that. Oh boy.
Let me
All right, no,
clarify.
dig
Let me
yourself
clarify.
a hole. Go ahead.
Oh my god. Let me clarify it. If something gets further, it gets smaller. Its angular size gets smaller. So at some point, it's going to be smaller than your eyes can resolve. So if you don't see a boat because of that, then it doesn't mean the boat has went over the curvature. It can be a small boat. You can be in a high altitude and the boat got very far. So you can have boats disappearing just by angular resolution on a globe Earth. They don't need to go over the curvature for you to not be able to see it. And when this happens, when you don't see a boat
Yeah, I
because
agree.
it got too small, if you zoom in, of course you're going to see it again. What can't happen?
So what we need is proof of the boat actually disappearing behind Earth curvature. Where is that? Not any obstruction of anything else that when one of 13, 20 different, 30 different options. There's many different things that could also cause what we're talking about. What I'd like is absolute definitive proof that it's behind a piece of ocean that's curving.
Yeah, I don't think I have that.
Well,
you're
luck,
arguing
I'm
for
not arguing for
something-
it.
Hold on, you're arguing for something that gets obstructed by behind a curve.
No,
and you have no example.
No, I'm not arguing for it.
Okay.
I'm not arguing for it. I'm just clarifying
What have you been
misconceptions
doing just
on
the last few
perspective.
minutes?
Yeah, I've
what you're
just
saying
been.
is that the director of NASA is incorrect. Then that's fine. That's cool.
No,
Why don't you take it up with her, though? We already agreed.
I said that I don't have that. If I have a very good expertise on atmospheric distortions, for example, I could come up with an evidence like this. But you have to understand atmosphere as well as me for that evidence to be convincing. And none of you
I know.
guys
We've
do.
asked people. We've asked NASA people. We've asked NASA engineers. We've asked PhDs. We've asked people for this for years, and no one has it. We obviously know you don't have it, but that's what we're trying to point out to you.
No, they might have it, but you don't have the expertise on how to.
Neither do you.
Interpret.
There's no
Agree,
video
exactly.
that has
I agree.
definitive, conclusive thing that an ocean is curving, and that's why the boat is disappearing. That's your problem.
Wait. It might be definitive if you have enough information to judge, to account for atmosphere. If you have enough information that you can account for atmosphere, then yes, you can have definitive.
That's
But you have
where
to.
is that? Where is that at though? Where is that proof? Then? I mean,
Yeah, that's what we've
Well,
been asking
I don't
for
know.
years now. For half a decade, people have been asking for that,
For
and no
example,
one has it.
if I give you,
NASA doesn't have it, bud.
wait, if I give
NASA
you,
doesn't have that.
okay, if I
If they
give
had
you,
it, they would have been
let me
able to
speak,
give it to
man.
you.
You have to let me speak. If I give you measurements on humidity, pressure, and temperature of various heights across a distance, and I have things being obstructed bottom up, and then I give you the account for refraction based on those measurements, that would be a definitive proof, right?
But based on presuppositions, but then not
What
definitive.
presuppositions? What presuppositions?
You're calling it an atmosphere to begin with, so you're already assuming it's a sphere.
No, we're
when
not.
you say atmosphere, when you say refraction,
That's just the name of it. This argument doesn't require it to be.
Yeah, because it's assumed that it to be a sphere.
No,
That's why
it's
they
not.
call it that.
No,
That's
it's
what they
not
assume
assumed
it
to be a sphere, because no.
That's what
We are only.
we're trying to
That's
prove.
on the name.
You're trying
That's
to
on the
prove that
name.
it is a sphere here. But
No, I'm not. I'm not assuming the atmosphere is a sphere just because I'm calling it atmosphere. That's the name of it. You can call it whatever you want. So I'm taking the temperature, pressure, and humidity of different heights above the ground across a distance. Like if I do that, it doesn't matter the shape of the atmosphere. I can account for refraction now because I know how the index of refraction is changing from bottom up.
How do you account for refraction? What's the formula for refraction then? How are you accounting for that in your math?
The formula for refraction
what's
is
that?
Snell's law, and you can use the derived version of that for an index gradient of refraction.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm a little rusty. Isn't Snell's law going from like air to water, like a change in medium?
It's changing index of refraction, not changing medium. In refraction context, a medium is defined by its index of refraction. So if I have, for example, water and something else, if they both have the same index of refraction, it counts as one medium. And if you have water and water, but they have different index of refraction, then it counts as two medium, even though they're both water. So when we're talking about refraction, a medium is defined by its index of refraction, not by what's made of. So we know, for example, that the pressure decreases with altitude. That makes index of refraction lower. So you can account for that. And we can usually...
How do you specifically account for, like, just by saying Snell's law?
Well, it's more complicated than that. You have to derive a...
That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah. So first, you have to derive the gradient version of Snell's law. Because Snell's law, it's a particular case when you have like a very defined boundary between the index. If we have a gradient change, you need to derive a different formula, of course, that allows you to use a function of index of refraction instead of values. Now you can use Snell's law in an index of refraction. So when you take the measurements of temperature, pressure, and humidity, now you can know what the gradient is. So when you know the gradient, you have the formula for gradients. Now you can account for refraction. So there you go.
Oh,
now,
but I don't understand how this proves it to be a curved ocean.
Yeah, because for example, you have to understand the first point about perspective. Because once we account for refraction, now we only have perspective. And perspective-wise, boats can be obstructed bottom up, right? So if you can account for refraction, now it's just perspective. And even with refraction accounted, you still have the boat being obstructed by the ocean. Now the ocean can be flat because you can't have flat things obstructing other things perspective-wise. You can only have it with light distortions.
Well, you said, oh, I'm sorry. You just said that the ocean can't obstruct things. What? Say that again? I'm sorry.
All right, sure, no problem. So we see the ocean obstructing boats, and that could be by atmospherical effects. That could
It
be
could be a
because
wave. Yeah.
right, or it could be because
You're just
that
pulling,
surface isn't
all
flat.
kinds of. Right.
Yeah. So
Well,
if we account for atmospheric effects, we can know if it's actually physically obstructing it, or if it was just the atmosphere, or if it
but
was
again,
both.
the atmosphere doesn't the waves and the atmosphere change day to day, minute to minute, hour to hour?
Yeah, it mostly change day to day, minute to minute. It doesn't change significantly to for to
Depends on
for
where you in the
yeah.
world you are. But sure.
Yeah, if it changes minute to minute in a significant way, I mean, you'd see things
But
going up and down all the time.
clouds can roll in. It can get cold snap can like it can
Yeah,
change quickly.
that's why I'm saying if I take measurements over the distance in different heights, I can account for these weather conditions.
But well, I guess the problem is that what you're trying to account for 30 different things that could obstruct stuff, and we agree with that. What we're asking for is the definitive. What you just said: waves and the atmosphere and shoaling and
No, I can do it on a
cloud
lake.
atmosphere,
Do it on a lake.
right?
It doesn't have to be the ocean.
Okay, but it's got to be a big enough lake to show curvature, because the whole point here is you're trying to prove curvature, right?
Yeah, there are some lakes that are.
No, you're trying to prove us flat. You got it wrong.
Yeah. No.
yeah.
I've only ever always been asking. I'm trying to prove the globe to be correct. I'm looking for the definitive evidence of it.
I don't think a
You'll need to be
definitive.
more honest for that.
I don't think a definitive evidence is going to come from.
You'll need to be
water
100% more
obstructing
honest.
things, because of course every measurement what we take, we have to account for the atmosphere, and you guys might not agree on how we're accounting for that. So that's never going to be a definitive proof for that, unless we come in agreement on how light works and how refraction works.
Well, no, but I guess that we agree that it's very hard to prove that all of this is possible. So what we're saying is that the director of NASA uses this as definitive proof.
Not very hard. It's easy.
Well, sure, you can have
Zoom
definitive proof.
in,
If
you see
he
obstructed.
All right, so just present that then. We're saying you have to have accounted for all the 30 different things that we're talking about. You got to account for all of those and say this is definitively the curve right here where you see the boat going over.
Forget the 30 things. When something goes behind something, you can't see it anymore.
Sorry, I have to rush here. I'll be back later. Sorry.
Okay, thanks. You did well.
Good timing.
Well, people always say that. Whenever, I mean, I'm always discussing, so of course.
No, I know. I'm just this other guy comes in and just like you were right at the edge of a point.
This has been going on for too long, Fuzzy. You've been pretending not to understand for too long, so I'm here to sort it out.
We can get it from where.
No.
We can pick it from where I'm leaving right now.
You've had 2 hours of pretending not to understand and pretending to debate. It's over.
I'm trying to get him to understand. So you debate? Are you saying that? Where don't we understand what we're talking about?
Earth's blatantly a sphere because you can see obstruction really clearly through a camera or a telescope at the beach
Hold on
most days, all the time.
Now you're going back things that we already discussed. So please,
now
wait,
you have to
wait until Bacon finishes point.
I got a question for Fuzzy.
You didn't listen to him properly, so he's gone.
He's gone. No, not that he didn't listen. It's that you interrupted.
You pretended to misunderstand him for an hour or more.
No, that's incorrect.
That's right.
No, we
I
didn't.
heard you do it.
No, it didn't. Okay, well, show us definitive proof that the Earth is curved, bud.
Definitive proof? No.
Yeah.
Just evidence that helps you to understand. You don't have definitive proof.
You understand?
Wait, Don, do you understand that evidence is subject to interpretation, right?
Yes.
All right. So that's not proof of anything.
Evidence is colloquial proof for a position.
Evidence is subject to interpretation to
So
all
is
human
proof,
beings.
sir.
That's why you cannot use evidence.
So is proof.
Huh?
So is proof. So
What do
is
you mean
anything.
show us proof?
So
Proof is
anything.
definitive.
No, it isn't, Ed. You decide if it's definitive for you.
No.
Oh yeah, I
Yes,
agree with that.
Or you just go along with whatever the
There
old
you
man
go.
said.
That
which is
That's
that I
not how
can agree
reality
with now.
works, Don. Sorry.
That
Sorry,
can I agree with. It is definitive for you, yes, not to other people.
Yeah, so proof subjective, so is evidence.
No, proof is
No,
not
it's not.
subjective.
We've shown you ships.
No, it's not,
disappearing.
Don.
You're interpreting it wrong, and that's why you're confused. And
Wait.
it's not because you're too. It's not because you're
I'm
too dumb to
interpreting
understand
wrong?
it properly. It's because you're dishonest and trying not to understand it.
I
Oh
think you're the one
shit.
that's on his phone, bud.
Very clear to listen to or see or observe.
Yeah, Don, we get that. So let's ask a specific question because Fuzzy Ewok made a specific claim. He said Bacon needs to account for all these 30 different things, and I was wondering, Fuzzy Ewok, which measurements have you done where you accounted for 30 different things? So you know that that's what you have to do, since that's your claim.
Reversion of proof fallacy.
No, he
Don't
made
do
a
that,
specific
please.
claim.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
It's
You made
not,
the positive
no, it's
claim.
not
The
reversal
positive
anything,
claim is on
Silent.
you guys, okay?
It's no, he
All
made a
right?
specific
The
claim.
positive claim is on you. We're
The
challenging it.
positive
You gotta
claim
show
is
it
that
first.
you need to
I'm sorry,
account
but
for
you're
30
just
different
reversing the
things.
burden of proof. That's all you're
No,
doing here. That's a fallacy. You shouldn't be doing
that's
that.
not what I'm doing. Let me finish
Yes,
the
you're
question,
doing.
Silent, because you're interrupting. It's very clear. He made a claim that you needed to account for 30 different things. So
So
that
no, yeah,
must.
based on
So I wasn't finished yet. So that must mean he has done measurements himself.
he doesn't need to do those
Where
measurements.
he accounted for 30 different things. So
He doesn't need to do those measurements.
So he knows that that's what you have to
And
do.
obviously he hasn't done that. You know he hasn't.
Right, so then we can ignore what he
Wow.
said with
Yes.
taking
This is what I
accounting for
said.
30 different
We
things.
don't care about the
Just
30
ignore
different
that
things.
standard
We're
then.
just zooming in and seeing abstraction. We
That's
don't
amazing,
care.
isn't it,
30
Fuzzy?
different nothings.
The point is
It's
we
unbelievable,
ignore that
really.
standard of
It's
evidence
funny,
now.
really.
Yeah.
Right.
So what I've been asking for years, right? When the director of NASA says that boats going over the horizon is clear that it's not okay for you to think that the Earth is flat because boats going over the horizon prove that, right? So I'm asking, okay, cool. So just show me the proof. Show me
No, that's
all
not
of the
what you
because what Bacon was saying was that there's a lot of other things that can be accounting for the fact that boats disappear bottom up, which we all agree. So what we're asking for is the definitive proof that it's actually curvature.
Right. Well, if you're gonna hold to that standard of evidence where you need to account for 30 different things, then that surely you must have done the same.
No, I've never made a
No,
claim
oh, okay.
that
So then we
it would
can
have to do
ignore.
that.
So then we can
No, are
ignore
you
your ridiculous
bro?
standard of evidence.
No. I've
Yes,
never said that I can account for 30 things. NASA
No, you
says that they
can't.
can.
You haven't done that, so you're clueless. You have no idea if that's what you need to
Guy
do or not.
is unreal. This is unreal.
What's NASA got to do with ships on the horizon?
I just told you the director of NASA uses that as proof of the Earth's curvature.
Yeah, and that's propaganda.
Is that the best standard of evidence that is out there? Is that the best standard of
that's
evidence?
Propaganda to tell NASA as globe evidence instead of ships. Would you not agree?
Is that it's propaganda?
Don't look at the ships. Look at our brilliant photos. That's what they're saying.
What are you
don't believe
saying?
in space. You don't believe in space, do you? So we're back to boats. And if I had to guess, I bet it was you that brought them up.
No, we're talking about perspective.
Yeah, the director of NASA is promoting NASA as globe proof. It doesn't mean boats can't be a globe proof.
If they are a globe proof, provide one that is definitively Earth curvature and not
They're in
one
the
of
chat.
30 other things.
As you've been talking, they've been shared in the chat, loads of them. Constant boats, with half of them missing with a hard water line.
And you've accounted for any number of other things to determine that it
no
is
one
or is not
accounts for the
curvature?
other things. You don't, we don't.
Oh, so you just make assumptions. Right, I get that's the problem here.
No, that's what you're doing.
We're using assumptions. Yeah, that's how.
No, I'm
humans think.
asking for definitive proof, not making assumptions.
No. You're setting a standard of
Or
evidence.
accepting
that you don't
evidence
adhere
based
to
on
yourself.
assumptions.
You're setting a standard of evidence that you don't adhere to yourself. You're being dishonest.
That I don't. When did I not? When did I not do that?
Where's your measurements where you account for 30 different things to assure that it's flat, buddy? You admitted that you didn't do that. You didn't do that. So
I've
you
never
don't
made the
adhere
positive
to
claim.
your own standards of evidence.
I've never made the positive claim. I'm simply asking for the proof from the people that do.
So
do you not? How do you not understand the difference?
Why are you so bothered about this positive claim if you haven't got any yourself?
Because, are you kidding?
You seem to be
Do
obsessed.
I have to know who pulled the?
Why are you obsessed with Globers lying and not claiming anything? That seems like a
I'm asking.
wormhole that you're stuck in.
I'm not. No, I'm asking for definitive. I'm trying to not make any assumptions, and I'm asking for proof. I was answering the question you specifically answered.
Oh, I didn't interrupt then.
Well, then don't lie, because that's not what you're asking for.
frustrated.
You're setting a standard of evidence.
I am. I'm asking for the people who can make a claim. That's exactly what I'm asking for. That's what I've been asking for a while.
You're setting a standard of evidence that you don't adhere to yourself, and you want Baker to jump through hoops.
What do you mean I don't adhere to myself? How do you know what I've accepted as evidence to whatever I believe?
Any measurements with those standards of evidence, so you don't.
No, but I'm not making a claim. I'm asking for the
Yes,
proof
you are.
of someone who does make the claim.
You're saying he's wrong.
No, I'm simply asking for what they claim to have.
No, you're not simply asking for that. You're claiming that he's wrong.
I am.
You're claiming that he's wrong, and you're setting up this.
No, he's not.
No, because what I'm doing is I actually am not. I'm trying to rid any preconceived notions as to what the answer could or might be,
you don't.
and asking for.
Your
I am.
preconceived notion is that he's wrong.
Trying not to. I'm perceiving the Earth not to be a globe, and I want proof that it is.
His response to you is not on.
Neither is this question honest, dude.
No, he's asking.
It's a dishonest search for
No,
something he already
it's-
doesn't believe in. That's what it is.
So NASA says that NASA makes a claim, and we just have to accept it until someone has definitive proof that they can go to Mars and say that there isn't a rover up there.
You don't set up
Come back to
standards of
NASA.
evidence. You don't adhere to yourself. That's how you work things out.
No. I'm
Yes.
okay. So if someone makes it, so all right. So if someone says that unicorns are real, and if I ask for definitive evidence for it, I'm being unreasonable.
But that's not what you're asking. You're setting up a standard of
Yeah,
evidence.
I am.
You keep skipping over the fact that you're setting up this standard.
No, it's not a standard. He's actually asking.
Yeah, it is. It is a standard.
No. Okay. So unicorns are real, then.
Okay, can I try something?
Yeah, and evidence. No. You know what? No. The evidence. I have evidence that unicorns are real. See, rainbows. That's clear evidence that unicorns are real. Okay, prove me wrong.
You've gone silly unicorn example.
That
Let
has
me talk
nothing
to
to
you
do
about
with what I
reality.
said.
Hey, Chush, there's boats, yeah? We've
No,
shown
you're
you
saying,
the boat.
are you saying that rainbows are not part of reality? Rainbows are part of reality?
Narcissistic bastards.
No.
I'm giving you a
Pretty
point.
sure I
I'm
saw
telling
a
you a
rainbow
point.
the other day. In reality, saw one.
Listen, we've shown you boats, what we say are behind the water, yeah? You want
We're
extra...
showing you unicorns.
Shush, I'm talking. You want extra proof that they are behind the water and the water surface is curved. And if we can't provide it how we're doing at the minute, can you suggest what type of extra proof is possible if the water is curving? What could we show you to help convince you?
That's whatever proof you've got. I'll take whatever proof you have.
I'm asking for you to give me an example of what you think would prove this.
Hold on. So, as for us,
just ignore me, step over it, make another point. I'll note you down as you have no idea of how to prove what you want proved.
Don, I'm about to
I'm
answer
now
your
noting you down.
question.
No idea.
Don, I'm about to answer your question. As if we were to show you a rainbow, saying this is evidence for unicorns. Your definitive.
Oh my God!
Hold
That's
on.
not what he asked you, dude.
Listen.
He asked you what would appease
Up
you.
and listen.
What observation?
Are you serious?
You would have to say, look,
Do I
this is
have
what
to
I
mute
see.
until I finish my response?
Your response
You're
is
gonna
horse
mute
shit,
somebody?
bruv. Your response is horse shit.
You're asking a question. You're not
No,
responding
I'm
with
going.
an
I'm
answer.
So what evidence would you accept that unicorns are real?
I'm going to address what
Why
you're
are we
asking.
talking about
And if
fucking
you don't
unicorns?
let me finish, because I was in the middle of a freaking sentence, I'm going to mute you, Don. All right. What I was gonna say, as we will show you saying that there's unicorns because we see a rainbow, then your definitive proof will be, well, then show me the unicorn. I'm gonna tell you the definitive proof will show me the curve.
Okay, so you want me to go up, zoom out, and show you the curve at distance, not boats behind it, right? That's what you've asked for?
Exactly.
Okay, look at the picture above. Of the boat.
Oh wow! So can you validate this? This is actual
That's
real?
the unicorn.
Can you validate this? This
We're
is
now
actually
showing
real?
it
I
to
can
you.
show you unicorn.
That's
You want
the
me to show you a
unicorn.
unicorn?
What do you want to do? See it in real life? You want me to beam you up into space?
Yeah,
touch
the
it?
entire body of that vessel is missing.
Now you've seen the unicorn and you still don't believe. You've debunked your own standard of proof.
And shown you're dishonest.
And you're literally riding the unicorn right now.
Whooping ride.
Take soundly. This is another smaller zoom out to show the water curve in a different way. Not quite as big as the whole globe, so it's not the whole unicorn, but you can see the implied shape of the unicorn.
Give me a curve, Wilbur.
There's my unicorn. There's the rainbow that creates.
Yeah.
So
that's not
how
my
is your
standard of
evidence any better than
I
mine?
didn't ask you to show me a unicorn.
No, but I'm asking you. I asked you for Earth curve, and you show me
much better
you show me a
standards of
painting
evidence
that you cannot
with
validate.
pictures.
So how I'm showing you a picture that
Right, so you weren't just asking for definitive whatever. You were having a set of standards.
no,
Which you
what
were
you're
hiding
showing
behind.
me is
And
bullshit.
only after the proof was revealed, you revealed another part of your set of standards.
No, what I'm
So why
saying
don't
is
you just tell us the
what
whole
I'm
thing
saying is
at
this is what I'm
first
saying.
and
This is
stop
what
being dishonest?
Oh no, that's not being dishonest.
What
What,
he's
is,
trying
what
to
I'm
say.
saying is, hold on, shut the fuck up and listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
I
that
am
you can't.
listening, and you're
Holy fuck!
dishonest.
Holy fuck! Really? What I'm
Yes,
saying?
really, you're
Oh
dishonest.
my
really.
god! What I'm saying is that you can't validate that picture.
Show you
Based
another one.
on
How do you validate a picture in your world?
that's a claim, and based on what did you make that claim? Hello, the guy just making the claim.
Did you take this picture?
Irrelevant.
Oh, no, it's irrelevant. So how can you validate that this picture is
irrelevant.
actually real?
How do you validate pictures?
Have
in
you
your
ever been to
world?
China?
How do
China is
you
fake.
validate that this picture is real? How do you
Go and
validate that
take it
China is
yourself.
real?
Because you can
How do you
download a
validate that
raw
China is real?
image.
Let
Go
me
and do
ask
it
you,
yourself, and we know that none
who
of you
just
will
asked
ever
me,
do
have I
anything.
been to China?
You can download
Asked
a
me.
raw image on the website.
Who just asked me,
Asked
have I
you.
been to China?
Asked.
Yeah, I asked you, have you ever been to China to
I
verify
haven't.
that it exists? Okay. Do you accept that it exists?
It could be, yes. It's possible that it does exist, and maybe what says that it
Could
does.
be.
Now,
Jesus.
if I wanted to make sure that it
He's
does,
flipping out.
hold on, no,
Yeah.
listen. If I wanted to make sure that it does, what do I have to do?
No, it's fine, buddy. If
What
you're
would
at
I
this
have to
if you're at
do?
this level of denial, you're gonna deny China exists. It's fine.
What would I have
you
to
have
do
to do,
if I doubt
what you have
that
to
it
do,
exists?
Am I gonna have to mute you if you keep talking over everybody?
Y'all talking
there's
over
no
me.
way. But there's no way for you to verify it, because when you land in China, you would say, this looks like China, but it isn't China.
What? Are you freaking
Exact.
serious? That's
Yeah,
your
just like
rebuttal?
flat earthers. When you
That's
see
your
Earth curve,
response
it's
to
not
my
Earth curve because that's
this.
just optics. It's the lens
Wow.
that is
So if
creating this
I
curvature.
travel to China, I'm gonna tell you
Yeah.
I didn't visit China.
How do you know that you're in China?
They say that China has a great wall. A great wall. I'm going to check that out. That's
Oh,
true.
how do you know that that's in China? Someone told you?
Well, they said
You
it.
believe them?
It's the woman has to be. That'll be a point of my validation, though.
Because you've heard that it has a great wall.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean,
There's supposed to
that's
be
what you've
Chinese
been
people
told.
there that
Yeah,
speak
that's what
Mandarin.
you've been told. Yeah, sure. And
Okay.
Well,
oranges and
I went
apples.
there and I didn't see a great wall. I just saw a pretty good wall.
Yeah, yeah. If you go to Beijing, there's no wall, so it's not China then. There's no fucking wall.
That depends.
What?
But there's
I'm
people that
pointing out
speak
that
Mandarin.
I'm pointing out that you
Well,
can
that's you're
say
the one saying the
anything.
evidence. That would be my validation of evidence. I see. I went to the Great Wall of China.
Sure. So if you could validate a picture from space, if you could go to space, would you then say, oh, it is a globe? Or would you say that, it's something is distorting the image that I'm seeing? It's the window that
If
is curved.
I personally went there to the violation of the second law of thermodynamics, then yeah.
It doesn't violate the laws of the second law.
Wait, how
but
does that
sure.
violate? Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, they
Personally went
have
to
a weird
Earth,
understanding.
says, while on
Oh
Earth.
yeah, y'all do. Y'all do have a weird understanding of how
Dr.
gas
Rob
pressure
just made
works.
a video about it. I'll post it in
Yeah, I mean, maybe
bio.
one day, a meteorologist who
So appeal to
actually
the future.
understands the second law will find out
Appeal to
the
the future.
atmosphere violates the second law.
If I could just
So appeal
verify
to the
my own
future.
body as my own body personally, then I'll be happy.
How about being dishonest?
There you go.
Holy
It's in
shit.
Livestream 1, explaining why you're wrong about the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah. There's quite a few flat earthers who can actually say what the second law is. It's not a lot.
Well, that's easy. That's easy. First law is you don't tug on my cape. The second law is you don't the wind.
Never referred to laws of time in an isolated system.
Yep.
Also, there's a
Keyword
third law.
isolated
Don't
system.
pull the mask off the old Lone Ranger. Then you don't mess around with Slim.
Jin. No, you don't mess around with Jin. No, I just went back to that song. You don't tug on Superman's cape. You don't.
Yeah,
pick.
you're an old biker. We get it.
You don't pee in the wind. That's the best one.
I know.
You don't spit into the wind.
You can't tell that to me.
I know physics. I can do what I want. Wind
Yeah,
doesn't
I can
exist.
piss in the wind. Yeah. Wind can't exist. Wind can't exist because high pressure moves to low pressure, so we have unified pressure everywhere.
There's no pressure in this. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, pressure is force per area. What is a force? Mass times acceleration? Get out of here.
Unhand me pressure.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Why is my leg wet?
There is no area. What is area?
Missed into the
There's
wind.
no leg. You don't have a leg. What's a leg?
Somebody told you it was a leg,
Free.
therefore you believe you have a leg?
Yeah. What if you're upside down and it's actually your arm?
And your brain is in your foot.
Yeah, and you just have a one eye.
You smell through your asshole.
Welcome to the debate.
2021. Physics arena.
Up first for the Flat Earther team, it's Assfoot.
Jesus. Foothand.
Hey, it's the 15th, Grim. Did you get your shield check today? I'm waiting for mine.
Mm-hmm. Mine came early.
Oh, that's no fair.
I had
don't
a
know.
small
Well,
one because I haven't
alphabetically.
been here.
What do those shield techs run these days? How much they shell them out?
I get 54 million a day.
Yeah. Well, mine coming. Me too, but it's pesos. It's not that big a deal.
Mine come in crypto yuans. That's a new currency.
I get
You
paid in
actually get
soggy
to.
biscuits.
You say doggy biscuits?
Yeah, that'd be
Or
fucked up when
soggy.
you woke up and just every day there's more
I know.
soggy biscuits deposited.
Did you say doggy or soggy?
Same difference.
Soggy biscuits, just be
Soggy bottom boys.
I get this. Brother.
Oh, fuck, that's a good film.
Yeah, it is.
Just imagine if Rocky's woman was like hypnotizing him and she's like, "You're not gonna get none of this hot stuff, Rocky." He's like,
And then Rocky is like, she done run off.
after every fight, he's like, "Adrian." They're like, "Rocky, you want your money? You got one. Come here and breathe this, or else
Are
you're
you
gonna die." He's like, "No, I want
Are you
Adrian."
in?
Huh? It just seems like she was like his handler or like his hypnotist or something. I don't know. She's like, "You're not gonna get none of this hot shit, Rocky, if you don't win, you pussy."
Oh, like your wife. That's a wife.
Yeah, but a little different. Like, "You better, or else I'll kill you." You know, because like, why would he yell
How's
her
that any
name?
different?
He didn't. Yeah, but he didn't yell the coach. He didn't yell his dad. He didn't say God. He just Adrian. It was everything.
Yo, Adrian.
He's just yelling Rocky. I mean, why is he yelling her name after he got beat up so bad? She used to beat him real bad. And she's like, "All right, Rocky, it wasn't me."
Stop yelling my name.
Right.
She's
They're
looking
like,
around
"Who
at the
beat
crowd
you?"
like, I didn't do anything.
Right. "Who did it, Rocky?" He's like, "Adrian."
Last words he ever spoke. She's like, no, that motherfucker. You could have been a contender.
I'd like to confess, I got really mad. Said, "Look, that's the globe." Showed someone a painting.
I'm sorry, but that's fucking awesome. And then they said it was CGI, and it was clearly not CGI. It's a fucking painting. Wrong. That's not CGI. Wrong.
For the unicorn. So I showed him the unicorn.
What were you charged with, though?
Guilt. I feel ashamed and guilty.
Well, at least you spoke up and got it off your chest.
Yeah.
Now we can make fun of you.
Yeah. The flat earthers will never see how much we actually will make fun of you for this.
Oh, painting boy.
I catch you over in the other room. It's on like fucking Donkey Kong. Remember that time when you fucking... Oh.
You got mad and showed a painting off as your earth proof.
And yeah, the fucked up thing is nobody actually figured that out.
Oh, then they figured it out, but they also figured out it's not CGI.
He doesn't explain what he wants. He just says, "I want to see from higher up the Earth curve." So obviously just showing the blue marble. He's not going to accept Soundly in the middle, is he?
Denial is a hell of a joke.
Yeah. It's the same, isn't it? Rovers get triggered and then they spend a few hours trying to debate something they don't believe in. And flat earthers do the same. They spend a few hours questioning something that they don't believe in already.
Yeah. What's the latest news on the topic we can't talk about until we go down into the second live?
Nothing new, really. I've seen.
I think I saw some more countries banning the minestrone.
Speaking of Aristarchus,
Does that just mean nighttime when the air is darkest? Air is darkest. Oh God.
oh,
Don't let
Parkas.
it hear me. Oh, the air is darkest. Now that's what it now means.
Aristarchus.
Air is darkest. It literally sounds more like air is darkest to me.
Aristarchus.
Starkist.
Starchus.
The most mysterious thing in the universe.
A cuss.
Seacrest. Wait a minute.
Ooh, maybe he's related to Ryan Seacrest is maybe related to Aaron. Aristarchus.
Yeah. Ryan is Aaron backwards. I'm just kidding.
Would that be
Wait a minute.
if somebody from the past, like Leonardo da Vinci, came back and they were like playing Ryan Seacrest's goofy ass? That'd be goofy as shit. Do you think Leonardo da Vinci was the Vitruvian man, being a machine and a man at the same time? Like Leonardo da Vinci could have been the polymath?
No.
The robot himself, Leonardo da Vinci, the divine chi, the king of the robots. Holy shit.
Except wasn't his name Da Vinci also? Or his brother's name Da Vinci? And
Yeah, divine chi.
grandfather's name?
Leave it to Death Touch to touch on that. I mean, Dimmock. Isn't what that mean? Isn't that what that is? The Dimmock? Isn't that the
That's
from that? Yeah, it's a Death Touch, whatever it was called.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Now I'm sure your name is cool. Before I only suspected it. I'm procrastinating so hard. Feels like I'm skipping school. What's the temperature? Hold on a second.
If you're really good at procrastinating, are you a ringcrastinator? You know, like you've been pro for so long, then you become the ringer.
Probe. I think I had a Ford Probe. I did have. I don't think I did. I know I. Well, you know, I can't be sure if I'm not a brain in a vat. I'm pretty sure I'm not a brain in a vat. So I'm pretty sure I did own a Ford Probe.
You could have probed everything with that.
I did. I think the last day I had it, I probed a Dodge with it. Well, on purpose. We were smashing them up in the backfield, driving them into each other.
Do we ever figured out how you can breathe in for 2 seconds and then breathe out for 20? Or breathe in for 5 seconds and breathe out for 10? Like if you breathe exactly the same amount, the same speed, like I can still blow out more than I breathe in. How does that work if we have to like, no. The only other thing that takes in less than it blows out is an air pump.
You know, anyway, any good questions to expose a social media bot?
Who are you exposing?
I want to expose an Asian WhatsApp account that's talking to me as a bot. So I need some clever questions to ask it.
What's your dad's name?
What would a bot say to that?
I don't have a dad. I don't know. Probably say Tom. I'd probably just give you a name. What would you have to ask it? How much does it weigh?
My dad is Mark Zuckerberg.
No, how much does it weigh? Does it know the answers to the universe? Depending on how it answers that, it's not a god. It's not, you know what I mean? A regular person would be like, shit, I don't know. But a computer would be like, I am not, you know.
So far, it seems like a real Asian woman, but I'm still skeptical, and I want to auto hoax it. Why is she talking to me? What for?
Because you're British.
Yeah, because I'm British. But she wants to escape to the Western world. Maybe. I know what I'll tell her that I don't work and I have hardly any money and see if she's still interested. That's a good trick. But yeah, so okay,
I've come into hard times. I'm a really good guy.
I don't want to ask the questions that you said because she'll think I'm weird. They seem like just weird questions to come out with. But haven't you heard of this before? There's some like specially designed types of questions that you can ask where a robot would never be able to answer.
Yeah.
Need to watch a video, don't I? It's like the opposite of the Turing test.
There should be a bot to weed out the bots. That'd be pretty cool. Have a bot to weed out the algorithm bots.
Turn it on, then it gives me the answer like an hour later.
Yep.
Yes or no?
Yeah. Username 5532125 Sue is a bot.
What I should do is I should flat smack her. Red pillar with loads of nonsense.
Oh man. Every time I do that, I can't get off the fucking, like, they want to stay on Discord for 5 hours. If it's a group of people I've never talked to before, I tell them all kind of shit.
Yeah, they're just like, tell me more. So, what about this? And they just want to know everything.
I hate the mornings. I'm always like fucking 5 or 10 minutes late to work. God damn it. It's okay. They don't mind, but still, it sucks. And the dude would be like, come in a little bit later. You ain't got to come in right at on time. Come in later. I'll have it set up. And I get there and ain't shit set up. What the fuck? It's okay. Mondays and Tuesdays ain't too bad. Say, where were you born? Ask her if she likes President Trump.
Yeah, I think sometimes any question can work because what they'll do is avoid the question and just change the subject if it's a bot. If the question's too hard for them, they won't try and answer.
So they don't have like a fucking thing that answers questions. I thought maybe they would be slick with it a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you're right nowadays. Some of them can just access answers from Google or whatever. To structure that into a sentence that seems like it's from a person, I think it's hard.
Yeah, that's what I would have figured. They would have just had like some algorithm type shit. Or, you ask a code like what is, and then they're in the form to answer some shit.
I just said, I'll show you some shit. She said, I don't understand what you mean.
So what was the conclusion the other day when they were talking about breathing in and breathing out? The way your body is like a pump that produces electrical current. And when you breathe in, why would the question is like, if you're a thing that needs to breathe and contain air to breathe it in for like what you need it for, why would you need to let it right back out at the same time? Why would you have to go, like, why would you even have to do that? Why would you need that exchange if what you actually needed to do was like breathe air in, and say like a fish, if they need to breathe water in and then take the oxygen out, like, do they give the oxygen back up? No, they don't exert more oxygen back into the water after Like if you're like a sponge takes in water, sure, it can put out water, but it only puts out the amount that it takes in. And if you were breathing it and you needed it as constant energy, like we do food, yeah, we take in food, we poop out the waste. So it'd be waste air, right? But how can you have waste air? Weird.
Like spent air.
Right. So it'd be less electrically charged. So, decompressed or compressed air, for the electrical current. You just took the electrical current. So it's dye, and that's why, I know dye is for two also, but it also has to do with electricity also, right? Like dye and,
Right, okay.
dielectric and yeah, D. Fuck, the batteries called it die hard. It's called Too Hard. Yeah, it seems more of an exchange with the medium to just to be an electrical fucking capacitor to give a charge or not. Like the gas around us all has a potential. The liquid has a potential. The material has a potential. You know, it all has. After all, potential can just be resistance in a way. So, like, how would we be able to tell whether we're really taking in this air, you know, and it's filling in little sections and shit, and we got little air bubbles everywhere, pockets popped up and like doing their thing, or it's like an electrical continuity, just displaced or discharged throughout the, you know, the liquid in the body, the plasma and the blood and the.
How does the liquid get into the body?
Your body's made up of 90 or 70% liquid. What do you mean?
Right. So how does it get there? Is it through drinking?
The liquid gets
the drink.
You are liquid. You're a piece of sperm out of your dad. That's the first form of liquid. And then you go into your mom.
Liquid. How does that keep growing? Sorry.
You go into your mom's liquid, and then the fallopian tube, and inside the little egg, and there's some liquid in there. And then you come out, and your mom disperses umbilical cord to you, which gives you liquid. You know, so you're born with the liquid from it's given to you from another outside source.
What happens? That liquid just expands as you get bigger and older. Where does the liquid? Where does the extra liquid?
Yes, sir. Just like a seed. Yes, sir. Just like a seed. It's like a seed for a tree. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it sheds it, you know, and grows and grows and grows. Yeah.
Water does.
Yeah, it's liquid.
Okay.
I didn't say it's water. No, it's liquid. It's liquid sperm, which is different than water. But yeah. And then it also mixes with whatever. I mean, that's the story they tell us. This liquid goes inside this egg, gets its nutrients. You come out, you got an umbilical cord. So the umbilical cord gives you your first nourishment. They cut that motherfucker. Once they cut that, then you got to go eat or drink titty milk from your mom. So yeah. But I mean, and that's the initial source of energy too. That liquid, really, liquid is just liquid potential. It's liquid energy. Water is just liquid energy. Just like air is just gas energy. I mean, what the fuck? I just think the liquid has a charge. It has a charge to it, an electrical current. It either has a negative or a positive charge. Maybe sperm is a superconductor. Maybe it's a noble gas or a noble fluid. Never know. What about adrenaline? I mean, they like helium, right? What about adrenochrome? What about adrenaline? What about sperm? These aren't superfluids or superconductors? I think they are. That's just me.
I would
I'd say
comment, Emma, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'd say well, listen carefully. Your blood and your plasma. You don't have to know what I'm talking about. Just listen. Your blood and your plasma are superconductors. Your piss is a superconductor.
I think I was listening. I just don't know enough to comment.
Oh, you know enough. Well, I'm just saying, look at all the work we do with the blood that we have in our body. So I'd say it's a superconductor of all kinds of sorts. Without it, would you be doing all that work? How about your adrenaline? What's the process of your adrenaline, and what exactly is adrenaline if not a superconductor from the other liquids that have been processed in your body to give you something that's like a super energy, even over the energy you already have, that you already exert regularly. So, say your adrenaline pumps, you have more energy, you get more revved up. What's going on there? What is that exactly? What chemical is that? And the way they explain an octopus to be, how it can have all of its feelings and shit, we do too. They say it's your nerve endings, but is it not your skin? Is it not everything in your skin where you feel a burn? So you think there's 80 gazillion, trillion, zillion, billion, billion zillion. You think there's a nerve ending somewhere on every spot, on every part of your skin? That's fucking insane. Your skin is a touchpad. Your skin can feel the shit. They lie to you. They just lie to you. That's all there is to it. If you just sit down and just sit down and think for yourself a little bit, you'll understand. Like if I burn any part, if I touch fire to any part of my skin anywhere, elbow, arm, back of my skin, neck, butt, leg, toe, anywhere, I'm gonna feel that shit. It's gonna burn. And it's not like I'm touching a nerve. I don't have to be touching the nerve. I'm touching the fucking skin. Just a little bit of the skin. So to me, it's just like when they tell you an octopus has all those brains and all that shit in the skin. Everything does. If you touch anything skin, it's gonna. The skin, the actual skin is connected. Really. I mean, so yeah, you can say through a nerve ending if you want, but it's all connected. It's not just nerve endings touching certain spots, and if you have to burn that nerve ending, you feel it. No.
It's very complex, isn't it? How it goes on.
Exactly, but the way they.
But you're saying the things they tell you aren't quite correct.
They're not quite true. No, they don't ever tell you where the heart's placed at. They don't ever tell you where the actual kidney. They actually don't. They really don't. They don't. Robot in a little bit. Did you know that? You proper roboted for that. I said they don't tell you where the heart's at because they don't want snipers to go make them 100% million, 100 million% kill every time. All right. I didn't know that. Yep, because if everybody knew where the heart was, how hard would it be? You know what I mean? If everybody knew exactly where every human's heart was, they just put the dot there. Boom. Boom, boom, boom.
You need to start your own laboratory. I might cut some people open, have a look inside, debunk some of the myths.
Oh, yeah, then they'd take me to jail and call me a fucking whack job. I'm not doing that. I'd rather just discuss it. I'm safer discussing it because Leonardo da Vinci and them, they were the insane motherfuckers doing it unless it was done to them. That's why I'm saying, like, was Da Vinci the one doing it or was he the robot? Or was he the one making robots?
Not that you should do it, but someone's gonna have to in order to debunk the other stuff. If no one does, they'll never get debunked.
Yeah, I guess. But I always thought it was weird how they tell you your heart's on this side, that side, in the middle. I mean, I've got different answers. As a kid, I've got different answers from everybody. I was like, what the fuck? So
what I believe about that is it's just to the left of the center looking down, but you feel it more over to the left where the vein pops out. So I managed to explain the paradox to myself that it's not on the left or the middle, it's both. What you feel is on the left because that's the pumpy bit coming out and in, or out. I don't know which one, out or in. But the actual heart exists in the middle.
Yeah, the aorta or the ventricle. Yeah.
It's
Yeah, the veins.
intelligent design, isn't it? Even if you carve open a human and have a look, but you
Electromagnetic
don't understand
hydraulic
it,
pump.
it's still
Don,
like it still blows your mind, doesn't it? What's inside a human
it's an
blows your mind.
electromagnetic. Listen, it's an electromagnetic hydraulic pump. That's what we are.
Yeah, that's
That's
sort of what
exactly.
the heart is. Yeah.
That's exactly like if you want to put it in the smallest term, electromagnetic hydraulic pump. And I say hydraulic because of liquid blood, plasma, and all that shit, and then electromagnetic, of course, because it's a pump also. So it has to do with hydraulics. Yeah. We got the jump start from our mom's umbilical cord, and then when they cut it, off you go.
I'm already red pilling this Asian woman about the origins of humanity, so it's going well. Maybe I'm red pilling a bot. It's a bot. If it's a bot, it's agreed that humans building libraries and pyramids makes us different to animals, which is strange. And she's agreed to that. This is the response from a question. Do you think humans are animals? And she said should be counted. I don't know if that means, I don't know how to judge it, if that's a bot response or not.
Yeah, it is pretty weird to think about like fish and water, underwater, like what they're doing too, the same as us. They compress or decompress the water, we can compress or decompress the air. I think it's all electrical continuity. I think they're just scared of electricity for some reason.
Yeah, it's mad to think about a fish pulling oxygen out of the water just with a natural filter system. Somehow that's enough to change to get rid of all the water and just flush it through, pull the air out.
Right. I don't believe it because I haven't seen it in a lab where they can take a little lung or a human the same size as that fish weighs the same weight. Yeah, I haven't seen that.
I don't know. Imagine if humans had gills, holes in the side, on the side of them. This is a weird one. Do you reckon if some creatures lived in a vacuum, they could develop a type of filter system and gills to pull the air out of the vacuum, like fish do with water?
No vacuums in nature.
There's no air in a vacuum, but maybe there is tiny bits that some creature could breathe somehow. No, I'm being stupid. There's no air in a vacuum. What I'm thinking of is some type of alien creature that has a filter system that can pull what they need from the vacuum. There is vacuums in nature. To think air is everywhere is ridiculous.
Yeah, and then chemistry, as they tell us, and then like how they say, we're mining diamonds and mining gold. No, you're making gold. You're creating it. You're not fucking mining it. Mining would be like they're going down there and finding little rocks everywhere, right? No, that's not what they're doing. They process the fucking dirt, they heat it, they boil it, they heat it, they heat it, they smelt it, they fucking put shit in there, they burn shit off, and they make the gold.
Because if you're a fish, yeah, and you're swimming around, you're just having a normal day, and then you see a human swimming along with a mask on, big flippers attached to his feet. That's basically an alien, isn't it? A human is an alien to a fish. The fish must think, what the hell are you doing here? Cosmic microwave background is painting based on bad data of the expansion of God. It's actually evidence for God. We don't use it as evidence because it's really rubbish. It looks like a child's paint.
What are you guys doing? Quiet.
Smoking, getting triggered by the text, Jeremy.
You said you're smoking and pulling triggers on text?
I'm getting triggered by just reading the text.
Oh, I thought you were doing some gang shit.
No, I haven't got guns. My mate's into guns.
You guys can't even have guns there, can you?
No, not really. You have to sort pretend it's an air rifle. You pretend it's for the farm, or you don't, or you do it illegally.
Oh.
My mate's obviously into doing it both ways, so he loves it.
No doubt.
I've asked him to take me out so he can show me to shoot a bunny rabbit.
You're gonna shoot a poor little bunny rabbit, bro? Come on.
Yeah, I don't want to kill a big animal, and there's loads of bunny rabbits. That's why I picked bunny rabbit.
So the bunny rabbit's life matters less than the. So if you kill a big person, that'd be, worse than killing if you just kill a small person or a baby or something.
No, if there's another species of human and they're all small and
Just
they have
fucking
loads
with
of
you.
babies, yeah.
That's fucking with you.
Like pygmies. If there was an island of pygmies,
Yo,
there was
hold on.
too many of them.
Hold on a second, I'll be right back.
The Earth is almost a sphere. I think I have said that myself before. It becomes silly to say almost a sphere because a sphere is like a perfect concept. When you're talking about a planet, if you believe it's a sphere, it's got to be goddamn near, very near a sphere.
You ought to know by now. That's a song. How about zooming in? Zooming in compared to just blowing up the actual only image that you have available to you. Like nothing changes in the image ever. You're not really zooming in. You're just blowing up like the image you have. You never really can zoom in to the image.
All right, I had to get my AirPods. I bought new AirPods. I had to get them connected to the phone. How do I sound? Can you hear me?
It's good this time, Jeremy.
Well, let me check the other one real quick. Hold on. All right, how we sounding now?
Oh, that's even better.
That's even better.
I like it more. It's less clipped and softer, but the same volume.
It's the same. It was the same AirPods. I might have just had it angled.
You sound loud as shit. You sound loud and clear.
Nice. That's what's up. Now I can overtalk the shit out of you motherfuckers. Let's go.
That's what Papa's been waiting for.
I'm constantly worrying that I'm being overtalked. And then if I'm not being overtalked, I'm worrying that I'm clipping and being too loud. Never get it.
Oh, you're good.
Right.
You're good.
Yeah, but when it all gets heated, I worry
Oh
about
yeah, when it gets heated, yeah, we're all fucking crazy. We gotta try to relax a little bit, but
now up to 47 on YouTube. What is that? 24 hours later? That's another. I think I've made £8 in 24 hours now.
are you serious? That's fucking good money, bro. What kind of videos you putting out?
No, it's just the one video that I got lucky with. That's racking
Oh, what's the video?
I think I said the other night, it's just a country song out of a set. But because he hasn't recorded that one properly, people loved it for some reason.
Or you gotta just be putting videos out every day. I like that where your head's at with those rain videos. You know,
Yeah.
do 8 hours of rain.
I've now done it with 2 more of his country songs. I've just uploaded
I would just
that today, so I'm trying to repeat the pattern a bit. Just playing
yeah.
with it.
I mean, if you got good at lucky on the country songs, go with the fucking country songs. Hell yeah, bro. People love fucking country music, I guess. I would be uploading funny cats and shit, man. I'd be uploading everything every day. My channel would just be fucking have tons of shit on it, and like, all you need to do is get lucky once in a while. And
You should do that as well, Jeremy. I think you understand it enough to do it. And a few hours a week doing one, and just hope one of them.
doing what though? I can't make I don't know how to make country music.
Meme videos, what you just said. Find the funny one that's new, and then put the tags in. And once the channel's going for a while, like over a year, it then starts to get traction on certain videos. I'm just saying you could do it.
Wait, what do I gotta do?
No, I'm just saying you want the internet and Western people enough, or you understand people and the internet enough that you could do a meme channel. Probably get some
A
hits.
meme channel?
No,
Just like goofy shit?
clickbait channel, click videos.
Yo, what the fuck's going on? I got my AirPods to charge wirelessly. Now my TV won't turn on. That's next plugged into all this shit. What the fuck?
It seems to me, if you're not saying controversial stuff, society is now allowing or promoting, paying you through being at home and uploading content. Like society has allowed that as a revenue stream now for people.
People basically just talk shit.
Oh, I'm talking about uploading anything, just having a channel, uploading content. The small little shorts, all different stuff. It's become a normal revenue stream.
Oh, there we go. To say controversial shit, yeah. We love it. Listen, I've already made, bro, every day I try to get $1 more a day. I'd love to branch out on YouTube, but I don't, I'm not really familiar with like YouTube and shit. Don't you gotta have like 1,000 subs and shit?
I'm just saying you could slowly build and slowly work it out as another side hustle.
This wireless charging thing ain't really working that great. Like it starts off charging. Maybe I touched it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. How do you even get YouTube subs? You just got to put out a good video and get lucky?
Yeah, pretty much. Comment in other people's comments.
Yeah, this wireless charging thing don't even fucking work. What a ripoff, man. It'll charge it for like 5 seconds and then just stop. Suckers. That's the whole reason why I bought this fucking thing. Not really, but...
Do you do the elf on the shelf, Jeremy, for the kids?
We used to, but not really anymore.
She tried to give it up this year, and I said, no, don't give it up. In the end, she said, oh, okay, we'll do it again.
I mean, that's like the fun. That's pretty fun, you know. You throw some toilet paper around the house, or you know, make a huge mess in the kitchen or something, and then leave the elf all, you know. Yeah,
I think it speaks to a lot. It speaks to religion and myth, because the parents are making up a myth. Kids enjoy it and follow it, and then it gets to a point where they're just about to debunk it, and they have debunked it in their head, but they don't want to say. They want to go along with it more. And you feel bad and guilty because they're going up, but you find the myth fun and you want to carry it on. The idea that you're connected to Christmas somehow as parents, it's like a weird, really weird myth.
Yeah, I mean, basically, the parents are fucking Christmas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because it used to be Santa, and that worked as a myth, didn't it? That sort of got phased out the last 20, 30 years. For some reason,
I mean,
elves work, and the kids fall for the elves now. It's weird. Maybe it's a more lazy one for modern parents because we don't have to dress up as Santa. We just put 2 elves on a shelf, so it's like a lazy version that still works.
Yeah. Come on, kitties.
She was getting stressed, like, oh, I've got to think up ideas. She's saying to me, maybe you can hide them in your bag and then they can turn up at yours and you can take photos. For some reason, the elves come to mine.
That's funny. Like they snuck in your bag, and then when you were going home, yeah, that's fucking good. That's a good one. You can get tons of ideas on the internet, like what to do is to Google, like what to do with Elf on the Shelf or something, and they got some people do some fun fucking shit, bro.
The mum will share them, all the ideas. I just said, put all the vegetables from the fridge and 1 elf on the boy's gaming chair. So when he wakes up at 7 a.m. to play games, he can't sit there and he can't move the elf. He has to wait and then ask us.
Oh yeah, they can't touch the elf. I forgot. That's a good one. Yo, put it right on his controller or something. Yeah.
Yeah, just on his gaming chair, so he has to play standing up or sitting at the side while there's an elf sitting in his chair. I used to think it was silly when I was young, but now I'm older. take on some of the silliness that parents used to do to me.
Yo, is there any sight of them making weed legal over there?
No, it's like a really, really slow decriminalization.
Like, are they even talking about it, or?
Tiny bit. You're more likely to not get nicked with a gram now on the street. They'll just throw away or take it. But they're still busting houses and making
People
a
with
fuss
the
over nothing.
people with like pounds and shit, yeah.
It's really, really, I think it is still moving towards that. But it's incredibly slow.
It feels like, I don't know. Like, I've been smoking for the past like 30 years, so it's not really nothing new. It's not like they legalized it and then like, oh, so let's start smoking weed. But it does feel weird, like knowing that it's not a crime, just in your mind. I don't know. It's weird.
I think it spoils it a little bit.
What's that?
The fact that it's legal spoils the enjoyment a tiny bit.
You think so?
Must
It
be.
takes away from the rush a little, maybe.
You don't feel like you're having a secret medicine anymore. You just feel like you're having a product. Capitalism is allowed.
You fuck with crypto, Don? Don?
No.
You should, bro. It's easy. You ain't got no job, right? You ain't got nothing to do.
No, I could. I'd like to, but it's like it feels like I don't understand it. I don't know who to ask, and I know I'd need a second computer with a GPU that I can't afford.
I do. I was doing it on my cell phone only for a while.
Oh wow, that's quite interesting.
Yeah, you can do it on your cell phone. It's not really hard. Like once you get everything going, it's pretty easy.
How much money a day is it on your cell phone? Again.
Oh, it's not mining. You'd have to put money in, but
Oh yeah.
so
I forgot. I think I've heard about it before, and it just hasn't been enough to make someone explain it all to me.
yeah.
Maybe if I had a friend talked about it, and then I'd say, okay, come and set it up for me. I do need more hustles. So maybe once I've got money to play with from other hustles, I'll think about asking someone. Teach me.
Yeah, man. Take that. Here's what you do. You take that YouTube money because you don't need a lot of money to get started. You can get in with like $10, bro, $50 or something. Take that YouTube money, put it in some crypto shit, and start getting passive money off it.
The thing that worries me is when I look at Facebook, I see loads of different people talking about loads of different types of crypto.
Yeah,
and it
there's
makes
tons.
me think there's too many options, which puts me off.
Oh, there's so many options. It's crazy. Yeah.
So I guess once you understand it, all the options just become bigger or smaller gambles. So once you understand it, it would be less confusing, obviously.
I mean, I could show you how to get a little bit of free crypto on your cell phone with you can mine it on your cell phone. I had 2 phones going. I was making like, I don't know, a few cents a day on each of them, so it's not much. That's all passive, but there's like faucets and shit you could do to where, I mean, that's only a couple pennies a day too for each faucet, but sometimes you can hit big and win 10, 20 cents up to like $200, which I've never won, and I've been doing it for years. I've won like the 10, 20 cent ones, but
It was like £5 a week, or less than £1 a day. It might be worth.
yeah. Well, I mean, if you invest like $100 or something, you could get like $5 a week,
Yeah, that might be worth.
maybe more. Like you'd have to invest though, but maybe more because then you have a chance for that coin to take off, and that could turn into a lot of money. Like I had some money in a couple spots that happened to me, and I put money in. The coin shoots through the roof, and now instead of making $1 a day, you're making $5 a day or something. Shit turns into a lot of fucking money sometimes. This one place I put $110 in yesterday, I already made $1 back. But yeah, I mean, keep going with the. What did you make that country song, or like how'd you get it?
I fell in love with the song out of a 2-hour set of a Canadian dude singing, and then he blew up and got famous in Hollywood. And this song was never re-recorded on his recent stuff. I think someone else must have put it in a playlist or something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna keep trying. I need some type of income from home.
Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, man, crypto, dude. It's just easy, and it doesn't cost. Like you can get into it for free. You won't be making shit if you try to get into it for free at first, but over time it could add up to be a lot.
A lot of
Like there's this.
Music artists are putting some of their like half their wages into crypto and storing it in there and moving it about so they don't lose too much, and then hoping to win more.
I mean, I don't even do it like that. I just do it for the income that ticks in. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to make I mean, if it happens, that'd be great, but I'm not trying to make like $1 million off like Dogecoin or some shit. I'm trying to get like a few $100 a week steady.
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing too.
Yeah, man, it's fucking income. Like, yo, it's never been easier to get passive income in your life. I mean, before you could just go to a bank, but they don't pay shit though. You need like millions of dollars to make anything real in a bank or in stocks or bonds or something. With the crypto shit, you don't need like, yo, $100 to get you $1 a day. That would take you fucking thousands of dollars in the real investment world. You know what I'm saying?
Have you pulled any out yet and turned it back into pounds, or I mean dollars?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I bet that's a good fit.
Oh yeah, I'm in it for. I can't lose at this point. I've cashed out probably. I probably put in about 10 grand.
Shit.
I probably pulled out though about, I don't know, 80, 60, 70, 80 or something. I didn't really keep good track, but because it was over the course of years. I mean, I did keep track because you got to pay taxes and shit, but it was over the course of years. So, it was just right around 50, 60, 70, 80 though. So I'm way up. Way up. So I'm just doing passive income now. Like if anything happens, because it can changes all the time with this. So if anything were to happen and it were to go like way down or something, I would just buy more passive income because the interest rate, if people pull out, the interest rates will start going up. So you'd be making even more. Like,
Do they tax you on it?
yeah, capital gains.
All right, now we need to do PHO instead of HHO. PHO. Piss. Piss in that tube.
There's probably a lot of power in P. I mean, all you need is one atom, right? What do you need? A hydrogen atom, or whatever atom they use for the H bomb? Hydrogen. Like, I don't understand why power is even a problem at this point. Like, we figured out how to take an atom and fucking turn it into a shit ton of power. Like, what's the problem? We should have unlimited power at this point. No?
Vegetable soup. VHO. I'm just saying, man. We need the juices to flow.
Getting fucking chilly out. Winter's coming on some Game of Thrones shit. That'd actually be nice if it was like Game of Thrones, where we had winter for just like, I don't know, a couple of years. But then we had summer for like fucking, 12 years or something. I don't know how long their winters were. How long were their winters in Game of Thrones? It'd be nice to just bunker down for, a couple of years, relax.
It would be cool to have different summer winter cycles. Yeah, it might be interesting. Like you say, 3 years of winter, and then, well, let's extend the months into years. So we'll have 12 years. 2 years of winter, or 3 years of winter.
And then like 9 years of summer, yeah. Maybe a little spring and fall mixed in, or
Funny bit of spring
a year,
and fall,
a year of spring, year of fall, something, 2 years each,
yeah.
something. That'd be nice. Because then you could just chill for the winter, like, yo, shut it down. You know what I'm saying? You got all your stuff. You can make it through, let the roads freeze over, you know, whatever. When the shit thaws out, we're right back at it.
You could buy like special stuff for the winter 2 years.
Hey, I mean, you just get all your firewood and all your supplies and your grain and all your food stocked up. You'd be all set. I don't even think it'd be bad now with geothermal heating, like, and the shit we know about thermal mass and heating and stuff. It'd be so easy to just, like, I've seen them keep a whole house warm with just a tiny little bundle of sticks and twigs and shit. Because from the way it's all about the way you like use your fire. You can use a little bit of fire to keep a large fucking place warm. They were doing it in those smart homes. They were using a lot of thermal mass in those smart homes, especially if you got it around the fireplace. I've seen fireplaces where the exhaust, the smoke, it tunnels through the floor. Like it'll like tunnel through the floor, like zigzag all through your floor, so that instead of just blowing all that, think about it, just blowing all that heat right outside as soon as you light a fire, like almost immediately the smoke goes right outside. You know, they'll lead a pipe right to the wall, right to outside. With this way, you fucking zigzag it across your floor. All that heat and smoke and shit is heating your fucking floor up. You only need a little bit of wood now.
Yeah, makes sense.
We are not building homes good. We need to rethink our home building strategy. Like they're building homes. I live in a northern state, so it gets fucking freezing here. Like if you don't have heat, you're dead. And they're building homes with no fireplaces. It's like, yo, that should be like mandatory. Or solar panels with electric heat or something. Like you got to make sure you have heat no matter what. Like I don't know, just a fireplace. If you have a fireplace in your house, I could build one on the spot. Like if something ever happened to my house, I could build a fireplace for my family. I could at least keep a room warm. But I mean, some people might be fucked. I got a forest behind me. Even if you didn't, though, you could still like take an interior door down or something. There's a lot of wood in your house, kitchen chairs, cabinets, shit you don't really need that you could burn in emergency to keep warm.
I'm not practical at all. I like to think I'm still more practical than a lot of people. I mean, maybe I am practical, but I'm not an outdoors survivalist. But I like to think I'd still do a better job than a lot of people.
Yeah. Oh, I'd be fine.
Have you got a go bag? Have you prepped?
Yeah, I got a go bag, I got a life straw, 10,000 gallons of water in a straw. That's straight up, right? Bro, you could fucking drink you could drink fucking piss water with that thing. And it'd be fine. Like it filters everything out. I mean, I would probably strain it, boil it, all kinds of shit first, but you could definitely drink some disgusting water with this. Like rivers where I am are filthy. But I would drink the water out of the river with this if I had to. And not be like too worried. Got some emergency food and life raft food. Got some knives and stuff. Some of those foil blankets. Whole bunch of shit. You would never be able to make it where I am right now. Doing that. Like I'm 3 hours north of New York City, so like if anything like that ever happens where people are bugging out, like all those people from New York City are like coming right at me pretty much. So I'm also 3 hours south of the Adirondack Mountains though, so and my grandpa lives out there, so I'm going right out there regardless. Because it's like just open land. It's so mountainous and shit. There's like no people per square acre. One week of them not sending, if food ever stopped coming to the cities, after 1 week you wouldn't see a bird or a squirrel alive anywhere. Nothing would be moving outside. Bet that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Kids would be out there with their slingshots, BB guns, brought by the hordes. Like nothing would be moving outside.
I just went to Asda and there's hardly any crisps or honey. Two products that I like, that I don't even like them that much. I just wanted them this time, and they're a shortage for some reason. Sure, I saw a British headline on a paper the other week about British people are getting mad because the crisp supply is dwindling, something like that as a headline.
Why is the crisp supply doing? Those are potato chips, right? Or French
I think
fries.
they're linking it. Yeah, potato chips. They're linking it to the truck drivers' strike or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, bro. These truck drivers control the food supply. Like, no joke. If these motherfuckers stop, no food gets moved. Like, nothing.
Yeah, well, they have to arrange a whole new system, don't they, to carry
You
loads
could get
of goods.
trains. You could still get trains to move it from state to state or across country and shit, and the ships to bring it places. But, you know, the truck drivers, then you need guys to unload the ships, unload the trucks, and put on the other shit. Like, I don't know how you would get it around, but people would have to go right to where the train tracks are or the ships are or something. That's why we always lived on the coast as humans. Like, the best place to live was on the coast. Which is why I'm mad that they don't do good underwater archaeology, because I honestly think there was probably more of the water was locked up in the ice at one point, and we were all on the coast chilling. And then I think something happened, and it rapidly, the seawater rapidly went up and just fucking wiped us off the map. And there's probably tons of shit along every coastline everywhere, like of like, you know, evidence of us being older.
I'm trying to think
You know?
of reasons why we might have moved inland. I was thinking different animals to eat, higher ground. You get mountains and cliffs and different wild animals all on the coast anyway.
Well, it's because well, you move inland because people
Farmland.
want more land. You want to have really need a lot of land for animals and chickens and shit. Also defense. You know, we move in for defense.
Yes, you don't get raided.
And plus, after a while, you don't need to be right on the coast. Like, you can have a guy on the coast farming fish, and then he sends you some of those fish inland. So we don't really need to be on the coast at this point. If you're just like trying to be super efficient, you would keep everyone on the coast. Like, that's the most efficient place to be, because then you don't have to send a guy with food and take him all day to travel inland to bring you some fish, then travel all the way back, go grab more fish. You know what I mean? It's a huge waste of fucking time. Just everyone stay on the coast and there's the fish. We're not efficient at all. We don't care anything about efficiency at all. That's not even in our game plan, bro. Ain't no one trying to be. The only time we're trying to be efficient is if there's money involved, and there's less money involved by having people on the coast, because they need to keep the money moving. They need everybody having as many jobs as possible. That's more tax money that's getting made. They need more people driving around. They need more money. They need more waste, and they need non-efficiency. Basically, they're enemies of efficiency. Like, these elite people, the people that are doing business. And every company's against efficiency that makes anything at all. Like no company wants to make a product that lasts forever. That's not like in their
efficiency
like
can be part of some companies' plan, but only if it serves them. It's not like the overall plan is it for any.
it's all about money. Only if it makes them more money, they want to be efficient.
Yeah.
If it makes them more money, they want to be efficient. If it makes them less money, they don't want to be efficient. You know what I mean? They don't want to make a product they don't want to do the efficient thing and make a product that lasts forever, because that's not good for that would be super efficient, but that's not good for their money. So they're like, yo, if we ain't doing that shit, fuck that. We need to make sure this shit breaks. When you see them doing stress tests and shit, you know how they'll like bang a hammer against something 1,000 times or take a knife and cut the shit 1,000,000 times? They're doing stress tests on products to see how long they last. Not so they last long enough so they break quick enough, because they need that shit to break. So you'd have to go buy another hammer or whatever.
Yeah. Sneaky bastards.
Yeah, and then they can write it off as, well, we're a company, we're in business. If we can save 1 penny on every hammer we put out there, well, we're going to do that. You know, if you don't like our hammer, don't buy the hammer. Like they can write it off as, you know, oh, we're not doing this planned obsolescence thing. It's just about us being profitable or whatever. You know what I mean? When in the meantime, they could have spent an extra penny on every hammer and made the shit last twice as long. But, you know, it's because they make out double. Not only do they save a penny on every hammer, but they get it so you need a new fucking hammer half as fast, you know, twice as fast.
I've seen another pattern that they do. Even if the product is good and lasts a very long time, what they'll do is hold back features and keep that for the next one and release it straight after everyone's bought the first one. So they want another one anyway, even though the one they've got is working.
Yeah, you know what they do is we used to use we don't use it anymore, our dishwasher. But we used to use our dishwasher, and they make 2 different kinds of pods. They make like regular dishwashing pods, this little plastic thing you put, it's got dish detergent in it or something, you put it in your thing. It's this shit to clean the dishes with. Then they make another one, so they got the regular ones, and then they got these ultra ones. The regular ones don't even fucking work, right? So they got the ultra ones that work good. Like, why aren't you making all of them ultra? Why are you even making the shitty ones? What's different in those shitty ones where you couldn't have put a penny? Like, they look exactly the same.
Some people will
same
buy
size.
3 or 4 boxes of the cheap one before they notice it doesn't even work. So they've already made the money on nothing.
Like, I don't understand. Yeah, they do that with. I like Leathermans. You know what a Leatherman is? It's like a little foldable pliers you can keep in your pocket. It's got a whole bunch of knives and shit on it.
Yeah, it's like the Army Swiss knife, like a utility thing.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the Leatherman style with the foldable pliers. Anyways,
I've got one of those. I have one of those on me all the time.
Yeah, oh yeah, I wouldn't leave the house without that. That shit's invaluable. You know what I got? I got a little keychain one too. It goes right on your keys. It's tiny. I got a big one too.
I've got that in my rucksack, a little tiny one, and then I put the other one in a bigger pocket. So I've got it with me. One on the bike.
Yeah, I always got a multi-tool. I never leave the house without a multi-tool. I got the Leatherman PS4 squirt. Anyways, the point is, like, what's up?
Go on. No, go on.
I was gonna say the point is, like, why are you making shitty ones? We're still making shitty ones. Some of these multi-tools, they just fall to pieces. Like, I've had my Leatherman for like, and the Leatherman makes a good product, but there's tons of people that are selling like shit. It's like, yo, why are you even making the shitty ones? And Leatherman, they make different models. It's like, yo, why aren't you just making the best one or like 2 models or something? Like,
why do they associate themselves with a shitty product when they should just stand out with the best one and move forward and don't do the cheapest shitty one because it's tarnishing their name? That's what
Leatherman
you mean,
doesn't. No, Leatherman doesn't do that. They only make good products. They don't really make shitty ones.
Right.
But they make ones that don't have all the features in it. Like that, you can buy one that has. You can buy a multi-tool that has like 8 tools in it from Leatherman,
right.
Or you can buy one that has like 30 tools in it. Like the one I got has fucking bits, like screwdriver bits and shit. Like it's dope. It's got a saw, a file, a fucking knife, scissors, all kinds of shit. But like, why are you making the one that only has 8 tools in it? Just make the fucking banging one, and don't make that like cheaper one without all the stuff in it. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I suppose it's they want to cover all the angles, maybe, and price wise, and
It's all about money. Yeah, that's what I understand.
maybe someone doesn't need all the other features on the main one, so they make a smaller one, for the kid, maybe. Who knows? Who knows what they're thinking? But it's practical anyway. Both practical. They both serve their uses. They would, you know what I mean? They're dispensable. Indispensable, sorry, or indispensable. That's what I was looking for. You need
The
them in
thing
your
is,
life.
yeah, the thing is, I don't know how I made it this far without one. Like I only started carrying a Leatherman like 5 years ago. But yeah, they shouldn't even be making those cheap, shitty models. Like Gerber makes a good one. Sog makes a good one. Leatherman makes a good one. But then there's like those cheap, like Walmart, like $3 ones. It's like, yo, why are you making those? They are straight trash.
Yeah, I don't buy.
You ever see it? You ever see? Well, I've gotten some of the shitty ones as like gifts or something, and survival kits or whatever. And it's like,
I can't tell you the amount of times I've used my one, and that's been on holiday. When you go to the US in particular, maintenance in hotel rooms is rather terrible. Even in the Sheraton, and about to fix the toilet in the Sheraton, or take apart the alarm system the fire alarm system, not the alarm system, the smoke detector,
yeah.
right. You go in the room and it's every 2 minutes or less you get this little beep noise, right? And then
That's when the battery's low. Yeah.
yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I knew that. So what I did was I opened it out and just took the battery out. Fuck that shit. You know what I mean?
That's fucking
Silence in
hilarious.
both rooms. Driving you mad, yeah. And then in another room that we stayed in, the toilet flush. You flushed it and it just kept on flushing. The water just kept flowing. It wouldn't stop. Yeah, because the stopcock wasn't shutting back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't returning. Yeah, that all that kind of stuff. I used my tools to fix that. Another time we went to Guam and
Yo,
go on. Yeah,
I was gonna say
the refrigerator was an oven. Do you know what I mean? The refrigerator was an oven because it was so warm in there. And what they'd done was, because the Guam Plaza, not the Guam, the Guam Pacific Hotel, their tourism had dropped dramatically. So in order for them to save money, they removed all the switches from all the refrigerators in all the rooms, and turned them off. They turned them off and pulled the buttons off, so you couldn't operate them. You can't. You need a pair of pliers to get in there, right? So I used it there to switch it on, so that I could then freeze my drinks. And then when I left, I then switched it back off again. I knew they were trying to save money, of course. But we needed to keep our drinks cool. So I switched. We always had 6-member family, so we always seem to have 2 rooms. So two adjacent rooms.
That's why I'm a big fan of the. I do like Swiss Army. They got some good stuff. I like their card. They make a little credit card thing you can keep in your wallet. It's got a knife, files, a screwdriver, and a light. A whole bunch of stuff. It's like a credit card.
Scissors,
I'm a fan of it.
cutters.
I'm a fan of Swiss Army, but a lot of the Swiss Army shit doesn't have pliers on it, and when they do, they're not really that great. Like the Leatherman, the main tool is the pliers, so they work really good.
Yeah, the ones that I've got, the pliers are really good.
It's like having a real deal. It's like having a real deal pair of pliers.
Yeah,
like that's what you.
I don't want a million things attached to my pliers. I just want good pliers. I don't mind if there's 2 or 3 things attached to it.
Well, no, the other thing's in the handles, though. It's in the handle. You don't even know it's there.
Yeah.
Like you don't even know it's. Yeah. I got the Wave. I got the Leatherman Wave. It's like $100. Yo, it's banging. It's got bit. The drill bit is like a real reversible bit. The file on it, I installed a door handle with it once.
Yeah, it's good when
with just my Leatherman. I installed a fucking door handle. Like that shit's dope. It's got an all-out just saw blade. Like I could go saw down a.
Yeah, I got a saw blade on my one. Saw blade, and then we got one that guts fish as well together with that, and
that is pretty satisfying.
Phillips screwdriver,
finished,
black blade screwdriver.
You finish a whole job that needed 4 tools, and you've only got 1 tool. I think that is quite satisfying.
It is. You don't have to go looking for the tool kit all the time, or go into the shed and look for this and that. Like you just got it on you.
Yeah,
And not only that, it's huge. Like even if you're not a big fan of these things, like the little keychain one is dope as fuck. It has like the keychain one has a file on it, so if you get like a hangnail or something, you could just file it off your finger. Or it's got like
I think
screwdrivers on it and a knife. What's
if
up?
you're a flat earther and you're into outdoor life, then yeah, you're going to have yourself a proper knife, and then you're going to have your what I call a pocket factory. That's what it is with all the tools on it. Yeah, it's in its little pouch, and then that way you're going to survive whatever's going to come. You're equipped to survive. You know, I've got one of those hunting knives, but I've got the smallest of the range. I haven't got the Rambo massive fucking thing. I've got the smallest one. You know, I wasn't showing off. That was enough for me at the moment. You know. Obviously, if I was going to be living out there, I'd have a bigger one. Say that again?
Basically, all we have is a hunting knife.
Yeah, I used to carry it with me when I used to hike like up Mount Fuji and mountains and that, okay? I'd have it on my rucksack right there because I'm climbing up at night time. You can't see fuck all. You don't know who's up there, what's going to happen. So as a self-defense thing, it was right there all the time. Okay. And I forgot it one time in my rucksack and I'm on my way to Guam. And the security put my rucksack through the scanner, and then he asked me if he could put it through again. I said, yeah, put it through again, no problem, man. I've forgotten that my knife and my pocket factory were in there, you see. So then when they brought it back out, goes, can we look inside? I goes, yeah, look inside. And this time the plane's about to leave, and then they took my knife and my pocket factory. I said, oh shit, I forgot about that. I hiked Mount Fuji the weekend before, so I forgot that they were in there, and then they were getting angry because it was the height of the security thing where you're not allowed to bring knives on planes and shit like that. I said, I know all that. I'm not the enemy. 911. I didn't do 911. Yeah, that's what I said to them. You know what I mean? And then my wife had to get on the plane because I was being detained because the police came along to have a word, and they were going to throw away my knife. And I said to them, "Who do you think has got money to throw away?" Yeah, I goes, that was from my father. So that's not going anywhere. And I bought that from the shop. So no, you can put it in a box and send it with me when I go, or I don't go on holiday. I don't give a damn, but I'm not losing my bloody knives. Do you know what I mean? So
You can actually buy you can buy boxes in bulk. Like they sell them by weight of like confiscated knives and Leathermans and shit from airports. Because most people are like, well, fuck it. It's a $30 thing and I'm about to miss my flight. So that sucks. But here it is, just take it.
No, I've still got mine, man. I've still got mine. What they did was they put it in a cardboard box, taped it down, put my name and the passport number on and all the flight details. And then it was waiting for me when I got to Guam Airport. No problem. And the funny thing is I had to get on another plane. And they said, when you get on this plane, there won't be any meal or anything. I go, don't worry. It's never that good anyway. And it's only a 3-hour flight. I think I can survive that, yeah. Right. And then when I got off the plane, I actually had a meal. There was a meal because somebody didn't have theirs, so I got it. But anyway, when I arrived at the airport, guess who was in front of me? My family. So it was like I got off the plane, went down the stairs, conveyor belt, get up, and my family was right there. And I just met them just like that. Brilliant. I thought I had to go and look for them, but they were right there. Nice. Lining up. They just arrived when I arrived, sort of thing. So it was fucking brilliant, man. But yeah, that was an accident. That was where I left my rucksack, my knives and pocket factories in the rucksack, and they were making a big deal of it. And I just said, "Fuck off, man! I'm not the terrorist, okay? Sit down, man. Calm down." But ever since that time, the story goes on. Ever since that time, I was put on the SSSS on my ticket, which meant I come under a special security scrutiny. They were always checking my bags ever since that time for a while.
Has brought hunting knives into airport before.
Yeah, go on.
That's your tick. Has brought hunting knife into an airport before. So they have to tell the next airport.
Well, yeah. So wherever I went, that's on my ticket. It said SSS every single fucking time for a while. But that's since stopped now. But it was going like that for a while. Right when the TSA security Bush started that security system up. And it was a real pain because you've got to take your shoes accused of taking
Around
belt off everything,
2001.
practically stripping down to get through. Yeah, that's correct. Well, 2001 was when they did it. Well, I'm talking like a few years later, so we're talking like 2006, 2008. That's when it was the security had fully kicked in proper there, and that's when I had my problems. Yeah, but yeah, 2001 was when
Sometimes
they were
that
talking about
SSSS
introducing
thing,
security. Yeah,
it might not be them worrying about you. It might be a check for the next people to say, yes, we've already seen him with a knife and he's a normal person. So you don't have to freak out this time.
No, they're checking. Believe me, that
no,
is
they're
their
checking.
like.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
they always checked me. They always took me to one side and looked at my bags and everything. And I'd say to them, please leave as you find.
I think they did that to me at the Canadian border once. I used to go to the Canadian border when I was a kid a lot, and we were kids fucking around. So, one time they pulled me over. I forgot why, but ever since then they pulled me over every time I crossed into Canada.
Yeah, can be a bit of a pain, when you
Oh,
thought
we
you
were
could
trying.
go through smoothly.
We were trying to sneak someone in. That's right. The person we went with forgot their license. So we went to like 3 different border crossings, and they were like, "Listen, we know you've already been to 2 different border crossings." And then even when we went back, like years and years, they would always stop us. I'm on the
Yeah,
list.
it was a bit of a nuisance. You know what I mean? I remember telling them that this is not really security because we're on our way back to where we came. We were from our home. We're on our way back home, sort of thing. Yeah. So this kind of security should have happened when we actually arrived in your country, not when we're leaving your country. So it doesn't make any sense anyway. And we're not. I don't believe it's any more secure. And anyway, 9/11 was an inside job, wasn't it, folks? You should be ashamed of yourselves because some of your colleagues died at that event. Instead of harassing your Japanese customers, right? Because I wouldn't be the only one they pulled out. They pulled out other Japanese people as well, to have this special search. But I was just telling them off, like, you're harassing your customers. It's no wonder tourism is dying in Guam from Japan. Look at this shit you do. The Japanese won't say anything because they're reserved. But I'm not Japanese. You know what I mean? So, and I can see that this is silly. And then they went off and got their sergeant to come down, and he said, "What was you saying to my men?" I said that 9/11 was an inside job. That's what I said. 9/11 was an inside job. It was, wasn't it? He goes, "Well, you're entitled to your opinion." I goes, "It's not an opinion. It's a fact. Everybody knows. Inside job, man. No, not one Muslim was involved in that." Yeah, Then they changed the subject. I see you like hiking because you were looking at me boots. I said, yeah, when I'm not in silly situations like this, yeah, I do enjoy hiking, yeah. But it was one of those, I was really angry, And I said, make sure you put the stuff back as I packed it, yeah. Leave as you find. Fucking annoying cunts. You know what they were doing as well? They were swiping some of my stuff with a special kind of cloth that they then put into some kind of like a miniaturized vacuum cleaner thing that sucks up all these particles and it shows what's if there's bomb material or whatever. They went that far. They went that far with it, man.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and they had all their gloves on. They had their little rubber latex gloves on.
Yeah.
And they were doing all that. Yeah, it was ridiculous. I said to them, since when do you know black people as terrorist bombers? That's what I said to them. I actually said that. Since when?
You're black?
Since when have we done that?
You could have been an African terrorist, Jen.
Hold on, you're black?
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit! I had pictured you as a white man this whole time.
But you're looking at my avatar. Look at my avatar. That's me, the avatar, man.
No, I never looked at it. I can't see. Those pictures are so fucking small. Who can see that?
I did with chemo, Jeremy. The London accent often makes you forget that they could be black. I don't know.
Oh, that's a good knife, Don. What kind of knife? That's the knife Cody Lundeen carries.
It's a short survival knife, but I looked it up and I watched loads of stuff, and the survival guy said this is the one you should buy.
What's that called? A Mora? Is it called a Mora knife or something?
Wow. Yeah, that's
Moracne. I don't even
that's
know.
Jen, that's old fucking leather. What kind of Leatherman is that, bro? That's an old one.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's from Right the Hand posted it. That's still a good one though because it has the blades on the exterior part. I hate when the knives are on the interior part, but that's a good one there.
Yeah. Standard scalpel knife looks. But they're useful as well. Easily to change the blades.
Those are neat. The ones with the clip, what's that thing called? The clip thingy. Those ones are neat, but I don't know. That clip thing makes it bulky and shit, unnecessarily bulky.
Yeah. Yeah, my one. I got the smallest size of the Bowie. You know the Bowie knives. I got the smallest one of the set. That does me. It's got really robust. I use that for gutting fish, cooking, chopping up the meat and that. And when I'm cooking on camp, it's really really good. Chopping down trees, twigs and things to make fire. Yeah, it works good.
Yeah, no, that's a good knife right there, Don. Those are solid. Simple, one piece. Nothing's gonna break on it as long as you don't get crazy with it.
I got it for my girlfriend, but I'm going to buy myself one too.
Yeah, I think they're very useful when you're doing the outdoor thing and that. And if you're that way inclined, then you'd always, you're smart. You're always going to have one in your rucksack if you carry one. Yeah.
Oh, that's the charge. That's the Leatherman charge that right the hand posted. Those are fucking good. That's even better than mine. I got the Wave. I think the charge is like the next step up.
It looks quality, but it looks a bit older, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's got
always be prepared.
It's a little dinged up. Those things last forever, though. I still have a Leatherman from the fucking 80s. Like it's terrible. I would never even bring it out the house. It's in like my survival box or something in the shed. But because all the tools are on the inside, like it's really old school. It's got a leather case sheath.
They made tools pretty good back then, you see. So that'd be worth some money.
Leatherman doesn't fuck around because they have a lifetime warranty. So they're making a quality product that lasts because they don't want to have to fucking fix it. Because you can always just if you have any Leatherman that breaks, you send it in. They either fix it or if they can't fix it, they send you a comparable model.
Yeah, a replacement. It should be just a replacement.
I could take that one from the 80s, send it in, like break the blade or something on it, send it in, and they would send me. They're not going to send me another one from the 80s. They don't have any more of them shit sitting around. They would have to send me like a newer model one, like maybe the Wingman or something.
An equivalent to that, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I've been satisfied with the products that I've got, and I've used them to my satisfaction, and my wife's happy because the holiday went smoothly, all the time. Because the Japanese tend to like call them in and wait for them to come and either fix it or start moving around different rooms. But once you've travelled, you think you just want to settle. So because I've got the tools, it's okay. I'll fix it. Don't worry. It's never that serious anyway. You know what I mean? Wait for them to come along. You wait all day. So if I can do it, I'll do it, and I do it all the time.
Yeah, it's huge having that little tiny toolkit in your pocket. It's like a toolkit.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like I've used my Leatherman to hammer shit. If you just keep it all folded up and just use it as like a hammer to tap like a small nail.
To tap things with. That's right.
Yeah. It's got one of my screwdrivers on my old one. I think it was my Wingman. I broke the screwdriver because I was using it as a pry bar. That was my fault. But I mean, they're dope to have. I could escape out of an elevator, or if we were trapped in like a freezer, a walk-in freezer or something. Like I could have used that shit to escape out of that with.
Yeah, it's always good to have it, and when you've used certain parts of it, then you feel good that it wasn't a waste of money. You know what I mean? And it's good to have, no doubt about it. Especially if you're into the outdoor life, then it's always good to have that in your rucksack, without a doubt. And I'm always carry mine with me when I got my rucksack. They're always in there.
Even if you're not in the outdoor. Oh, that guy Survivor, Les Stroud, the Survivor Man guy, that says he goes alone. He always carries a Leatherman. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have it with you. If you're in the outdoors, you should always have one with you. Just like in my SUV, I've always got a shovel, first aid, flashlight, then of course tools to repair the car and that. Tissue paper in case you want to go to the toilet, spare water, 3 to 4 liters of water, just in case the radiator goes. You can pour it straight in, as well as drinking water for yourself. These things are standard in the car. Blankets.
I keep You know what a good spot in the car is to use to keep shit like that? Because I have tons. I got like 2 emergency blankets, a couple bottles of water,
Yeah.
just a whole bunch of stuff. But you know where I keep it is? I keep it in the spare. There, you got a spare tire, and then there's a board that
Yeah, the
goes
tire well.
over your.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of room though, even with the
Yeah.
tire in there. There's still a lot of room. So I have stuff all around in a circle around the tire because there's extra room there. So that's where I keep all that goofy shit. Little
No, I just
survival
leave
kit.
it. Mine is just there. It's at the back. The tire well is there, and then I got a carpet on top of that, and then I've got the blankets there, and the water is underneath the blanket, so the sun doesn't get to it. Keeps it nice and cool and that. First aid is in a special compartment.
Yeah, my car came with a first aid kit.
Yeah, the shovel's in there as well, just in case, and that's that in the SUV. All that
Yeah, I
stuff's
got
in
the
there.
little. You know what I want to get? I got a little army shovel right now. But what I want to
Yeah.
get is one of those super duper shovels where like the handle comes apart and it's also a shovel and axe, and the handle comes apart. So there's all kinds of tools in the handle. Like there's a knife in the handle, all kinds of a flint.
Yeah.
Or what's that thing called? You scrape it and it's with the sparks.
A rake.
They're cool. A shovel
No,
that is also an axe. That is sick.
No, what's the thing called? You scrape. It's a flint. Why can't I think of the name of it? You scrape it with a piece of metal in it.
Yeah.
And it sparks up and you make a fire.
Yeah, what is it called?
A ferrite rod. Ferrite rod.
A ferro rod. Ferro rod. That's it.
Yeah. I've got that.
Yeah.
I've got that. That's in the back of the car as well. All of that's in.
I mean, I also carry a couple big lighters, but you don't want to have to. You know, it's better to have a lighter. But...
Yeah, I've got. Yeah, no. You see, that's where any smart man will always have a couple of lighters with him as well, because there are times when your hands are frozen solid and you can't make a fire. You can't make it.
Yeah, you don't want to be fucking around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's
So
just
you use a
easier.
lighter.
It's
Yeah,
easier.
that's
You
right.
might have wet. You might be in a wet environment and shit, and
That's
those
right.
sparks.
Yeah, those sparks are not working.
Yeah.
So you need to have a proper lighter.
Well, I got a little Well, one time I do have a little magnesium rod. You could just scrape some of the magnesium off it, and that'll fucking go up no matter what. But I bought these pills once that were that has the shaved up magnesium already in it. So like you just crack the pill open, and it's this little powder thing that comes out, like a little pile of powder, and that shit goes up no matter what.
Yeah,
you can light that on water.
Yeah, I bought the kit for my son's birthday, and then we went out to the park and learned how to make a little mini fire for him and that, and then he tried it and he was over the moon. But I said, no, you cannot carry this around with you. This is when we go camping.
Yeah, not yet.
Like a little firebug, you know what I mean? No. But yeah, so he was happy with that.
Stolen from the gods in your pocket, and then you have to be careful not to turn into an arsonist, don't you?
Yeah, man.
Burning everything because it's cool.
But yeah, I do enjoy all that. That's it's great fun. It really is, especially when you're kicking it either on camping or either on a holiday and things are not going according to plan. But out comes the toolkit. I have it. We can fix it. Don't worry.
Yeah, like even if you're not an outdoors person, having like a Leatherman or something on you is just fucking huge, dude.
Yeah, most people look. Let me tell you something. These people are wearing masks. They're not fucking outdoor people, man. They're not. Do you know what I mean? They're not going to have one of those. They're just not going to have one of those. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's huge.
You've
Even
got
if
to
you're
be
just a
into it.
city, even if you're just a city boy or something, like it's still big having one of those on you because you can still like do shit.
Yeah, but the city slicker boy, he ain't having none of that. They're not going to carry that with them, man. You know. You tend to find those who are into camping and outdoor lives are the ones who carry that stuff. They're the ones who are going to be saving everyone else. Most people are just too busy running around in their flash cars and flashy clothes. Ain't got time to carry that stuff. It spoils the line of the suit, spoils the line of their clothing. You know. But if you're an outdoor man, then you're always ready. You're always ready to rumble. That's the thing. You know. Yeah. Always ready to do a barbecue.
Yeah.
I love all that. That is the lifestyle that I like, the outdoor. I always feel more at home outdoors than I do indoors, always. especially when you're near a lake where you can get good fishing going on, and then you get your camp there set up beautifully.
Well, that's another thing I keep in. That's another thing I keep in my emergency kit is some fishing lines, some like fake worms, some hooks, a couple sinkers.
That's
Like I
right.
don't have a fishing rod, but like all you need to do is get that line in the water ultimately. So
Yeah, you can always make a fishing rod out of branches of the trees anyway, if that's the case.
you just throw it in with your hands. It doesn't even matter. Yeah, you don't even need the branch.
No. Yeah, it's true.
Just
You
get that
just throw
line
it
in the
up.
water.
Yeah, yeah. But, you know, you can fashion one for the kids. Yes, the outdoor life. Such fun. Such fun. Even when it's pissing down heavily, you know, monsoon style. As long as everything's dry, then you're okay.
Well, that's why I keep some of those. I keep at least 2 of those emergency blankets with me.
Yeah.
You know those shiny metal ones? Those are fucking huge. You can make a
Yeah,
roof.
I've got that. That came with the survival kit. So that's already
You,
in there.
you know what else is in my bug out bag? You know what I
Go
keep in my
on.
bug out bag is a sheet of painter's plastic. Right? Because
Okay,
with one of those emergency blankets, if you just have one emergency blanket and painter's plastic, you can have you can have like a heated shelter. It'll be too hot.
Right.
You put the emergency blanket like angled down, like at a diagonal inside your shelter, and then you hang the plastic in front, and then you start the fire, outside in front of that, and like all the heat, the heat like bounces off the thing and bounces down onto the ground, or it'll be like dumb hot, and there'll be like a fucking
I think they
sauna.
call that. It radiates, doesn't it? It radiates all over you, doesn't it? The heat.
Yeah, it's crazy. I seen him do it on one of those survival. I love those survival shows. I seen him doing it.
So do I. I love them on YouTube. You can watch them on YouTube, man. I watch them on YouTube, man.
Dual Survivor was the first time I saw that. Actually,
I've also got a hack. I've also got a proper saw, which folds up like a penknife. Yeah, big. It's a big thing, and you can start there. You can start to build log cabins with that. I've got that in the car as well.
oh, I like that knife, Ross. What kind of knife is that? That's fucking perfect right there.
Yes, someone got another knife in there. Oh, look at that. Yeah,
I like
that's what I've got. That's what I've got.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I like how it's got the thing you could put on your keychain. See how it's got the little hole on the bottom? Some knives don't have that.
Yeah.
I got a nice one.
It's got a H on it as an emblem. H, is that hammer? Hammer mark? What is that? The H.
I don't know. That's nice.
Yeah, I've got
You said
one
it's
of those.
UK legal.
Yeah, okay. So I've got one of those, and that came in with my survival kit. That knife came in with the survival kit, and a straw, an aluminium tube straw to blow to make your fire, and that with the blanket you were talking about, that silver foil blanket, the ferrite rod, okay, to start your fire, magnesium rod to start your fire, flashlight, rechargeable flashlight, that one, so you can charge it up.
That's my keychain. That's my whole keychain right there. Look at that. That's what I carry on my keys. That's all you need right there. My house has the code you punch in, so I don't need a code for that. I don't need a car key because I keep the car key in the car and I just use that buzzer to get in and out.
Yeah, that's cool, that isn't it? That's nice. Yeah.
That little squirt PS4 Leatherman though.
Yeah, right, little. That's how a flat earther should be, like that, operating in this fashion. If you're a flat earther, that's how you got to be, because you never know when you're going to be moving out of that city at any time. You know,
I'm always ready.
You know, we're in the crosshairs anyway, aren't we? Come on, are we not?
I'm always ready. I'm always ready, Jen.
Yeah.
We're not prepared for what I'm prepared to do.
Yeah, they're telling us, that we're gonna beat this pandemic because the Earth is not flat, is what they said. Okay, they said that in the main media.
Trust. What kind of knife? Hold on a second. Oh, he's not even in chat. I want to ask him what kind of knife that is. I like that. I'm addicted to knives. Like I switch my keychain one out all the time. I got a little Boker one I put on there sometimes, or a micro recon or something. I got some nice fucking little keychain knives. I like having a big one. This one I got on there now is like nice sized, and the other ones I got are kind of small.
Yeah, Yeah.
Because sometimes I'll leave without putting my real Leatherman on or my real pocket knife in my pocket. Like if I just run to Walmart or something real quick, or you know, you're out, you go into the Great Escape or something, you're not gonna really fucking get geared up for that. So I like to have like a full size.
I'm seeing some guys that are posting some good stuff, aren't they? Look at that. Who's this? This character. Oh, Foolish Decisions. Yeah. He's posting his stuff. Yeah, good stuff there, Foolish Decision. Looks like you're prepared, eh? You know the flat earthers are coming for you, yeah?
Yeah, that's a nice fucking knife right there.
Yeah, you know the flat earthers are coming for you, man. You know, you know you got to have that stuff running from the flat earthers.
That knife doesn't lock. That's terrible. I would never use a non-locking knife.
Oh, absolutely right. Yeah, you cannot. You cannot. I've seen.
But in the UK though, it's illegal if it locks. That's right. I forgot about their weirdo laws.
Stupid, isn't it? No, that's stupid.
Yeah, like
no.
that's safety. That's a safety thing.
I would
you don't
never buy a
walking
knife that doesn't lock. I'll never buy a knife that doesn't lock. Fuck
That's
that.
what I mean. That little Leatherman in my pocket, the knife doesn't lock.
Yeah.
Right. I would almost never. That would be like my last resort of knife using because it doesn't lock. Like
if it doesn't lock, it's not in my kit. I don't want that. That's a dangerous tool. Don't want that.
Yeah, I mean, I keep it because it's part of the Leatherman.
I don't even have one. No, I wouldn't have it. It's just not necessary. All the other knives I've got lock into position, and if it's not a locking type, then it's a Bowie knife. Now you don't need a lock.
But for
on
these little,
there.
For the little keychain ones though, they don't really do that. You know what I'm saying? So like,
yeah, I don't have any. I don't have the. I've got one tiny little keychain one, and it's actually a Swiss Army knife, and it's just got two tools on it. It's got a knife, right, a file, and then the scissors. That's it, and that's in my little, small little pocket in my rucksack on the inside. But I've got the scissors pocket factory. Got to have one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that little pocket one. It's got a good fucking file on it.
Yeah.
I mean the knife's dumb sharp. It doesn't lock, but whatever. It's better than not having one. So.
No, it was a small one. That's fine because you're not going to be putting a lot of pressure on that small one.
Yeah, that's for like.
Yeah, the bigger ones, man. You could easily fuck up and cut your own hand, your fingers.
Well, the big one's locked. The big one's locked though. So.
Yeah, that's right. I wouldn't be buying a knife. Yeah, I thought you meant a big one that didn't lock.
No, the big ones nowadays. All the big tools, all the saws and the knives, and even the files and shit. Everything locks.
Yeah, if they're not locking, it's not in my kit, man. Fuck that. Chop me out fingers off as I'm trying to use it. You know when you're putting pressure and you slip and then you're chopping your fingers down, all down there, little sausages on the floor.
Especially if you're trying to do some hard work with it and you got your whole hand wrapped around it. Like if you're just trying to open a cardboard box or something, then you'd be all right. But if you're trying to do something with wood or cut some serious shit,
you're putting some PSI there, and suddenly you got your fingers all rolling down on the floor there, blood spurting out.
Yeah, fuck that.
Fuck that. So yeah, man.
I got a whole box. I should take a picture. I just have a whole cigar box just full of fucking knives. I got so many knives that I had to get another cigar box that's full of knives.
Why am I not surprised to hear that? Have you got a sharpener as well? Have you? You know.
Many.
Yeah. You got to have a block to sharpen up the blade as well. Yeah. I love doing that. As well. That sharpening the knife is also therapy. That is.
Oh, you know what I got? Jen? I got some boot laces. I got some laces for my boots.
Yeah.
It's a ferro rod. Like the little tips that hold the laces in. It's usually like tape or something. Instead of tape or plastic or whatever, that shit is the ferro rod, and it comes with a little metal scraper you can put on the laces to scrape it if you needed to start a fire.
Yeah. I love all that. I just love all that.
Yeah.
And then there's nothing more satisfying than having one of those. So I said to my son, the youngest one's got one, and then the second one, he's a black belt judo. He also has one. So we're ready. I said, you see, you're always when you've got this, you can always have fire. At least you know that, and then get yourself a pocket factory, which we got. He got one in Guam. Okay, there you go. Put that in your pocket. He wanted that one to remember the holiday, and it's a survival kit. Okay, put it in there. We got it at the ABC store, so we didn't go to the like the Kmart where they do the real camping stuff. He got it at the ABC store, but he wanted that one. I said, okay, go on in. You can have it. Holiday momentum. Okay, good. So, at least they've got something that they're beginning to understand that outdoor life is good life, and it's always good to be prepared for that. If you've got this in your rucksack, if that's how you're going to live your lifestyle, always yearning for the outdoor, then you're going to need this equipment. It's true though, isn't it? I mean, if you're an outdoor person, you're always yearning to be outdoors. Are you not?
Yeah.
Don't you get that call? Literally the call for the world. Don't you ever get that feeling?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I always get that feeling. I get that feeling all the time, man, and I love it. That's why I'm always out. I'm up early. I'm out. Sparrows fart, Gina's up. Get out the door. Out the door.
I can't even get all my knives out here quick enough. Hold on, I'm going to take a picture of all my knives.
Oh, go on. Well, I'm not surprised he's got a lot of knives.
Fucking tons of them, bro.
Yeah. Typical American.
Oh, this one's real nice. I got a nice Kershaw I might put back on my keychain. It's a little shaky though. Got a lot of beat up over the years. Tons of fucking knives. Wait till you see these.
I've got what have I got? I've got 1, 2, I've got 3. That little mini Swiss knife. 3 sets. That's it. 3 things that I've used all my life, and they're there, and I still use them today, and they work. I haven't bought more than I need, as it were. So
watch out, kitty.
And I've still got one more in the car as well. So yeah, and then I've got that hacksaw, that proper saw, which locks up like a penknife, and then you can cut anything with that. Big logs, everything, and you can build log cabins with it. That's there, ready to go. Because like I said, you never know when you're going to be out there. You never know what's happening in this future. Who fucking knows? But at least I know. At least I know if I have to go out and rough it, we're going to rough it good. I've got tents and that anyway. But you might want to build yourself a little shack to go toilet for the people I'm with. You can build things like that. Little toilet.
These are most of my knives, not all of them.
Okay. Well, it hasn't come up yet.
I know. I got to take a picture right now. Hold on.
I think Foolish Decisions is saying something. What's he saying? Blades must be 3 inches or less in the UK. I think he's talking about that, a safety thing.
Yeah, right here. Check this out, Jen. These are all my
that you can carry. That's what you can carry, 3 inches or less. Anything bigger than that, you get nicked. Basically, in England.
That's a lot of my
Oh
knives.
wow! You could be doing a little stall there, a little stall in the marketplace on a Sunday afternoon, selling them.
Yeah. Where's my good? I got some good ones that aren't in there though. I got them all over the place. You know what I mean? I got a whole bunch in the car, a couple in my dresser. Most of them are just in this box though. So.
Yeah. You got these little cheapy little ones like that. Nice.
Some of those are good though. Some of them are little cheap ones, but some of these knives are good, really good ones.
Yeah. Yeah, man, you got a lot there. No, I got knives. I haven't got that many. No way. I've got what I consider I need to survive. And
this is way excessive. I don't even need this.
Yeah, and I can go years, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of these I bought was just from trying to find a good one. You read reviews and shit, but that only take you so far. So.
Yeah. The only thing that I can say I haven't got that I really is a big Bowie knife. Yeah, the big one. I've got. If they come in a set, don't they? Like really, really big Rambo size, and then they start to come down. I got the smallest of the set, so that I could carry it around with me, and it works, and it's doing its job. But I could do with one of those, and that's it. But I haven't bought one yet because I haven't had the need for one as such. But everything else works well for me. I'm happy with what I got. Thoroughly enjoyed using it. Yeah, you know that video that I found yesterday? Yeah, you know the one?
With the triangle thing?
Yeah, I found the video, man. I found it.
Oh, nice. Yo, send it to me in a DM, will you?
2 hours 13 minutes long. It is fantastic fucking video. You know, when you watch it, you know why it was taken down, man. You know why it was taken down, because it just exposes this NASA thing to smithereens. The moon landings, you know, it just exposes it. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to watch. If you were a NASA employee, you would be red in the face. You know, or if you're a black guy, you'd be burgundy. All right. But you would be embarrassed to be watching how they approached it like it was a murder scene. You know, forensic science being brought in. It was just the way they take it apart is fantastic. So I'll get it up now. I'm going to post it in the live stream one. You can take it from there. Is that okay? Because I don't think I've got you as a friend. I'll check though.
Yeah, no. So just click on my name and send me a DM. You can send me a DM.
Okay, all right then. I'll do that then. Brilliant. All right, let me see if I can get the thing up first. But yeah, man, that video was it. I watched it again because I hadn't seen it for 2 years. Right, 2 years.
Yeah.
It was off. I couldn't find it. 2 years, and then you were going on about it. You know, that flat thing, and I knew the video you was talking about, and I thought, let me look. And I looked yesterday, and I kept looking, and it just came up, and I went, yes, YouTube Kids area. Fucking hell, YouTube Kids of all bloody places to find it. You know.
Yeah.
I was well over the moon. Well over the moon, I was. Okay. Now, I posted it in the live stream one first, so it's there, you can see it, because it was quick to hand. It was quick. That's to have set it up. I just posted it straight in there. You can pick it from there, can't you?
Yeah, I'll get it from there. Good looking.
Yeah. It's right there, man. Pick it up, man. It's just there. Fantastic. 2 hours, 13 minutes, 14 seconds. And it's trouble for the globe heads from the offing. Straight off the bat.
Oh, that's only
Straight off
part
the bat,
one.
man. Yeah. That's just part one, yeah. I've got part two. I've got part two. Do you want part two as well? Let me give you part two, because it's right there. I've got them together. Right. So altogether it's like 3 hours and nearly 4 hours of video watching, you know? That's what I like about this thing. It's just so fucking just right on the money, man.
I like those things you can really watch for hours. I really don't watch a lot of YouTube anymore though, because I'm always talking to you guys in here. So.
Yeah, no, I still watch it. I still watch YouTube as well. What are you talking about? You know, I'm watching all the time. I've got some new material to post. I'm always building up my arsenal. Always can't stop building up my arsenal. Okay, so I've posted 2 videos for you. Can you see them?
Yeah. No, I got them.
Right. So you got 3 hours, 40. What's that? 45 minutes. 3 hours, 45 minutes worth of viewing. Yeah. Part 2 goes over the environmental dangers and the trouble with rockets. Part 1 are the photographic anomalies, man. Yeah. Part 1 is all about the photographic anomalies, and they go real into depth. Do you know what they said? They said when they took the astronaut, I think it was Buzz Aldrin, coming out of the LEM, yeah, okay, and they said, how can it be that he's so lit up? There must be a studio lighting going on here. And then they took the reflection of the boot protector, right? And they said we can do some quantitative calculations to tell you exactly where that light was from that shot. They said.
Oh, Jin,
right?
It was so clear that they were using close or multiple lighting sources. Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
Seriously.
yeah. So he said from that reflection, we could measure the curvature. And when he said, you know the curvature that these guys can never measure of the Earth. Yeah, we can measure the curvature and do some quantitative calculations to determine exactly where that light was in that shot, where that light was placed. And then when they gave us the numbers, I think it was 24 to 36 centimeters, perfect location to make that shot. The way the guy spoke, I'll tell you, his name is David Groves, the guy who's speaking, David Groves, right?
Yeah.
And he said, perfect location to make that shot. And they show you the maps and everything, the geometry, the works. I thought, this is just embarrassing, man. It's embarrassing. If you're a fucking NASA fanboy, you'd be embarrassed. You'd have to run off in shame. Because it's irrefutable what they're doing. They're proving to everyone that the photographs were indeed faked on a studio set. That's what you got there. And then then NASA took liberties because they had the background, what do they call it, the back scenery, not the scenery at the back, the mountains. They kept moving them around to try and simulate that they were in a different part of the moon. But they were caught out in that. They were caught out in that shenanigan as well.
Oh, it looked like a backdrop, 100%. Yeah, because you could see the defining line between the ground and the mountain backdrop.
Yep. In one of their scenes, they reckon that they'd driven the buggy 2.5 miles to a different location, but yet the same slope is there at the same angle, and all the rocks are the same. You know what they did? They superimposed one over the other, and they matched perfectly, like you put your hand in a glove. It was just terrible, man. Terrible. Yeah, man. Terribly fucking embarrassing. So I'm glad I found it, because this is whenever I offer people videos to watch, it's this set. I call it a gift set. It's a special gift set for you. I'm doing you a favor here. Watch this, and you'll be in no doubt that the moon landings were a hoax. To think otherwise just means you're in denial, and that would be cog this. I love it, man. You cannot beat it. Yeah, you can't beat it, mate. Yeah, Brian Welsh, he's the guy that speaks to the public, the PR representative there, man. And he said that what the David Percy and David Groves were doing, he called it pseudoscience, nitpicky claptrap. Those were his words. Because he said this stuff is 30 years old, and I think what you're doing is pseudoscience, nitpicky claptrap. I thought, you can't. Why would you say that? Excuse my French. Yeah, he was contacted on several occasions, and he says, I haven't even bothered to look. Wow. Because it's embarrassing. You can't look. I think, and also I heard that they bumped him off. He was killed. Brian Welsh, the guy with the glasses and the moustache and the necktie that was nearly strangling him. Do you know the guy I'm talking about?
No.
Ah, okay. When you watch the video, you'll see him. He is the representative, the PR. He speaks to the public. Okay, NASA's public PR representative, Brian Welsh. His name is. Apparently, they killed him. I don't know why they do that, but they killed him. People said that the people who I was listening to in the documentary said that perhaps he wasn't convincing enough, so they took him out. But at least, one of them said, but at least he was trying. But yeah, he died rather early in his life. Did you hear about one of the so-called astronauts from Blue Origin, dying in a plane crash Thursday? Did you hear about that?
No.
Yeah. That was in the news today. That he went up in the Blue Origin with William Shatner. Yeah, this guy's name is Glenn DeVeries. I think Glenn DeVeries, 49 years old. He was flying in a Cessna 172 single engine. Okay. And this particular plane is very popular when you become a pilot. It's a training vehicle. Very, very good, very safe. And it's the preferred vehicle if you're going to become a pilot, that's the vehicle of choice. Okay. The Cessna 172. And he was in with his instructor, a friend, longtime friend, pilot, instructor, and they're both dead. crash in the Woodlands, New Jersey, I think it was. Woodlands in New Jersey, crash, dead. Month after going up into so-called space, 62 miles up, Kármán line. He's dead now. I posted the news earlier. Post it again if you want. I'll post it again if you want. You can
Oh, it's
watch
good.
it
I'm
for
busy.
yourself.
I'm busy right now. I can't do it right now.
Okay, well, never mind, then I won't post it.
Yeah, I'm getting into this. Trying to get into new crypto stuff here. Every day, I try to make an extra $1 a day.
Okay.
Like yesterday, I made $56 a day. Tomorrow, I'm trying to make $57 a day.
And can you actually spend that crypto, or is it you just collecting it for the future?
No, I spend it. I spend it. All right. I don't even work. I pulled out tons of money out of crypto. This shit's like an ATM machine for me at this point. And I don't really trade. I suck at trading. So like I just invest in shit and let the money tick in. Mad easy.
I see. Wow, is that the time? I've got to move. Right, catch you guys later. I can't
All
believe it's
right,
coming
later, Jen. Later.
at 4 a.m. Unbelievable.
Better
One
go to
minute was
sleep.
1, now it's bloody 4.
Go to sleep.
It goes fucking fast, man. Yeah, one minute it was like 1 minute it was like 12:30, and now it's bloody coming up to 4 a.m. Fuck! Someone stole some time from me, man. Can't believe that. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna fall behind.
Later, Jen.
I'm gonna be falling behind. Catch you guys, yeah.
Ooh. Anthony, how you doing? If I've ever spoke with you before. The Daywalker. Blade. 2000. If I was Blade, I'd be like, all the vampire bitches, come with me. What if it's the other way around? What if you're exposed to the sun to a certain extent? Like, say you get like 100, right? Like a level. Once you pass that 100, you get one more 100, and then you're done. Like once you get to that extra 100, you're done. That's all the sunlight. That's all the energy you can take in on your skin. And then you'd have to like hide from the sun in that way too. And then the people who haven't really fucking had no sun, white skinned bastards who can get burnt, come up and they can take the extra sun. They got like 300. It's painful for them and it's sucky, but it's like a new wet worm on the pavement compared to an old one. You know, that old one's going to be dried out in an hour. But that new one's just crawling along, crawling along. The opening and closing and the growing of the flowers and the shit, that's got to be magnetic too. From the inside out. Yeah, it's like they got a negative charge and they react. And then when they have a positive charge, they react. And the moon could have a magnetic effect. And if the moon is close and local and not really far away, like closer to the actual surface of the planet, then it could have an effect on certain things like a static type, whatever. But I think it would have more of an effect for the medium and the temperature rather than actual objects unless they're like super fucking magnetically conductive. So if a superconductor is a magnet, what's a supermagnet? A conductor? Like if a superconductor is a superconductor, but its action is to cause magnetic reaction. Well, that's weird. All natural rulers. Royal crown. The ruling class since 1550, who knows when. What the? Adrenaline. Adrenaline, like what is it compared to helium or hydrogen or superfluid? Like adrenaline compared to a superfluid. Think about it. We need PHO, we need FHO, we need PPHO, like human pee or like liquid marijuana. Yeah. And why aren't they putting like a drop of gasoline or like some kind of something, like some glycerin in there or something, like, I don't know, something. And when the tube, like, okay, so if you got AHHO and it's coming out super hot, you need to have the tube start at a thin amount and a good amount of like a metal material if you need to, or a certain material, or like a material inside the tube that it has to go through, right? So a series of tubes inside the tube that expand it even more, and then the tube gets bigger as you go and wider. So the tube's diameter grows and the width of the fucking circumference of the, like the little area of a circle that it makes. So it goes from a 1-inch spiral where it starts to a 20-inch spiral at the top. And the whole time, like before it even goes to that, or it can have a coolant or like ice or liquid nitrogen that has to go through. Or what about the idea of a vacuum, right? Do things retain their heat in a vacuum? So if you have an HHO generator and you have too much heat, you have the escape valve, like at the top of the tea kettle, be like a kind of like a vacuum chamber. And anything that gets condensed and wants to go back down can be just dropped back down from a straight tube and then go right back into the mix. So you circulate the fluid while you're, so the actual material of your thing is the electroplater. The thing that's separating the heat or expanding the air is the actual thing, doing the electrical process also. Basically just like your body, to be exact. Body is a little HHO generator. But it has a lot more electrolytes added when you eat the food and vegetables and meats and proteins and acids and yeah. The alkaline. Nobody's home. Secretly, in another world, you don't know what's going on because it's a secret. How big really is the Earth when you got planets that are bigger than it, suns that are bigger than it, planets that are bigger than the sun, planets that are bigger than the planet that are bigger than the sun, suns that are bigger than the planet that are bigger than the sun that are bigger than the planet that are bigger than the planet bigger than the sun, of the sun, of the planets that are bigger than the planet and bigger than the planet and bigger than the sun, bigger than a planet and another planet that's bigger and 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 bigger. How big really is the Earth? In space, an infinite background with things that are infinitely bigger. Wouldn't you say space or Earth could be a grain of sand? In space. Why would you ask us to make a little Earth? Why would you ask us for a presentation? It's too big. It's too little. The Earth's so big. We can't make this and this and this. Those things aren't the question. We're not asking if those things are real or not. We asked about the Earth. And if things physically happen on the Earth as we know it in reality, why would we need a setting in a lab to see such a thing? Why would we need a setup to see what physically happens in reality every day? Why would we need a lab or a science? Like, that part, like, makes no sense. Now, using the scientific method to get to a certain thing, okay. But just to look outside and be like, look, kids, this is how physics works on a ball, and this is physics. Yeah, they should just be going outside and like being like, okay, this is it right here. And then go in lab and demonstrate that on a ball. It should be really that simple. The dipole, the monopole, and the tripole. "36, 36, 72. Why don't we have a wattage of magnetism? Or do we? You simply spin helium. You'll gain a charge. You need the little Tesla ball. Get that little Tesla ball with the liquid. Maybe start with steam. Is there a material that changes the induction rate? Or, like, changes the temperature? Or another chemical you can add? Like, while one's flowing, you, like, have it slowly mix with another? And it cools it? Put it inside a freezer. Just put it in a freezer. The hot stuff freezes faster than the cold stuff, right? Yeah, the HHO powder. HHO snow. Have it go through a series of liquid nitrogen. Radiator tubes of liquid nitrogen.
Good morning, Demok. Not much, bro. I'm just really sad about Klaus Schwab.
About what?
They've arrested Klaus Schwab unfairly, I believe. Poor guy's just trying to save the world.
Yeah, that's what happens.
He's just trying to guide humanity into the new technological age, and they've arrested him for fraud, man. No, I thought it was just one of those typical, someone's been arrested, then you look up and you can't find anything on them being arrested, but it looks like he's actually been arrested.
You can't